I always thought I knew my family, until I discovered my half-brother was in the clutches of an evil underground organization. This group not only wants to control supernatural beings, but also plans to use me for their own ends. I'm forced to make a deal with the devil, not knowing the rules of the game. Let's officially listen to today's werewolf story. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to give it a like and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1. This wasn't your average mistake of a one-night stand. No, this was one evil conceited plan of luck, manipulation, and one end goal that I wish I knew before I made a deal with the devil. The devil being one of a classic underground hidden organization that decided they wanted to have a bit more power than us supernatural. I say us, because I like to think of myself a part of the world I have grown up in, even though I am not considered one of them. My father was a werewolf and my mother was human, of what I have heard, considering she died when she had me. The reason was that werewolf babies are not compatible to a human body, so my mom wasn't strong enough in the end to pull through. But even though my father found another wife who was a werewolf and a year later gave me a little annoying brother, never once in my day have I not thought about my real mother. I guess she could have related to me better, since she was human and I am good as, because I can't shift like my stepmom, half-brother or father. No, my werewolf gene was not the dominant one. Kind of like us, woman carrying hemophilia, which is a really bad thing to compare it to. I love my family though. I couldn't have asked for a more caring family as I grew up. A stepmother who taught me her secret recipe for cookies and helped me pick my prom dress. An overprotective dad and a younger brother who you yelled at for being beyond annoying, and teaching him how to treat his future girlfriends. The same younger brother being the reason I am currently on my knees, head down at gunpoint to make sure he lives another day. Even though I might be willing to kill him since he has gotten me into this situation for him in the first place. I don't see why you think you can come in here and bargain with us for your brother. The voice snarls above me, and I grit my teeth to make sure I don't reply with my snarky comments that have earned my a few slaps so far. He pledged to us he would bring us the money in the restricted time of the year, and he hasn't even been able to supply us with half of that. I told you the story. Someone stole the money from his account 2 weeks ago, and he hired someone to track down the guy who did it. The guy who stole the money is called Caleb Lynch. If you want the damn money, find him. I spit out, tired of giving him the same information, feeling like this integration is going around its circles. I don't think you quite get what code your brother has broken here. The man interrogating me finally changes the direction of the conversation. I didn't get time to see what he looks like, bearing in mind I was tripped to the knees and my head has been forced down by 2 guards ever since. His voice would suggest late 40s, and his shilling black shoes and pressed pants means he's higher up in this demonic organization. I didn't realize you foul human beings had a code. Smack across the cheek as I bite my tongue from crying up. The sting in my cheek is throbbing as well as the ringing in my ears. I feel the warm breathe from my interrogator as he leans down to my level. Our code is what keeps everyone in order and in check. We want things done and done right and on time. It's not our fault that your brother lost the money he promised to deliver when he joined us. It's on his head. He seethes out and realized I was holding my breath when he finally walks away. I don't know whether to find it honorable or a sign of weakness to your brother for having his sister groveling for his freedom. I bite harder on my tongue to not reply to that, feeling the heat radiating painfully off my slapped cheek. You might be interested to know we have already started our own little investigation on Caleb Lynch. He says quite simply, and I was about to lift my head up in my own surprise to see his face, but it was shoved down, making my neck creak. Your brother told us his name before we kept him for safekeeping. In the meantime, and has this investigation been successful? I inquire impatiently, stunned for my tone of voice not receiving a slap. Not quite. He states softly, we have a plan for today's hence to find this Caleb Lynch and see where our money is. But even if we get what we are looking for, we have spent countless time, effort and money into this new task. Something that could have been avoided if your brother did not fail. I hate myself for even thinking just for a second that finding this Caleb boy would put my brother in the clears. Only these people are too barbaric to think of something without cruelty involved. What are you going to do with my brother in the meantime? afraid of the answer I desperately want. We keep him with us, of course. Considering he's a werewolf, he could come in handy for our experiments. I can tell in his voice he is mocking me, poking for a response, and I am beyond mad to care that he get one. When my brother joined, I didn't realize how bad it was until he started to find out too. Experiments on the supernatural. But it seemed more like a torture chamber from the gnashing of drills and screams that echo off the concrete walls as I snuck in here. My brother's plan was to give them the money and get out. But you don't get out of an organization like this. Never. You might call us the animals. But you people are more inhuman, more savage than the rest of us. I grit out coldly, closing my eyes awaiting the blow, but instead I find my chin being pinched painfully and my head yanked up. My neck screams against the new position, but I ignore it as I see the man's face for the first time. Grey hair, washed out blue eyes with crow's feet, a hooked pointed nose and lips as thin as two toothpicks. I can't read his expression as he says, "And you are not one of us, nor one of them." Halfling. Not the first time I have been called that. I guess that is a good way to explain who I was. I never met anyone like me before. Halfling, part wolf, part human. No wolf, nor human. Probably to his disappointment of me not snarling at the name. He continues. I remember overhearing Jordan talking about his mystery of a sister to his friends here. Hearing my brother's name sends a jolt through me. I need him to be okay, even if this means giving up some of my dignity right now. I am begging you to make sure my brother is safe. I'll do anything. The man steps away from me, straightening up, and I take in my surroundings. An abandoned underground car park of New York City. I find it funny no one has stumbled or even noticed what has been built here. But then again, you would be shot dead or recruited if you tried to tip someone off. But now it's a built mastermind, with offices, training places, and science labs that I wish I didn't have to see earlier. They also have many holding cells that I tried to get to but was caught and dragged here, to a dark and dusty room where the white paint lines for car spaces and block pillars still stand. There's some long agonizing silence, and it seems the two all dressed and back guards behind me get fidgety. Anything. Well, I think you could be useful in today's for our new mission in getting $500,000 back. He nods his head to the guards behind me, who then immediately grab me under the arms to make me stand. I nearly fall over on my face from my knees being wobbly from the hard floor. He walks over to stand right in front of me, his suit and blue tie spotless and well fitted. And how will I be helping you with this plan? All in good time, he says with a smile more wicked than sweet. I suggest in the meanwhile you clean yourself up. He pouts the dust off my shoulders, it being very visible on my black shirt and leggings. And you go find a new pretty dress and buy some new makeup. Tomorrow night I will send someone to inform you of the address and time for Sunday. It seems like he has finished talking, but then he leans into whisper in my ear. And if you are stupid enough to bring a weapon like this time, be very sure it will have dire consequences for your dear brother. A shiver shoots up my spine as he straightens again and begins walking away, to the door at the far back wall. I look forward to working with you, Brooke. My name comes out of his mouth like he now owns me, and quite possibly could. You too, mister. I drift off hoping he would finish. He reaches the door, opens it and turns around with a smile. Mr. McCoy, I was escorted out by the same guards to the exit, my nerves on edge from what's to come, as well as the fact my brother is somewhere in this hellhole and I was close to helping him escape. But I keep asking myself, did I dig a bigger hole then in the first place? On the way out, I catch a glimpse of someone watching me, on a high above railing on the many levels of this new underground building. An older man surveys me. He wears a suit as well, but it's too far away to see any recognizable features to remember. But as I was about to look away, I catch Mr. McCoy joining him, whispering something in his ear. And what makes me want to vomit is the smile the strange man gives me before we are out of view of each other. I will never trust this organization, the Supernatural Experimentation Research Organization, S.E.R. Chapter 2. Last night in my New York trashy hotel room, I hear a knock at the door to find a man in dark clothing waiting outside. He simply handed me the piece of paper and walked down the hallway out of sight. I was expecting the address to be some secluded or abandoned place that no one would have heard of. Instead I got the address to Vaults, the #1 nightclub right now in New York City. I assumed that is what Mr. McCoy was referring to when he told me to get a new dress and makeup, which I spent the next morning purchasing. Right now I am getting all dolled up for this evening, still having no idea what I am required to do, but assuming my new black dress and silver high heels is to blend in with the crowd. I make to the outside of Vaults to what I was expecting, a barricade of people waiting in line to go in. The vibration of the loud music coming from inside the club pumps through me as I try to see a familiar face, starting to panic if they are expecting me to get into the club alone. But I calm myself down. For Jordan, I remind myself. When I'm about to walk to the back of the line, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I whirl around instantly and gulp when I see Mr. McCoy standing there in a new fine suit, smirking at me. He doesn't wait a minute to snatch me up, looping an arm around my waist and walking to the front of the line. I nearly fall, trying to clumsily catch up with him in my heels. I feel awkward and uncomfortable with his arm around my waist, feeling like he somehow owns me by this, which I hate. Once at the entrance, a bouncer glances our way. He smiles politely when seeing Mr. McCoy and unhooks the rope as Mr. McCoy places a hand on my back and pushes me through the door. It's a blaze of lights and sounds. Trying to take it all in at once, I don't notice Mr. McCoy leading me down a narrow hallway that is away from the main club. There are many doors we pass until he stops at one with the number 12 on it and looks down both ways of the hall before opening it and shoving me inside. Nearly losing my footing, I compose myself as he comes in calmly and closes the door behind him. He turns around and I try not to glare at him as he gives me an inspection with his eyes, the tips of his thin lips stilting upwards at the edges. You do clean up very nicely, miss. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What role am I taking in this plan of yours tonight? I get straight to the point and he seems charmed by my determination of getting tonight over and done with. Getting to see my brother, then giving him a swift hit in the head for getting in this mess to begin with. Since you seem so eager to begin, he says, pulling out his phone from his back pocket. I see him type in some things and then points the screen in my direction. Your task is to distract this gentleman tonight. I inspect the photo. A face of a man that looks too good, looking to be real. Light brown hair, pale green eyes, all too angular to be made on earth, and lips way fuller than Mr. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I memorize the face the best I can before looking back at him. Do I get more information than this? Height, age, name. How do I distract him? I inquire, and Mr. McCoy's face goes serious. It's simple enough. Make sure he stays in the club, he says in an icy tone, coming to stand mere inches from me. Our faces nearly touching. He slowly lifts his hand to play with the brown curl of my natural hair, and use whatever means necessary. He stays like that for a while, his eyes filled with wickedness burrowing into mine, like his stare latches onto my soul. And as if he is satisfied it has stuck, he steps back, letting my curl bounce back onto the side of my forehead. He walks back to the door, before turning around. I assume you can make your own way home after tonight. When it's 3 o'clock you can leave. Understood. I nod my head, not finding courage to say anything else after that. He smiles and leaves me in the room. I feel like I can breathe again as I am willing to lie down on the red sofa behind me. But then I realize what this room is and get even more chills as everything comes crashing down around me. And what he is suggesting means necessary. He knows I can't restrain a guy like that. Making me buy a new dress wasn't to blend in. And I feel sick because he thinks I will make a move if this guy tries to leave. I'm not a whore. I take a deep breath and close my eyes, and see Jordan's face. It can't possibly come to that. This guy might not even want to talk to me. He might have another distraction. Another girl tonight if I am lucky. I straighten and head for the door, the music hitting me full blast as I step out into the hallway. Now noticing the groans and moaning from the rooms around me, I cringe and walk the way I came to the main club area. The dance floor was packed with people, dancing and grinding. I had to blend in a few times dancing in the crowd, pretending to join people who were too drunk to realize they didn't even know me. I didn't recognize any faces as the man in the photo, but I kept looking, sometimes fearing he might have slipped through my fingers and left. I checked the lounges, tables and the packed bar area by the dance floor for his face, but saw no one alike. Needing a break from the heat, flashing lights and loud music, I head into a hallway that supposedly leads to a cool-off area with peace and quiet. And a bar. I don't normally drink, but I think I need one. When making it to the area, I walk in and inspect it for a moment. On my left are some dimly lit tables and people casually talking and relaxing. To my right is a bar, and I notice two males sitting there on the high stools. And my eyes widen a fraction as I realize it's the guy from the photo. I don't know what I was expecting when I saw him, but he was just every bit as handsome as the photo. Possibly more. I don't know if my brain is leaping in joy for finding him and him still being in the premises, or dreading that now I found him, I have to keep him here. What captures my attention, though, is the heated argument he seems to be having with his companion at the bar. It is in harsh whispers, and I try not to stare at them as his friend slams his hand on the table and starts heading in my direction. I step aside the doorway, mustering a grim smile as he just walks by. My target guy just shakes his head and guzzles down his drink. I take a deep breath. "You got this, Brooke," I repeat over and over in my head as somehow my feet start moving towards the bar and I am taking a seat beside him. The bartender comes around the bar and I catch his attention. "Vodka soda, please." He nods with a slender smile and goes about making my drink. Target guy takes a glance my way, and I mange the best smile I have. Bowing my hands into fists around my clutch to make it less obvious I am shaking hay. I say casually, and he gives a small smile in recognition. Hey. His voice is deep and rich. I can't help smile at the fact that out of everyone it was him. Why couldn't it have been some guy I didn't find attractive at all? The bartender gives me my drink and I pay him before he walks off to another person on the other side of the bar. I take a sip of my liquid courage before talking. That looked like a pretty heated argument. Giving him a quick glance before taking another sip of my drink, he grunts with a smirk. "You're very observant," he remarks slowly, turning to me, and I try not to get lost in those pale green eyes as he stares right at my brown eyes that I always thought as boring. I swallow before also smirking. Well, from the looks of it, I wasn't the only one that noticed. I take another sip, tilting my head to the side, trying to actually find out the mystery of what seems to be this man. "Do you want to talk about it?" He grins, his white teeth gleaming in the soft light. "Does it look like I want to talk about it?" He waves his glass of heavy alcohol around before taking another swig. He then turns towards me further on his seat, with now one of his elbows resting on the bar as he watches me. His muscles I can see are more prominent than I realized as I tried to focus my gaze back on his face. "Can I ask why a woman like yourself would be in a nightclub on a Sunday night, alone?" He raises his eyebrows, being cocky. "You're very observant." And I watch as his eyes widen slightly before he breaks out into a smile and chuckles. It's a sound that I wouldn't mind hearing again and again. "I'm Grant," he says and stretches out a hand. "Brooke." I introduce myself and we shake hands. I don't get too caught up on the feeling of his hand in my mind for those few seconds. "So where are you from, Brooke?" And that's where the conversation goes on from. Questions after answers after stories through what seems like hours and maybe a little too much to drink. The way he sometimes watches me makes me blush. His eyes are intent on always keeping focus on my face, trying to work me out. There's this unsettling pit digging itself in my stomach from what I'm actually doing. I'm using him, distracting him from whatever horror is happening. I should be ashamed of myself for enjoying talking to Grant when or doing something terrible that I am now a part of and always will be. But the vodka circulating in my bloodstream drowns it out, as I find myself getting closer to him as the night progresses. Me tracing my thumb over his hand resting on the bar counter, or him softly touching the top of my thigh and drawing tingling swirls on the ticklish bit on the inner side of my forearm. About to say something else, I hear a ring come from my phone and I check it to see my alarm has got off that I set for 3 o'clock in the morning. I am technically free. What does that mean? Grant asks softly as he leans over and traces patterns on the top of my thigh again, making me smile. It's 3 o'clock. Time to go. I say quietly back with another smile and he frowns. You don't have to go. Do you? He pouts and I giggle again when I realize him leaning was to get a good angle of my neck. I feel his lips teasingly hovering over my skin, brushing them back and forth ever so softly. I bite my lip from the tingles dancing rapidly over me from where he touches and some part of my brain surrenders. Rational thought goes out the window. I never said where I had to go. His lips still lingering there and I feel the smile spread on his mouth as he leans back on his seat and get up. I didn't realize how at all he was from only seeing him sitting, but I get up as well, leaving a tip for the waiter. The next second, his hand is in mine. The next minute, we're out of the club. The next hour, after an agonizingly long taxi ride, I'm in his hotel room, and nothing came to mind that night as I was with Grant in what was to come after. Chapter 3. Is it raining? The first thing that pops into my head as my eyes flicker open this morning. Yet I only find an unfamiliar bedroom surrounding me, and my heartbeat picks up as the events of last night come into play. Grant. Talking with Grant. Distracting Grant. A little fooling around in a taxi with Grant. Using Grant. Enthusiasm. In bed doing things with Grant. Brooke Rhodes is a terrible person. I try not cry out loud as the realization hits me. I have to get her out of here now. I listen again and realize that the sound of rain is actually coming from the bathroom. Grant must be having a shower. Time to go. About to bolt out of the double bed. I realize I am naked underneath and curse myself again as I look around the lavish room to see where my clothes are. I spot my dress on an expensive-looking chair in the corner near the bathroom door. My bra is hanging on the outside door handle to the room. I can't suppress the smile as the memory of Grant last night, or should I say morning, explaining how he was staying with a friend and that my bra would warn him to go away. Don't smile, Brooke. The thought of now having to go back to S. Feels like I need to wash the shame off my body with so many showers from what I did. I mean, I didn't go with Grant because I had to. I wanted to, and he is a great guy and I am a terrible person, so nothing would work out between us anyways. I shake my head, finally spotting my underwear on the floor beside my bed, and leap into action, putting on the clothes from the night before. I look back at the bed after grabbing my phone in clutch. This must be a really expensive hotel. I contemplate whether to leave a note or not before I hear the sound of the tap being turned off. Time to go. I power walk out the room, getting a little lost at first in this expensive jungle of the kitchen and room before seeing the front door and my high heels carelessly thrown beside it. I pray that Grant's friend isn't awake yet and bolt to the door when I hear another door open, and I'm guessing it's Grant out of the bathroom. I grab my shoes and lock the door and I'm out. I don't care if people watch me walk out of the massive hotel lobby doing the walk of shame. I think at this moment I deserve it. I find my way back to my hotel, get cleaned up, and I'm ready to head back to and see my brother. That's what they owe me. I was escorted into the same room as before when entering the underground premises. And no surprise when Mr. McCoy was there to see me. He wears an airy smile when seeing me, as well as a tailored suit as usual. Brooke, I was wondering when you would come. I thought you would have been here earlier. His eyebrows rising in question. It was a late night. I needed my beauty sleep. I lie flatly, hoping that he didn't see through it or that someone wasn't spying on me last night to see if I was doing my job. I scold myself for not being as vigilant as I should have been. Mr. McCoy just smiles and nods as if it doesn't matter and stays quiet. Where's my brother? I did what you asked me to do, I state strongly, and Mr. McCoy nods and gives me a little smirk. I know you did your task right. And quite well, from what my spies have said. I can't get rid of the embarrassing blush on my cheeks as he softly laughs before it fades into a more serious note. Caleb Lynch did indeed steal the money, but he had already transferred it to another account, which he is unwilling to tell us, which means your brother is not out of the clear yet. My heart sinks into my stomach. What do you mean? I did what you asked and you said that you would let my brother go. Well, where is the money, Brooke? I don't recall those specific words of letting your brother go. And I didn't remember you saying anything specific about what your help in the plan meant. You didn't specify your reward. I stumble on words to say. I feel like I have been wedged into a corner that doesn't fit properly. I had to have said something about releasing my brother, that was why I did it. I see you seem a little confused. We will give you some time to think about it, considering your brother is unable to perform any more takes. At the moment, he gestures to the guard behind me, and before I have time to move I feel a prick in the side of my neck and instantly know what's about to happen. I barely have several seconds before I start to lose touch with everything. My vision blurs and my body slumps, and the last thing I hear is Mr. McCoy's voice saying, "Just relax, Brooke. Everything will be fine." I didn't believe him for that 1 second before I passed out. 3 weeks. I've been in this room for 3 weeks now. White walls. No windows, mainly because are cruel people and we're underground. A simple bed in the corner. A desk as well as an attached bathroom. Nothing in here to make weapons out of. Not even a mirror in the bathroom to break and use as a knife or something. Not that anyone has come to visit me to defend myself against. My food tray is just delivered for breakfast, lunch and dinner, which is the only way I've been keeping track of the days. And for the past week, some mornings I find myself sick to the stomach and vomit up my last meal or dry heave over the toilet that I suppose was lucky to have. I must have caught a bug or something from this room. Who knows what over was in here before? I have no idea what is happening with my brother. I have nothing and no one has come told me and informed me of why I am here. Only changed into baggy grey pants and an oversized matching shirt. But that changed when between my breakfast and lunch meal there's the sound of my door being opened. I turn my head to the steel door, which I spent a whole day pounding on. And a woman, looking in her early 30s, enters with a white lab coat and I feel nervous already. Behind, a guard follows her into my room. I stand from my bed backing away even though I know it's pointless. The blonde lady with square-framed glasses just smiles at me. "We will just be doing a blood test this morning. No need to worry." Her voice is so sweet and professional I wonder if she knows whom she's working for. Before I can reply, the guard shoves a blindfold over my eyes and yanks my arms in front before putting handcuffs around wrists. "Let's move it." He roughly grabs my shoulder and guides me out the door into an unknown place to wherever we're going. I try to do the skilled spy technique of counting how many steps before we turn to another corridor. But I lose track as my mind starts going to panic overdrive. Blood tests. That's probably where it all starts. Seeing whether being half werewolf could be powerful if I had any other skills. I feel our pace slowing down as a door is opened. I am shoved inside. My wrists are released before my blindfold is roughly taken off in I squint in the harsh light. The door is closed behind me and after a thud I realize where I am. A doctor's office. I couldn't be more confused as I watched the lady inspect a clipboard on her file-covered desk before placing it back down and looking at me. She smiles before talking. "My name is Drive. Ridley, and we will just be doing a routine blood test today. Nothing to be alarmed about. If you want to take a seat." She gestures to a blue padded chair to the left of the room. She doesn't seem impatient as I just watch her before slowly moving to the chair. I check and see there are no handcuffs or ties on the arms and legs before slowly sitting down. She walks to the opposite wall from her desk and opens a cupboard under a sink, collecting some necessary equipment, I'm assuming. As she does this, I look around. In an underground hidden location they have built this room. A replica of a doctor's office. Or is it a place where the workers come when they're feeling a little unwell? Shouldn't I be in one of those experiment rooms with tables to tie you down and medical instruments that make me feel squeamish just by thinking of them? Drive Ridley grabs her supplies before putting them down on a wheelie cart and walking to me with it. She still wears that comforting smile as she gets the needle ready. "I've been in here for 3 weeks. Why wait until now for a blood test?" I question as she unwraps a needle from plastic. She glances at me for a second. "It has come to our attention that you have been feeling unwell for the past few days. We just want to make sure everything is all right." She answers before picking up some sort of elastic strap. I hadn't realized people knew I was ill. I inquire, thinking if somehow they heard me vomiting, which sounds ridiculous. She leans over so her face is beside the right of my head as she wraps around the elastic strap just above my elbow. They're always watching, she whispers. I catch the direction of her eyes upward and I carefully turn my head to the other side. Tilting my eyes up to the corner of the ceiling, I spot a little flashing red light, barely noticeable if you weren't looking for it. I will have to check my room for where they are now. After that there is some more silence as she counties preparing for the needle. They're always watching, as if she isn't one of them. I'm not going to risk asking any questions about her. If they're always watching, they might as well be always listening. She wipes some antibiotics on the inner side of my elbow and she positions the needle. You might feel a little pinch, she informs me, and I nod before looking away. I barely feel anything as she draws my blood. After a few seconds, she takes the needle out and places over the area with a cotton bud. She sets the needle down onto the tray and turns back to me, taking off the elastic strap and tapes on the cotton bud. Well, this will just have to go to the lab. It will only take around half an hour. In the meantime, you can wait here and I will be back with the results. She smiles as I watch her wheel at the trolley, opening and closing the door behind her. Once it's shut, I wait 5 seconds before bolting for the door and, as expected, to find it locked. I huff out in annoyance, looking at her desk with all the files. Reminds me of what she told me about being watched. I would probably get into more trouble if I looked through them, and it's not like it could give me any information that I would want to know. I doubt she would know about my brother. O is so big she probably hasn't even heard the name. The minutes stick by as slow as they have been for the past weeks. But once the door opens again, I watch as drive. Ridley walks in and puts on a smile. However, this one doesn't seem as reassuring as the last ones. She holds a clipboard as she goes to sit behind her desk and she gestures for me to sit in the seat opposite her. I do so, unwilling to know what my blood has shown her. She starts off, flicking through to pages attached to the clipboard before looking at me. It seems you are perfectly healthy. No sign of illness, but that word "but" paralyzes me, as I have to wait for the inventable. You are indeed pregnant. Brooke, chapter, for something didn't register when she said that word. Something didn't quite make sense. Seem real. I think drive. Ridley notices my detachment from the real world. Brooke. What? I manage to get out. My heat rate seems to skyrocket, and I focus my eyes back on drive. Ridley as she calmly looks at me, but with pity-filled eyes. Your blood work results show you to be 3 weeks pregnant. She says this more slowly, as if consoling me, which I felt would have helped if what those words meant. What's such a big deal? We also found that your blood had signs of elements found in a werewolf's blood. Knowing that you're part werewolf, we took that in consideration, but it's much stronger and we are assuming that the baby is werewolf. My eyes shoot to hers and I try to detect a lie or even a joke, but there is none. There has to be some mistake. I whisper into thin air and I watch as she sighs sadly. I'm sorry, Brooke, but the results were checked over twice. She explains and I look down, shaking my head. And then I stop stone cold. Grant, I don't remember taking my pill that morning. We weren't safe and now look at where I am. But what shocks me even more is that the baby is werewolf. My genes wouldn't be dominant enough for a full werewolf baby. The only way for this to happen is if Grant is a werewolf. How did I not notice that? I have spent my whole life surrounded by them, and the one guy I didn't notice is the guy I should have noticed the most in this whole messed up situation. Brooke. I tilt my head up to look at drive. Ridley, she looks down at me. I was going to talk you through a few things and find out your due date, but we can do that tomorrow. I think it would be good to think this over and start fresh tomorrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All I can muster is the nod of my head, and at that moment the door opens to the right. I don't have to look over to know it's a guard. Ridley helps me stand up as the guard puts on the blindfold and puts my wrists in the handcuffs. He is a bit gentler this time as he escorts me back to my room. I don't bother to count my steps and turns. The only thing on my mind is that 8-letter word. Pregnant. I don't sleep well at all that night. going through this gigantic puddle of crap I have made myself. All these questions in my brain buzzing in my ears and making my head find it nearly impossible to fall asleep. If I weren't in this hellhole, still outside in the real free world, how would Grant react? Would he turn his back? Help? Or be happy even? Did he even care that I walked out of his hotel room without a goodbye or note? What am I kidding? Hot werewolf guy? Of course he wouldn't care, I was probably just another one-night stand. But what makes me cry myself to sleep tonight is the fact that this baby is a werewolf. And when the rest of us... oh knows I am pregnant, they are never letting me or the child out of their grasps. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I did that to my child who isn't even born yet. The next day, as promised, I was courted back to drive. Ridley office and she and I worked out my due date. It looks like the baby is expected around the 26th of February. Around another 8 months until the baby will be ripped away from my arms. Trained and tested on by these good-for-nothing people. Drive Ridley takes me through some other things, explaining how she will check on me every week. Normally it would be every month, but technically being human and this being a werewolf baby, she wants to make sure all things run smoothly. That afternoon I was sent back to my room to have the last person I wanted to see standing by my bed. The door is shut behind me as Mr. McCoy smiles and I stand my ground as I wait for him to talk. It seems you are an expectant mother. Congratulations. Nothing sounded sincere about that sentence and I glare at him. Anger that I wish could seep out of me and strangle him. He walks closer to me as he continues. We are going to make sure you are comfortable for the next few months. We wouldn't want another to happen to you or the child. I'll die before you touch this baby. I confess coldly, and Mr. McCoy just shakes his head, coming to stand beside me, facing the opposite direction. He turns his head to me. You have no control over that, Brooke. Your child will do us a great honor in better understanding werewolves and possibly werewolf pregnancies. I thought you had enough people to torture for your experiments and studies. I grit out, and I watch as he just smiles down at the floor. It's for the greater good. Excelling in science can give us new and better understanding of the world and the supernatural one. But I don't think you quite get the importance of that child. He looks back at me, dead in the eyes. We could never get our hands on a shadow breed werewolf before. You just gave us the honors. Color must have drained from my face as Mr. McCoy softly chuckles and walks towards the door. Before he leaves, he pokes his head out from behind the doorframe. You better rest up, Brooke. It's going to be a long 9 months. Eyeshadow werewolf. When werewolves were first born in this world, the story goes they were all the same. But as they migrated into other lands, they changed through evolution. In the desert, their fur became a red. Orange and brown tint like the sand they run on and the hot sun they live under. Becoming more adaptable to going for long periods of time and staying strong without water. They called them the red coats. The ones that lived in the snow produced fur as white as the snow itself. Able to stay in the coldest temperatures were called the white furs. The ones that went to the forest, which was the most common, are called the trackers for their skill at navigating through the forest. Their fur normally is sandy blonde to light brown color to blend in with the forest. There are many more of what the humans who know about us call breeds. I remember my father telling me all about them. But the most powerful out of all of them are the shadows. They lived in the harsh conditions of mountainous caves and deserted dead parts of the planet. Their fur at midnight. They are strong. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fast and deadly, meaning they are the most feared and the first to be hunted. There was always a small population of shadows, but it has gotten even smaller since they were killed first by the humans that feared them. And so most werewolves these days could go through their whole life without coming across one, either because the shadows are in hiding or just rare in general. And out of all the werewolves in the world, Grant just had to be one badass shadow. The next week came by, and dare I say it, I was excited to see another human being as I was courted to drive. Ridley's office. I still might not know if she is for or against us. But either way I find it comforting that she seems to care about me compared to all the other people I have met here. Drive Ridley takes my blood pressure. Are you still experiencing any morning sickness? She asks me. It's gotten a bit more severe. I guess it's normal though. I question and she just smiles and nods. Perfectly normal for the first few weeks, it can be off and on. I will get some gum to be delivered with you breakfast. It might help, she says after taking off the pressure cuff and going to write down something in my file. Okay, so no other problems this week. Stomach cramps of any sort? She asks and I shake my head. Well, that's good. Just one last thing before you go. You need to check over some of your information, such as your name and birthday. Oh sure. I drift off not wanting to know how they got access to private information like that. But knowing them, they hacked into those files from computers in California where I used to live. She hands me a folder and I open it up, expecting to see neatly typed up and charted information on myself, but instead I find a handwritten note. Be ready to leave here tomorrow night. Someone will come get you from your room to you straight away. Don't say anything. Don't ask any questions. In my confusion I look up at her, but her facial expression hasn't changed from the patient kindly doctor. Is everything all right? I don't need to make any changes. Do I? Her emphasis on that word snaps me out of my surprise and I give a tight smile. Instead of the one I wanted to give. A bright smile of getting out of here. No, everything looks pretty straightforward. Good. She beams and gets up from her seat. I'll see you next week. With that, I am escorted out of the office back to my room, praying that tomorrow I am out of here. Chapter 5. I was beginning to lose hope. As the hours ticked by after dinner drive, Ridley's note said that someone was coming for me, but there has been no one so far. Lying on my bed, I try not to look too conspicuous and watch the door, spotting the cameras in the corner of my rooms where they can see me. But just as I realize nothing and no one is coming for me, my eyes flicker shut. This was also the moment I hear the screeching of my door being opened. I slowly situate myself in a sitting position as the light leaks into my darkened room. I watch a dark figure peek through the door. Who's ever else I am saving, you better hurry the hell up. The harsh whisper makes me jump. I get up from my bed. This person is wearing a balaclava and I can see their eyes do a sweep over me before nodding. This way. We only have a 5-minute window before the change of guard. Putting all my trust in this stranger, who I am assuming is a woman from her voice. I nod, not sure if she sees it. She must have, because she steps out of the doorway for me to follow. The light blinds me as I finally leave my room of my own free will. As my eyes come to adjust, I notice the woman is wearing all tight clothing as I watch her take a long step. I look down to see why. A guard lays immobile on the ground. I look back up at her, wondering if she's going to knock me out too. But she just gestures with her hand to follow, putting a finger to her lips through the balaclava. I am crying drive. Ridley was right about this. The hallways are pale concrete, and to differentiate that you are in a different corridor or section of the building. I think even if I wasn't blindfolded and managed to make an escape, I would be just as lost. We keep walking until the woman stops me before we turn a corner. She pushes me against a wall as she tilts her head the slightest to look around. She curses under her breath, before tuning her attention to me. Her blue eyes look straight into mine. We're going to have to take the west exit route, which is Tanby. It's a little further. Her sentence is cut off by the sound of a blazing alarm and she lets loose another curse word. I guess we stick with planner. Idiots must have triggered it. She mutters under her breath. With one big inhale, she turns gracefully out the corner. I begin to follow when I stop. I let loose a curse word of my own when for guards stand in formation against the walls of the corridor. This woman doesn't seem fazed as they point their guns at her. I hear a growl before all hell breaks loose. She grabs the first guy's gun on the left, pushing it back to hit his face, and then she is a graceful attacker of kicks and punches, her speed making her moves that more lethal. The first 3 guys are down as I run to approach her. She is fighting with last one, getting him in a headlock to make him pass out when I notice the other guy still conscious, painfully his rifle to her head. I don't think as I look at the ground to see a rifle from an already beaten guard. I pick it up and aim. Being out of action for so long, I find myself relieved my aim was just as good as I hit him square in the shoulder and he screams, the rifle tumbling out of his hands. Mystery woman lets the guy in her arms topple to the ground in a heap before looking at me. Behind at the shot guard and then me again. I swear if I could see her mouth, she was gritty. The sounds of combat boots running this way alerts us, and mystery woman wastes no time, popping open a vent on the side of the wall. You first. Bring that. She points to the gun, and before I have time to question where this vent leads to, I am dragged. And pushed in. I'm sliding down a hollow metal tube. My squeal echoing as the rush of air stings my eardrums. It's barely a second later I feel coolness and I fall in a heap on a soft landing, my gun clattering out of my hands. I hear a swooshing noise and I scramble to the side. Mystery woman making her way down the vent. I mange just in time to move. As she lands with a huff of air on the garbage bags. We waste no time climbing off the midst of what look like purposely positioned garage bags, and I don't forget my gun. She looks me up and down, as if checking to see if I am in one piece. And that's when the smell hits me. It smells like crap down here. And being in a sewerage system makes sense all of a sudden. Let's go. With that I ask nothing as we walk close to the walls of the smelly tunnel. I try not to puke my guts out. My nose somehow picking up the worst of what is flowing down here. A minute later there's a doorway to our right and I spot the stairs and try not to groan. We have to hurry. Can you run? She asks, and I don't know why bad mood came from when I snap back at her. Of course I can run. I see her roll her eyes before I take a deep breath and run up with her. Flight after flight we run. My gun becoming harder to hold as sweat soaks my palms and my body. This is what happens when you're trapped in a room for a month. When I finally taste fresh air, my body screams in agony and joy at the same time. Drenched in sweat. Mystery woman has led me to a back street alleyway of New York. Dumpsters crowd the walls, and even though it's fresh air, the smell still lingers of crap. From her pocket, she pulls out some car keys. She clicks a button attached and detached, in the double flash from my right shows a black Land Rover parked in the narrow alleyway. I don't have to be told as she walks to the driver's side and I hobble into the passenger seat. Still out of breath. In seconds she has turned the car on and started the engine. I really hope inside wasn't flute luck and that you really are a good shot, she says, before I notice the first bullet hitting the window. The glass must be bulletproof. My eyes widen in shock, especially when she starts winding down my window. I take a quick glance ahead. Two gunmen are approaching the vehicle in what looks like bodyguard outfits. I take a last calming breath, trying to make my hands stop shaking as I huffly my gun out the side window. I block the noise out of the bullets rebounding on the windshield. Aim, shoot, hit. I hit the first man and concentrate again. Aim, shoot, hit. The sound of bullets stop. And before I can take another breath, the engine roars and resuming out of the alleyway. The gun nearly ripped out from my hands out the window. I manage to pull it in as the glass slides back up. In the dark. In New York City, we make our way out of the traffic, watching cars and people on the road to make sure we aren't being followed. Until we've made it out of the city have I gained my bearings. This is also the time when mystery woman yanks off her balaclava and shakes her golden hair out. I watch her sigh out in pleasure as she smiles at me for a second before turning her gaze back towards the road. Feels good to get that thing off. The feeling of being overwhelmed hits me harder than I thought as I open my mouth like a gaping fish to try and start the first of many questions. My name is Abby. Mystery woman. Now Abby says calmly. The sun starting to rise across the house rooftops of the suburb. I don't know, surrounds us as we drive. I will explain everything when we get to the meet-up point. I did specify that my sister was to tell you not to ask questions. I am silent for several seconds before asking. Your sister? Abby nods with a small smile. Lolly. You probably know her as Drive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I have another sister called Annie. Ollie, Annie and Abby. My mum had a weird sense of humor. I nod along, wishing now I could say thank you to Drive. Ridley. Well, I gaze down at my hand, still seeing that I am gripping the gun. I quickly turn around and place it on the back seat, not wanting to hold it anymore. So is your sister a double agent or? I don't get to finish my question as she interrupts me. No questions until the meet-up point. she says in a sing-song voice that makes me silently grumble. Having so many questions, I would think she would answer them to make me trust her. But I already trust her because she got me out that hellhole. Although I have left my brother behind, a lump forms in my throat that I force down as the seconds of silence tick by. Only the soft hum of the engine is heard. Where'd you learn to shoot a gun like that? Abby asks, breaking the silence, and I turn my head to her. With a little scowl I say, if I can't ask questions, neither can you. I hear her soft chuckle as I turn my tired head to lean on the cool glass of the window. Fair enough. We only have another hour before the meet-up point. I'll explain things then. I am too tired to answer as I let my eyes close, and I dream about the days when I spent hours in a shooting range, trying to make up for the fangs and claws I was made fun of for not having. Brooke, wakey, wakey. I feel a slight shaking on my shoulder as I am taken out of my sleepy peace. I blink a few times expecting to wake up back in the room with four white walls, but instead my cheek is pressed uncomfortably against glass. Where are we? I yawn and hear Abby's laugh as she stops shaking me. The meet-up point. Come on, you can sleep once we're inside. I hear the door open and shut as I finally stretch and properly look outside the window. We're surrounded by fields of green and ahead is a little brick cottage painted white. I exit the vehicle, my dirty bare feet feeling the warm pavement from the risen sun as I walk to the front door. Roses line the garden beds around the front of the house, and the window sills are cluttered with pot plants. The door is open as I enter. The hallways are narrow, and I turn to the right to find Abby in a small country kitchen rummaging through the cupboards. Looks like no food. Damn it. Abby shuts the last drawer and looks my way. We'll get something on our way back home. Home. Wondering if she will actually answer me for once. Abby sighs. I no time to explain. She rolls her eyes before putting her hands on her hips. How about this? You look exhausted. There's a bedroom you can rest up in down the hall. Then we can talk. I look at her flatly, mainly because she keeps avoiding answering my questions, and secondly she has a point about me being exhausted. Fine, I half out and she gives me a small smile and leads the way to a small bedroom with a double bed and nightstand. It takes 2 seconds to slump onto the mattress and not move until I am in dreamland again. You deliberately disobeyed me and went behind my back. A gruff voice wakes me up, still groggy. I listen in on the argument. Yeah, I know I should have told you, but there was no time. My sister asked me to do this. It sounds like Abby's voice beside my door. Your sister didn't organize this plan. I did. The voice of a man reaches my ears. Something sounds familiar about it, but I am too drowsy to pinpoint it. No, she just stole the blueprints of the S. Ah. Oh, building so today could be done successfully. Abby gets out angrily. She has been there for 5 months now, going undercover for you and risking her life. She asks me to do this one thing. I think we kind of owe it to her. Don't you? There's more silence, and I find myself drifting back to sleep when the man's voice speaks again. Why would your sister risk saving that girl's life? What makes her different than the other victims there? She's pregnant. Abby softens her tone as she continues. I can't hear what she's saying, but just muffled words as if she's explaining something. She's coming with us. The man asks the question. It doesn't seem like she's anywhere else to go. Abby replies, some sadness in her voice as there is a pause before she speaks again. Is he all right? He'll be fine. We will get him back before nightfall. Their voices turn quiet again, and my eyes decide they want to close, and I fall back into a deep sleep. The sun is not as bright as I wake, feeling a little more refreshed and energized. I hobble out of bed into the ensuite bathroom and finally catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. My brown curly hair has gotten out of control and the purple bags under my eyes look darker than usual. To my left is a pile of clothes left on the toilet seat. Thanking Abby in my head, I don't waste time hopping into the shower and washing away the sweat and grime from the past night. Once out of my rags and into some simple comfy trek, i.e. and a blue tea, shirt, I walk out to the living room area, drying my hair with a towel as I spot Abby sitting on a white couch playing with her phone. Her head pops up when seeing me. She puts on a bright smile. As I go to join her, I notice some similar features to her sister Ollie, or known as Drive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Matching color hair as well as the same eyes. Although Abby has a more athletic build than her sister. So is this the part where you finally explain anything? I inquire as I rest the towel on my lap. Waiting. I suppose it is. Abby places down her phone and gives me her full attention. Let's start off with saying my sister told me about your situation on being pregnant. My eyes widen at the word. I had drowned that out for the past day, not wanting to think about that. My gaze goes to my lap. Right, don't mention the P word, got it. Abby takes a breath before proceeding. My sister couldn't bear to think about you being at S. Oh, and what they could do to you while you're, and after with the baby. Another mission was already in motion to save our beta, a friend who was captured a few weeks ago, and she contacted me to rescue you during the mission as well. I stay quiet as I process the information she gives me, skipping over where she corrected herself. At least I know she and her sister got me out of there for my own good than for someone else's. What happens now? Well, unless you have some place you want to go, I can take you, or you can come with me back to my pack house. She stumbles again on her words, shaking her head. I'm no stranger to the werewolf world, Abby. I mention, and her eyes widen for a second before she is nodding. I am guessing she must have assumed I was in the dark about the supernatural world and what else. We're actually doing. It also confirms my suspicions of Abby being a werewolf. A sister must have mentioned something about the baby being a werewolf also. So, do you want to come with me, or do you have somewhere to go? It's too dangerous to go back to California. And I have nothing if I go back to New York. The only place I have right now is with Abby. The only place I have to go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Come with you, I say, and Abby smiles. One of understanding, and gets up from her seat. We got a long road ahead of us. I know this great so much place we can stop off on the way. We might make it a little past nightfall though. Nightfall. A vague memory of a conversation comes up in my mind with Abby and a man. I must have been dozy when listening to it because I don't remember much. But I don't dwell on it. As we get ready to head off to... Where are we going? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When I stood in front of my new home and came face to face with someone I thought I'd never see again, my heart nearly stopped. Chapter 6. The car ride with Abby was surprisingly pleasant, and in the moments I forgot my entire messed up situation. I could call it having fun for once. Robbie S., the sandwich place she talked about, was amazing, but it also might be the fact that I was starving. I am feeding for 2 people now. The further we go, the more secluded the area we are in becomes, seeing very few cars and people pass us on the way. We finally turn onto a dirt pathway well covered by the forest around us. The hazard lights light up the dark road ahead. You said the pack house was near Minnie's car park. Not in it. I comment, as I have to brace myself on the dashboard from the bumpiness of the road. Same thing, only the pack knows where the location of the pack house is. And a few others. Consider yourself an honored guest. She winks at me and I bite my lip, trying not to smile. But somehow Abby knows that she's getting me to like her. Can I ask how many people are in the pack? Around 150. We're smaller than most, but I would like to think we're stronger. A lot of people that join the pack are from all over America and the world. And don't worry, you'll blend in fine. We get a lot of new wolves regularly, she explains as the trees start to clear ahead. I'm not sure about that, Abby. Have you ever had a half-wolf, half-human here before? I speak softly and I watch Abby sigh with a sad smile. If I'm honest, no, she says truthfully, turning to look at me before continuing. But if people do give you shit about it, which I doubt, then they go through me. We have all experienced hard times. Some even from S. O who joined us. They can relate to you. Besides, I think the pack will enjoy having a baby around soon. It's been forever. I try to smile at her end comment. I really do, but my excitement that I felt might have existed doesn't show. I turn my gaze to my hands and there is silence as I feel Abby stare on the side of my face. Nothing more is said as we ride for the next 10 minutes in silence. Feeling bad for making what turned out to be a fun road trip into misery. I should have just faked a smile at best. Welcome home. I turn my head to Abby before looking forwards as the lights from the many windows illuminates the large house in front of us. The house is lined with wooden paneling, giving the 5-story building a homely feel as we pull up a few meters away from the front porch. The engine stops, and the quietness of the night is disturbed after a few seconds by someone coming out of the front door of the house. I'll get you settled in. Just have to check in with Mr. Alpha before anything else, Abby says with a playful note as she gets out of the car. I take a deep breath looking up at my new home as I see Abby meeting the person on the porch. I hop out of the car, shutting the door behind me as I hear her talking with that familiar voice. I approach the porch slowly. A couple meters away from the steps, Abby steps to the side to reveal the person, and I stop dead in my tracks. His easygoing smile drops as his pale green eyes meet mine. My heart hammers against my chest as he steps towards me. Brooke. I don't respond in my shock and mild horror. He walks down the stairs, confusion prominent in his furrowed eyebrows. He halts a couple steps in front of me, looking me up and down to check if it is really me. I can't speak, still in stun mullet mode. His eyes stop midway and land right at the last place I want them to. My stomach. He takes another step towards me as I watch his hand extending outwards to my body. I flinch back to avoid him touching me, but being quicker than me, he grabs my wrist and holds me in place. Roughly. Grant. Abby says in warning, but it seems neither him nor me notice as I watch this time as his hand reaches the destination of my stomach. The weight of his hand is alarming but somehow comforting to feel. He closes his eyes, concentrating on something, and I jump when his eyes fly open and he steps quickly back, releasing me. That's not possible. His whisper is carried into the quiet night, and I suck in a breath, realizing what he is talking about. How he managed to find out through whatever he did baffles me, but I know he knows. Grant. I say my first words to him in a month. Hoarse from the lump lodged in my throat. I watch his nostrils flare and he turns around, stomping up the stairs onto the porch. Abby seems like she doesn't know what to do as he enters the house, slamming the door so loudly my bones rattle. I don't really remember Abby guiding me into the house. We walked up a couple flights of stairs before a door was being opened and I was being helped into a bed. I must have still been in shock as I feel the bed dip beside me. Abby watches me for a second before looking the other direction. Is the baby his? She asks in a whisper, and it takes me a while to form the simplest of words yes. She nods her head before getting up. Just give him some time to come around. I think he is in a bit of shock as well. Good night. With that she switches off the light I didn't even notice was on as she walks out of my now dark room and closes the door behind her. I don't remember falling asleep, but this morning when I wake up I feel so lost and disoriented it takes me a while to recount what has happened these past couple days. My body and mind feel heavy, refusing to get out of bed as the birds chirp and I hear voices coming from around the house. Grant's reactions last night managed to confuse me. Or maybe I'm just in denial, hoping that last night was not a true expression of his feelings. A knock on the door drags me out of my thoughts. Come in. My voice is crow-quiet as I manage to drag my lazy body into a sitting position against the headboard. The door clicks open and Abby pops her head in. Good morning, sleepyhead. I rub my eyes. What's the time? I ask as I watch Abby cross her arms over her chest, giving me a little smirk. She walks in wearing more casual clothes compared to when I have seen her. A simple pair of washed-out jeans and a loose tank top. 11:30. I was knocking every hour on the door since 8. She walks over to sit on the side of my bed. But it's understandable you slept in. I mean, your body clock must be out of whack from the past couple days. Yeah, I guess. I murmur, seconds before my stomach grumbles and I bite my lip from the volume of it. Abby chuckles. There's breakfast. Well, more like lunch downstairs. I'll bring you some clean clothes and leave them on your bed if you want to have a shower beforehand. Thanks, Abby. I say genuinely, having not felt so looked after in a few years. For everything. She smiles with a playful roll of her eyes as she gets up from my bed. You don't have to be so sentimental. It's not like we're saying goodbye forever. But I appreciate your thanks. She says with a soft smile, leaning on the doorframe to my right. You better have a shower. I think I can still smell the sewer system on you. I gape at her before grabbing a pillow and hurling it at her. But she just laughs and closes the door before it can reach her. I laugh a little too. After it dies out, I get out of bed to have a shower. Abby bought me a simple pair of jeans and a pretty shirt with some simple white lace accents on the shoulder sleeves. When looking in the mirror, I almost fully recognized myself back to normal, but I knew something was missing. As I walked out of my room, Abby was leaning on the white plaster wall outside in the hallway. She seemed to have a happy surprise when seeing me, not as worn out since she gives me the smile of approval. Come on, let's go eat. The pack house is quite neat and tidy as we walk down the corridors, with other wooden doors leading to other rooms and apartments. Abby says we are on the 4th floor of the house. The ground floor is where we are headed, with the main kitchen and dining area, as well as recreational areas such as the lounge room and gaming room. We finally make it to the kitchen that is huge and very industrial. A few people are there busy at work, cooking away as Abby approaches one lady, middle-aged, short and stout, stirring a saucepan over a blazing burner. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Good to see you. Her voice carries a very mild Italian accent. Hey Martha, I hope you have some lunch ready. Abby states as she peers into the saucepan before Martha. I am assuming. Shoos her away with a smack on the back of the hand. You're lucky there is some left. I told you to be here earlier if you wanted lunch. What took you so long? Martha scowls. Abby just smirks, titling her head towards me. Sorry, but someone slept in a little later than expected. I feel a bit like a fish out of water as Martha turns her heat flush face to me. Some of her grey curls that fell out of her bun frame her face. Who is this then? She asks with a smile. Martha, this is Brooke. Brooke, this is Martha. She is head chef here and makes a mean spaghetti bolognese. Abby introduces us. Nice to meet you, I say with a nervous smile. Martha's curious stare gives me the jitters. Her eyes brighten though. Is this? She points to me, looking at Abby. Abby just gives a soft smile with an encouraging nod before Martha's gaze comes back to me. I am startled when Martha throws up her arms and crushes me in a bear hug. Her being smaller than me, her arms are just able to wrap around my shoulders. Oh, you poor girl. I am so glad Abby got you out of that horrible place. She pulls away slightly to look at me. You must be starving. They probably didn't feed you right there, especially with a baby on the way. You're too thin. How many more so long are you, my dear? Abby finally cuts in through Martha's rambles of worries and questions. How about we just start with a nice bowl of bolognese? Save some questions for later. Abby says calmly, but with the slightest hint of a warning tone as Martha fully pulls away from me. My comfort in the topic must have been showing on my face as Martha's eyes widen again in mistake. Oh, sorry, dear. Concern gets me carried away sometimes. I will get you to some lunch. Thanks, Martha. You're very kind, I say with a small smile of one I hope she recognizes as forgiveness. She smiles back before shuffling out of sight behind hanging pots and pans, with the steaming bowls of spaghetti bolognese. Abby leads me outside. The whole time I kept frantically looking everywhere for Grant, or making sure he wasn't there. He's in his office, Abby says out of the blue, as she sits down on the bench of a picnic table. I slot in on the opposite side. Who? I play innocent and Abby just gives me a bored look. You know who. Just give him some time to get his head around it. He'll talk to you, and if he doesn't, I will make him. She reassures me and I try giving a little smile before twirling my fork in the spaghetti. I push that thought of Grant out of my mind and think of something else, finally putting the spaghetti in my mouth, and I moan from the taste of it. Not because I haven't had a proper meal in ages, but the fact that it tastes so damn good. I know. Martha is from Italy. She's the best of the best, Abby explains. eating her food as well. Why did she come to America? Shoving another forkful of deliciousness into my mouth. To cut a long story short, her son got caught up with the wrong people over there. So she brought him here and she eventually found us a few years back. You'll meet Dom, her son, at the barbecue next week. Barbecue? I question. It's more of a party to celebrate our beta's mighty return. Abby exaggerates. I am surprised Caleb would be up and about so quickly, but that guy wouldn't miss a party for the world from what I have seen. That name rings a bell in my mind. Caleb Lynch. Suddenly so much makes sense. But there are so many more questions. My mind races and I feel my stomach churn uncomfortably as I had just finished my last bite of pasta. Brooke, you okay? I lift my head up to see Abby watching me with a concern as I start to feel sick. Yeah, sorry, just feeling a bit faint, I admit, standing up from the table. Do you want me to take you to the medical clinic? She asks, also getting up, but I just shake my head. A medical clinic reminds me too much of S.E. Which also reminds me of what I have done. No, I just need to lie down, it will pass. I step out from the bench. Say thanks to Martha. Her cooking is the best. I don't wait for a reply as I make my way back into the house. Luckily, I remember the way back to my room. I take calming breaths as I walk there, making sure I can relax myself. And my stomach. I guess morning sickness is catching up with me again. Touring a corner to finally get to the corridor where my room is, I nearly rebound off something, as I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. I look up and meet pale green eyes, and my calmness I was working on dissipates as I watch the curious look on his face. Before anything is said, my stomach lurches and I put a hand over my mouth and rush by him, just making it into my room's attached bathroom in time to hug the toilet bowl. That was embarrassing. Chapter 7. Luckily I had put my hair up today, so it didn't get in the way of my vomiting after lunch. I sat there for a few minutes, relaxing myself until I no longer dry heaved over the toilet or felt as dizzy. I turn around on my butt towards the door and nearly jump out of my skin as Grant stands there, watching me. I place a hand on my racing heart, throwing my head up to breath air. Are you okay? Grant's deep voice sounds slightly concerned, but I just nod as I start to get up. Slowly. Yeah, I'll be fine, I say softly, nervous in his presence. I sway slightly when I regain my footing and lean on the wall, pinching the bridge of my nose where ache is brewing. Let's just sit you down. I feel a hand on my waist and another supporting my upper arm. As I am lured out of the bathroom, I am eased onto the edge of my bed, sitting there comfortably as the hands vanish. Taking some deep breaths, I hear a tap being turned on and off, and Grant appears in front of me with a glass of water. He hands me the glass, making sure it's secure in my limp hand before he lets go. Thanks you, I whisper. It feels good when the water washes down my burning throat, easing the pain. The dizziness fades in the slightest. The bed dips beside me, and I don't have to know it's Grant. Like when I first met him, and still now guilty as ever. His presence manages to make me nervous, yet excited at the same time. There's silence for a short time as I sip on my water, not knowing what to say. But Grant starts the dreaded, but needed conversation. I'm sorry for how I reacted last night. It was just an overwhelming surprise. He chuckles nervously, but sadly at the end, and I shake my head. It's all right, I manage to say. My throat makes my voice slightly croaky from beforehand. No, Brooke, it's not. He states strongly, serious again. Last night, all I could think about is what would happen if we didn't get you out. If we never found you. To think about all the horrible things they would have done to you and her. His voice drifts off, not saying the word. I know he is probably having just as much trouble saying out loud as I am. I am here now. I try and say something comforting after that, to ease my thoughts just as much as his. I am grateful. Honestly. I gained the courage to turn my head to him, only to find his stare on me, watching me like he did that night, and memories resurface and I force down the blush. How did they find you? He asks the one question I hoped could be avoided. I have this urge to spill my guts out on what I was really doing that night. And if I weren't distracting him, helping us, Oh, his beta wouldn't have been captured in the first place. By the sounds of it. His beta. Caleb went through worse than me. But I lie. They must have seen us together. I just remember the next day after we met at Vaults, two guys following me, a guy ended up there. I lied straight through my teeth. Like a coward. Afraid to know what he would think of me if he knew the truth. Grant nods and I calm down a bit. And believing the awful lie. The night my beta was taken by them. Was the night we met. It makes sense, they must have followed you. There is some more. Slightly awkward silence as I scold myself for what I have done. You're safe here. Brooke. His words are meaningful in the silence. I'm going to make sure nothing like that happens to you again. But I just need you to give me some time to get my head around this. I understand. I have to come to terms with it too. I speak softly, looking back at him, and he gives me a smile. This time it's reassuring before he gets up. He turns to me at the doorway. Are you sure you're all right? Do you need anything? I'm fine. I'll just rest a bit. I inform him, and he nods. Satisfied. Well, I suppose I will see you downstairs at dinner, he says, and I nod. He starts closing the door. Before he sighs and whips his head around. Abby asked to drive. Norton to drop by in a couple hours just for a checkup. He's just doing a routine check. A little caught off guard, I just nod again. Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks for the looking after me. I nervously laugh and he smiles. That smile makes my heart flutter. Even though I feel sick because of the lies I just told him. I might as well have given myself a fake name. No problem. See you soon. With that he closes the door and I flop back on my bed, tempted to scream into my pillow. I just dug a bigger hole. By this point I find it hard to believe. From the liar I have become that I will make it out. I didn't go downstairs for dinner that night. Nor did I the next. Or the next. This went on for the rest of the week. My new bedroom has become my sanctuary. A home of self-pity and hate from all that I have done. Also one of denial. As if tomorrow morning I will wake back in California, this all being a terrible dream. But that hasn't happened yet. Clive Norton, a middle-aged man, is my new doctor. When he did his routine checkup, he did the same things Abby's sister did, Ollie. He kept it light and gave me some information that helped. Not freaking me out, which I appreciated. But since that I have been wallowing in my bed. Getting up to shower, puke, because of morning sickness. Abby sometimes comes in and tries to talk, but I am not in a very chatty mood. Sometimes I wake up in the day, from one of my many naps, and find a plate of food by my bed, which I try to eat. These days it doesn't come back up as much. But tonight, Abby comes dressed in more formal clothes. A pair of nice denim shorts and a pretty blue top with her hair curled. I lie on my side, facing the door as she comes to sit on my bed. Patting my thigh under the douanet. She reminds me of when my step-mother would try and get me out of bed. It's the barbecue tonight, Brooke. I think it would be good for you to come out and get some fresh air. My mind immediately says no. Not wanting to meet new people and deal with the drama, everyone finding out I am pregnant. And the father, the alpha. Bed sounds more appealing. Maybe another time. I whisper, and I don't miss Abby's heavy sigh before she gets up and heads for the door. She is about to fully close it when I hear another voice, making her leave it ajar open. Is she coming? I recognize Grant's voice immediately. I bury myself deeper under my quilt. I hear a sigh from Grant. Can I talk to her? She just needs some time. Abby defends. She has had time. She has been cooped up there for a week. Let me just talk to her. Grant sounds slightly frustrated. Grant, we all know how you get when you don't get your way. And going in there and possibly losing Ian to help her. So maybe that's what she needs. Grant suggests. No, she doesn't. She has been through a lot. Abby sounds slightly frustrated too. Grant's voice raises. I know. She spent a whole damn month locked up in a room. It doesn't seem like anything has changed. She might as well be back in that place. Something snaps in me when he says that. Because he's right. Grant. Abby wounds. Stop before you regret saying anything else. We can't force her out of that room. She needs time. Let's just go and enjoy Caleb's return tonight, and we can help Brooke when she is ready. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There is no reply as I hear someone walk away, before my door is finally fully closed. My eyes close tight, as if I could block the thoughts in my head. I could still be locked in S. Oh, by the way, I have been. Ollie and Abby risked a lot getting me out, and I repay them by locking myself away. Yes, I wish my life had panned out differently. A baby was not on my list of things to do when I turned 24. Maybe a bit more into the future, with an actual husband. But things have changed. And I think, Brooke, it's time to accept it. And maybe it's time to tell the truth. I could come clean tonight about everything to Grant. Admit my part in the plan that night. I forced myself out of bed, stretching as I walked to the inbuilt closet to find the nice pair of jeans Abby lent me, and also finding a really pretty grey knit jumper to put on. I tie my curly hair in a bun before washing my face with water. I look myself one last time in the mirror, before smiling, which for once in the past month actually comes naturally. Chapter 8. When stepping out of the house for the first time in ages, fresh air fills my lungs and a part of me wonders what was I thinking. The evening is cooler in temperature, and I fold my arms as I follow the sound of music and people talking. It's a calm night, and I appreciate the forest around me on a trail leading closer to a pack of werewolves I have never met before. Well, maybe they're not all strangers. I never was that bad at meeting new people. I normally tried harder so they didn't see what everyone else supposedly saw in me. A halfling. That apparently was a bad thing. Jordan, my brother, would like it here. He was never into life indoors. We had fun when we played by the forest back home. Playing games he always won, or he would let me win once in a while. My breath catches when I think about what is happening in that place, what they could be doing to him. Maybe if I come clean, get them to trust me, they can help my brother like they helped me, get him out. Or would after what happened with Caleb make him untrustworthy? Come to think of it, my brother might have known him if Caleb took the money. Why did Caleb take the money? I stop my racing thoughts and just force myself to focus on tonight. I need them to trust me, and if it means telling Grant the truth, so be it. I get closer to the clearing, and the smell of a smoky bonfire and barbecue sparks my senses and my appetite. It's a larger clearing than I realized as I stand on the border. It's filled with tables, benches, chairs and picnic blankets all circled around a few bonfires. A few children run around. I notice most of the people here are young to older adults, not many children at all. I find a couple eyes looking my way, and I muster a polite smile as I make it further into the clearing. More eyes spot me as I try to find a familiar face, feeling like Avu as I feel out of place. Just like old times. Brooke. My head whips to the left to see Abby on a lawn chair, eyes wide when seeing me. I smile nervously and she gets up from her chair. Beer in one hand as she comes to me, concern on her face. Are you okay? Did something happen? I furrow my eyebrows. No. Does something look wrong? I slightly panic as I look down at my outfit and back up at Abby, who is smiling. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Come on. I'll introduce you to some people. She waves me over to a small little group all along lawn chairs and a picnic blanket. It consists of other people. A slim woman with brown hair and a younger man, around my age. On the opposite armchair, a man sits down with a blonde woman casually on his lap as they laugh and talk. Everyone, their heads look up to us, before all the attention is on me. This is Brooke. Abby gestures to me before pointing to the brown-haired woman. This is Vera, third in command. She smiles and I smile back before Abby continues. This is Dom. Don't take any notice of him. She teases which Dom, who I recognize as Martha's son, with his blonde hair and innocent blue eyes. He glares at her playfully. And last but not least, my sister, Annie, with her mate forward/husband, Sean. Annie looks more like Holly, Abby's other sister with the same body type but face-wise. She very much looks like Abby. When I see Sean with his buzzed black hair, it takes me a second to realize he is missing his right eye. It's not that noticeable. The skin has grown over where I assumed would be a hole in his head. He still though is a very attractive person. Nice to meet you guys. I give a slight wave and they all smile welcomingly. That eases my mind a bit. You sit down, Brooke. Have my chair, I will snatch one and be right back. Abby walks off into the party and I turn back and cautiously walk over to her long chair and sit down. So, I turn to look at Annie as she smiles at me. You must be the girl my sisters broke the rules for. I suppose that's me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am not surprised about. She admits before furrowing her eyebrows. But Ollie, you must be very special if she is willing to go behind the alpha's back and put herself at risk at that place. I notice Annie might be fishing around for an answer and possibly I hasn't told her that I am pregnant yet, which I am actually quite grateful for. Who cares why? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sean says, rubbing her upper arms as she tilts her head back. Sean's voice softens. At least, they got her out. He looks at me, in an almost understanding before back at his wife who also was an expression of sympathy. At that moment Babby comes back, carrying in one hand another pull-out lawn chair and sits it down beside me. She sits back on it. In her other hand, she holds her beer as well as a soda. She offers it to me before taking a swig of her beer again. I say and listen to the hiss of the can as I open the bubbly liquid. It catches me off guard for a second for not having it for a long time. I'll see you guys later, Vera says, causally getting out of her chair. Waving goodbye before heading away into the relaxed evening. Okay. Who said something? Abby waves her head around the group, and when her eyes land on Dom, he seems frightened before pointing to Annie and Sean. Why would you talk about us? Oh, in front of her. I'm sorry, I didn't realize till it was too late. Annie apologizes, and I can see the guilt on her face. I mean, we weren't directly talking about it. Vera was taken by S. Oh, I question as all eyes go to me. Abby answers softly. She never talks about it though, so best not to bring it up. I still can't believe she got third in command. Abby adds bitterly, and it seems everyone rolls his or her eyes at her. You're still going on about that? Annie whines. What? Abby complains. Maybe she got third in command because she doesn't cross Grant as many times as you. And she actually listens to his orders. Sean suggests teasingly as Abby scowls. She addressed everyone. I think Grant especially is happy in my most recent rule-breaking extravaganza. My jaw tenses, as I fear where she is heading. And why would Grant be happy? Annie asks, and Abby looks like me, caught in a sticky situation. I speak up. Is there something to eat? I'm starving. Yet, I'll take you there. We get up from the chairs, wave a goodbye before we are walking away. We get further enough away, so they can't see us when I turn to Abby and glare at her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Even though I think it was obvious we avoided the question, I'm still happy we got away. So you're fourth in command? Yep, I was going to be third if I didn't argue with Grant in front of the whole pack, she says bitterly as I start to smell the strong tasty aroma of food. What were you arguing about? Nothing worth mentioning now. She drifts off, and I think that is an indication to stop talking about it. Dom was very quiet. I changed the topic and Abby nods, with a sad smile. Well, you'll never get him to talk. His tongue was cut out. Abby takes the last swig of her beer before throwing in a bin. I am slightly shocked, realizing why he was so quiet, and he pointed instead of talking. Is that why Martha came to America? Abby nods. He was young when it happened. He got caught up with a bad pack over there and he went too far. They made sure he couldn't say anything about what he saw and did. My heart sinks for Dom, but he seemed happy. At least I know now. We have walked further to the border of the other side of the clearing. And that's where I smell the mouth-watering barbecue going on. It's mainly surround my men that are in charge. And I notice Martha nearby making sure everything is running smoothly. Oh great. Abby sarcastically comments on something as I look over to see a lot of guys mucking about. And cheering. See that guy in the middle? I watch and the guy that is getting shoved around looks familiar. His dark brown hair's all messed up and his dimples are prominent on his cheek as he laughs. He was the guy at the club. The one arguing with Grant before he left. Oh crap. That's Caleb. I thought he would be that drunk in a few hours. Guess I was wrong. Abby says as she walks over to the barbecue. I watch Caleb a few more seconds. And when Grant goes to talk to him, a smile on his face as he puts Caleb on the shoulder. I hurriedly catch up to Abby not wanting to be caught. After receiving and devouring a tasty-looking hamburger, and a quick hello to Martha, who still thinks I am still too skinny, Abby and I start to walk away. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We stop and Abby curses under breath. She turns around. She forces a smile. You look better. He smirks as he walks up to us, swaying in the slightest. I can feel Abby's irritation radiating off her. I am guessing she doesn't like Caleb. Feeling better also. He pauses when he looks at me, he squints his eyes and tilts his head. My face goes slightly flush and I start to panic. I try to keep my face neutral as all the bats and areas go through my head. He recognizes me from the nightclub. Or was he remembers my last name, or he knows me through my brother. Hang on. He lazily points at me. You look familiar. Abby just shakes her head. You're an idiot. Let's go, Brooke. We are about to walk away when Caleb gasps behind us. You're the girl from the club. I bite my lip. The loudness of his voice turning heads around us. I reluctantly look to see him smiling slightly. One of the heads that turned was Grant. When spotting me, he seems slightly confused, but he joins Caleb. Wait. If you're the girl, Caleb looks between Grant and I can just see the cogs working in his head. I am assuming that Grant would inform his beta about most new things in the pack, including me, and a new little person in my stomach. No, then that means you're. Grant grabs Caleb's shoulder rougher than anyone should, making Caleb hunch over as he is unable to finish his sentence. I watch as Grant grits out whispered words into his ear. When he's finished, he gives Caleb a slight push back to the rest of the guys who welcome him back with opened arms and they start messing around again. Once satisfied he isn't coming back, Grant turns his head back to me. An apology is written on his face as he walks closer to Abby and me. I wasn't expecting to see you here. I'm glad you got out of that room. Like the last minute didn't happen. I'm glad not to recall it. I nervously smile back at him. Well, you're right. I might as well be back S.A.R. cooped up in my room all week. Grant furrows his eyebrows and tilts his head in puzzlement. I overheard you and Abby talking outside my room. His eyes widen looking at me. Then they turn on to Abby in a deadly glare. Is that the reason you didn't fully close the door? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Abby gets defensive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had to get her head out of her ass and outside some way or another, even if my methods weren't moral. Is that your excuse? Grant grits out. What, it worked, didn't it? Abby bites back and I find myself letting loose a laugh which causes them both to look over to me. I can see what Sean was talking about. I say with a smile and Grant laughs where Abby scowls at me. Her gaze falls back to a grinning Grant, and if it weren't for the little girl in a white dress that walks up to Abby, I wonder what would have happened to Grant. Auntie Abby. I can't find Mummy and Daddy. The little girl looks like she's about 3 or 4 as she taps Abby's leg in her little white dress and a flower crown around her head. Her fair blonde hair matches Abby's. Abby sighs happily as she picks up her niece and rests her on her hip. The little girl with a pout as she looks to her aunt. Well, you're lucky, Lily. If you didn't come right now, there would have been an ugly fight, Abby says in a kiddie voice. Before she turns to me, do you want to come? I am taking this little one back to Annie and Sean. Lily squalls as Abby shakes her playfully back and forth, creating smiles on both their faces. Abby's eyes turn back to me. No, I'm feeling a little tired, I might head back. I answer, exhaustion hitting me just after eating. Well, we can walk back to the group. Then I can take you. Abby is cut off by Grant. I can take her back. It's fine, Abby, Grant says kindly, but with the no room for argument. Abby nods, not saying anything to Grant, probably still annoyed at him from earlier before she walks back the way we came with her niece still in her arms. I turn back to Grant, now that I got him alone. It's time to tell him the truth. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chapter 9. I feel more nervous than ever as Grant walks me back to the pack house. It's starting to get dark and I am grateful for the guidance, as I would probably get lost if I was to walk back alone. We haven't really said much to each other, even though there is so much to say. Well, on my account at least. But when we were far enough away from the clearing, I was going to tell him everything. But then it struck me, if Caleb hadn't taken the money from my brother in the first place, then I wouldn't be here, in this situation. But is that a good enough reason not to tell him? It kept me thinking. It kept me quiet on the trail back to the pack house. I'm sorry about Caleb. He can be an unpredictable ass when he's drunk. Grant breaks the silence, and I look up to him. Don't worry about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was the only word that came to mind, and Grant just laughs at me. Well, I suppose that is a good word. That's how the ladies describe him anyways. Grant teases and I spit out a laugh, looking at him again, surprised. What? I'm sorry, but you didn't seem like the type of guy to make jokes like that. I mention, and he smirks at me. What kind of person do I strike you as, Brooke? He rubs his palms together. Dark, mysterious, authoritative. The word just comes out and Grant slows down. Some of the playfulness leaves him when I say it, and I start nervously rambling like I do in these awkward situations. I meant it in a good way. I find that I can trust you and I just find you brave. I mean, you're not hiding like most shadows do. You actually making. Grant stops me, grabbing my forearm to spin me towards him. He's back to serious mode again. How do you know that? He questions. What do you mean? Slightly frightened by his tone. How do you know I'm a shadow? He says in a hoarse whisper, as if someone could be listening. I stumble on my next words. S-E-R. Oh, told me when they found out I was pregnant. I answer, telling the truth. Grant steps back, saying a few nasty curse words under his breath. I guess this would be alarming news if a place like O knows you to be one of the few strongest supernatural beings left. I feel worse from his reaction, and I know it's now or never to tell the whole truth. I take a deep breath. Grant, there was something I needed to tell you. Grant. His name is called from a distance away, and I hear running footsteps. A guy about the same age as me, in his mid-20s, comes down the trail and he stops when seeing us. The smile on his face falters. Oh, sorry. I didn't, was it, Rick? Grant grits out, and it is obvious he has a short temper, which I have seen since I have been here. Well, it's nearly time for your speech. And Abby says you better come quick because the guest of honor is going to pass out soon. Grant groans in the slightest and looks to me. See you soon, I say, and starting heading back to the house. I'm not that far away anyways. I tilt my head back to see Grant watching me before he turns around without a word and follows Rick back to the clearing. I barely sleep that night in my frustration of not telling Grant. The longer this goes on, the guilt I am going to feel. But part of me is glad I didn't say anything, because I don't know the whole truth yet about what is happening. Caleb stole the money from my brother, and Grant was surprised to find out that knew he was a shadow. They had a picture of him. How could he not know that? especially if he is big on protection of identity. But this morning I find myself with some extra energy, and no morning sickness, which brings a smile on my face. I get out of bed and realize I don't really have anything to wear. I walk downstairs in my borrowed track-eye Eastern shirt I got from Abby to the kitchen. The aroma of a full English breakfast hits my nose and I wander into the stainless steel room with pots and pans cooking away. Brooke. I turn to see the familiar face of Martha, stirring a pot over a burner. It's good to see you are finally down here. Well, something smelled amazing. I comment and Martha smiles at me. Good. My time to fatten you up then, she says, looking back down at her saucepan, stirring something inside with a wooden spoon. I shake my head, her thinking I am too skinny still. I feel good today, and slightly positive when I mention, I'm going to be quite fat in a few months, Martha. She turns her gaze back to me, probably just as surprised as me about mentioning my pregnancy. But Martha then was a gleaming grin and takes the saucepan off the heat. Well, if your baby is anything like this one, she points with her wooden spoon behind me, and that's when I noticed Don walk into the room. He is going to make you gain a few to many extra pounds. Don just puts on a cheeky smile before kissing her cheek and walking down the other direction to the fridge. Who made you gain to many extra pounds? Abby walks in at that moment and she smiles at me, saying a quick good morning before looking back at Martha. Don, when I was pregnant with him, he gave me the craving for one to many biscotti, she says, dishing up scrambled eggs onto a large plate. Abby gives me a wary glance about to change the topic, but I intervene. I whisper mainly to her and she seems confused but then nods with a small smile. So is that one of the things to look forward to in the coming month? Cravings. Martha laughs. So you have many more things, my dear. Cravings, sleep deprivation, bladder control, and don't forget the dreaded mood swings and hormones. A little bit of my positivity drains away, think about it. But my dear, it will be worth it. Martha smiles at me, and my spirits are lifted. They are lifted higher when Dom comes back, guzzling down milk from the carton, and Martha has a face of horror when spotting him. Mostly worth it. I hear her whisper under her breath before she is nagging Dom. He stops drinking, lifting up his hands in surrender and walking past me. He gives me a playful wink on his way out, which I chuckle at as Mother follows him, still nagging, out the door. I turn back to Abby, who also seemed amused by that little show. So, I have a plan for today, if that's all right with you. Abby tells me, and I quirk and eyebrow up. What's the plan? She starts off. I have been missing a good pair of jeans recently, and if I take them back you might be walking in your underwear. So I think it's best if we go on a little shopping spree. Smile a little at comment and nod my head. I am up for a shop, but I don't see a shopping centre anywhere nearby. I indicate and Abby smirks. It's a 2.5-hour drive. There and back from the main shopping centre, but we can make a day out of it. What do you say? Abby sounds slightly excited. But me on the other hand, I am slightly skeptical. As much as I love to go out spending, I don't think I can afford it. I mention and Abby tilts her head in confusion before smiling and waving it off. You're not paying. The whole pack is a joint account we use for supplies and needs. And I am pretty sure you need some new clothes. How about we leave in an hour? I know I won't get anywhere about complaining that I feel bad for taking their money, so I nod my head ready to go out into the real world again. After Martha had filled me up to the point where I had to walk away so she didn't fee anymore, I got dressed and Abby and I started the drive to wherever this shopping center is. It feels nice having a friend and going out. I never really had an experience like this before when I was living in California. It was normally just me or my stepmom or brother, who I didn't mind. But this feels nice. How does Grant feel about us going out? Wondering if he was all right with this. Yet I am met with silence from Abby's side, and when I look at her I can see the answer on her face. Grant doesn't know where we are going. Look, it's not like I didn't tell someone. It's just if I told Grant he either would have made a big deal about it or made us not go at all, she explains. Besides, that man needs to live a little for a change. I furrow my eyebrows. What do you mean by that? Abby takes a quick glance at me, her hands securely on the steering wheel. You told me how you knew about him being a shadow breed. She softens her tone on her next words. So you know how cautious he would be. He worries too much and he says it's based on the pack's welfare. But I know he is just waiting for us. A group of hunters to find him. I stay silent in my thoughts. I guess that's the reason he is always so serious and cautious. He's scared and he has every right to be. So just think of this as a way of him not to worry. Besides, he is away from the pack house today, and I told my sister where we are going, so if anything happens, which I doubt, then she knows where we are. I was going to ask where Grant was if he wasn't at the pack house. But I guess that's none of my concern right now. I just focus on the road ahead when something crosses my mind, or my appetite. We aren't going to pass Robbie's on the way by any chance. I question and I hear Robbie's laugh. How about we make a pit stop on the way back? The shopping center we end up in is not small but not large either. It has your basic stores you would find in one of these places. I start off with clothes, which Abby helps me with. I try and find more baggy things considering they might not fit me in a few months' time. But Abby reassures me we can come back to get new clothes when needed. With bags full of all my new things, we walk past a bookshop and I can't help but stare inside. I used to love to read when I was younger. But when I traveled around a lot, the last thing on my mind was to remember a good book to bring along. You can go in if you want, Abby says, and before I know it she's taking the bags from my hands. I'll put these in the car, and I'll come back and get you, I say before saying bye and heading in. My first problem in a bookshop is where to begin, but I find myself just browsing through the books, tracing their spines with my fingers when a title catches my attention. Guide to Pregnancy. I take the book out and look at the blurb. All the things to know from conception to birth. A week-to-week guide on your baby's growth. I immediately want to slot the book back, but instead I sigh and clutch the book to my chest. Time to accept this too. And my dad always used to say you can never know too much about anything. I walked to the front counter and purchased the book. Abby had given me some spending money for any other things I wanted. The lady puts it in a bag and hands me it with my change. Abby has good timing. When I exit the shop, she is already outside and waiting. She smiles when seeing me and then has a face of curiosity when she spots the bag. What did you get? And I show her the book and she cringes. Not quite my cup of tea. I didn't think so. I laugh as we start heading to the car park. Do you need anything else? No, I'm good, you. I shake my head and we start heading back to the big black Land Rover we drove down in. When we enter the underground car park, a weird feeling comes over me, like we're being followed. I tilt my head behind me in the slightest and shift my gaze and see movement. About to alert Abby. I turn to her. I know, she whispers, and we are a few feet away from the car when the first shot is fired. Chapter 10. I hit the ground, like I always do when hearing a gunshot. Abby, however, runs the opposite direction of our car. I turn my head to look and see her battling one of the gunmen holding a rifle. Before I can get up myself, someone else is yanking my up by my sleeve. On instinct, I elbow my attacker in the face. I feel the crack of his nose and then a cry before something clatters to the ground. His rifle lays untouched on the floor and I pick it up, turn around and aim. The bullet hits him in the shoulder and he falls back from the impact. I turn to see Abby struggling to keep 3 guys off, and that's when I aim again. I hit the one guy in the stomach. It would have been his shoulder if he weren't in range of hitting Abby as well. That gets their attention and Abby has the time to knock the second guy out before getting the other guy in headlock until he passes out. Abby hurriedly walks back to me. Come on. We start walking quickly to the car when another gun goes off and we're running. I hurry get into the passenger's side. I watch Abby get in and then another gun goes off and Abby curses. Blood sprays on the inside of her car window before she closes the door with a cry of pain that has my heart racing. She forces the keys into the ignition before pulling it out and speeding the hell out of here. Nothing is said as we are on the freeway. Abby consistently looking in the rearview mirrors and wincing when she has to overtake a car. Turning the wheel hurts her wound. Where are you hit? I ask and she just shakes her head. It's a graze wound. I'm fine. It will heal. She waves it off. turning and biting her lip when we take the exit to head back home. This road is quiet and I don't like being alone on the road. We are too open out here. And I probably jinxed myself when a huge dark car speeds up behind, gaining on us. Shit. Abby curses and puts her foot down, and I nearly get whiplash from the acceleration this car goes. But speeding away doesn't help us as more bullets are flying our way, rebounding off the car. I throw the bag with my book in the back and hold my rifle to my chest, which I notice is heavily loaded. I take a peek at the review mirror. I hate to admit this isn't my first car chase. When I crane my neck though, I feel a weird tingle and pull in the back of my neck and slap my hand where I felt it. I rub it and notice a weird bump that was never there before. They put a tracker in me. Why hadn't I noticed that before? Ahead I see another exit, and I turn to Abby. Do you trust me? Abby looks at me confused but then nods. Turn at the next exit. I take a deep breath before winding down my window. I get my gun ready, positioning it so it is only peeking out my window. And I don't lean out of the car in case they want to shoot me on sight. I feel the car doing a massive turn, the speed making the car drift, and it's enough time to aim my gun. The car behind us is still on the highway, giving me perfect range of their right forward and back tires. I shoot the crap out of the tires, the bullets ripping them to shreds as the air deflates out of them and the car does what I wanted it to. The top of the car crushing inwards and the glass smashing as it tumbles off the road. I fall back into my seat, clutching my gun and closing my eyes, calming myself. The exit has taken us onto another less lonely highway and I take my chance and look at Abby. She seems shocked into silence for the first time since I have known her. Holy crap, Brooke, she whispers, taking a glance at me before giving a nervous shrug. At least this is the way to Robbie's sandwich shop. We end up pulling into the small dinner in the middle of nowhere. I quickly run in and get some food, leaving Abby in the car. When I come back, I leave the food on the back seat and find one of the many T-shirts I had just bought. I open Abby's car door to see her clutching her wounded arm with her other hand. She seems tired, and I don't blame her. Blood-loosed as that. Okay, let's get a bandage around this, I say and use my shirt, ripping it to create a compress. I liked that shirt, Abby teases as she adjusts herself with a winsome let's go of harm. As careful as possible, I wrap the ripped shirt around her upper arm and tie a knot to at least stop the blood flow. She is not healing as quick, since I worked out that the bullets in their gun were laced with silver. Once I am done, I look to Abby again. Okay, do you need help moving to the passenger side or not? Abby gives me a funny look, and I know she is about to protest, but I cut in. I'm driving whether you like it or not. You're losing blood, Abby. I quietly end and Abby groans before I help her move across the passenger side. I jump in front of the wheel and lean behind me to retrieve a water bottle and Abby's order of a BLT to give to her. It will keep your strength up and it will distract you from falling asleep. Abby directs me on the road so we can get back home. And when she finishes hers, which is when she starts talking again. Although I notice her voice is weak. Now are you going to tell me where you learned to shoot like that? Abby breaks the silence and I sigh. Maybe if I start with this truth about me, it might be easier to come clean about the whole truth. Well, when I was younger, growing up in a pack without canines and claws, I was the easy target. I start the story as Abby stays quiet and I look at her every once in a while to make sure she hasn't fallen asleep. So when I was around 15, I liked to go to a shooting range and learnt self-defense, and I don't know. I guess I was good at it. When I graduated high school, as kitsch as it sounds, I was recruited by a secret government security organization. The memory pains me to think about it. What I used to do. I figured out though that this wasn't a government organization, and what I was really doing was hunting down the supernatural. And I was forced to take them away or mainly kill them. Abby is stone silent, and I knew this was going to make her see me in a different light. How did you get out? Abby asks. I faked my death about a year ago. I ran to New York and been there since. I half lie and half tell the truth on that one. I did fake my death. I went to New York for my brother though. If I knew what I was actually doing, I would never have Brooke. We have all done things we wish we never did. Believe me, And part of me wants to ask Abby the deep hidden part she's keeping locked up from that statement alone. But I don't. That's her choice to tell me. The rest of the journey is quiet. The bumpy road back to the pack house keeps me on my toes from the fact I hadn't driven in a long time. When we finally do pull up in front of the pack house, late in the afternoon, I get out of the car and around to Abby's side and help her out. I notice she is a little paler, and I'm about to ask where the medic clinic is, but a slamming door against the wall stops me. I look up to find Grant fuming as he stomps down the stairs off the porch. Caleb following him, but not as angrily. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grant points at Abby walking towards her and only stops when he notices that I am supporting her. I am under her shoulder. Grant's gaze shifts to mine. What happened? Can we please get her some help before I start explaining things? Abby's weight becoming a struggle. Grant looks to Caleb, nodding his head towards Abby. Caleb comes and takes Abby from me, carrying her bridal style back into the pack house. I can feel Grant staring at me and I reluctantly look at him. And I start to explain things. Chapter 11. By the time I finished explaining everything, the car flip, and even about my secret past of unintentionally hunting down the supernatural, I think the adrenaline of today had worn out. I was wiped. At least Grant had the decency to let me explain everything in the main lounge room on the first floor. Then make me walk up all those awful stairs to his office. He stays quiet through the whole thing, listening and processing. I paused sometimes for a reaction, but he never interrupted, which I found a good thing, but he might also be a ticking time bomb and blow up after everything I have to explain is said. And when I am done, I wait. Are you okay? Is the first question he asks, and I am a little caught off guard. Yeah. Exhausted, but fine. I admit. He nods his head and gets up from the lounge across from me. Abby will have to take responsibility for this. Firstly, taking away her position as fourth in command, Grant says, and I cut in. No, Grant seems supersized by my interruption, but I continue. Yes, we should have told you, but Abby isn't to blame for us. Finding us. It's my fault. Grant seems confused, but then softens his face. Brooke, it's not your fault. No, it is. It's just because, well, look. I bend forward, moving my messy hair away from the back of my neck. I feel around with my fingers at the nape of my neck when I find a little bump. Can you see it? There's a few seconds of silence, and I feel the soft touch of Grant's fingers on my neck, and a shiver goes down my spine. He feels the lump. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Did you disarm it? He sounds worried. I flip my hair back as I sit up again. No, but they have had a while to come here. I think by being so far away in the forest they lose the signal. But I was hoping you could get it out. Grant seems more relaxed by my answer and nods his head. Come, I'll get drive. Norton to get it out. He offers his hand to me, which I take as he pulls me up and leads me to the medical clinic drive. Norton did manage to get out the tracking device with a scalpel and some tweezers. Once out, it took 2 seconds before Grant destroyed it, dropping it on the floor and stepping on it. It wasn't planted too far into my skin, so I didn't need stikes. Just a bandage. Abby seems to be doing all right. She needed stikes for her wound to heal properly. I was also there when Grant decided to give her what seemed like a routine lecture. But now I lay in bed, replying today over in my head. I feel exhausted, but my mind is overactive from the events that occurred. I sigh, slapping my hand on my forehead in frustration, as if the hit would knock my brain out. I decide a different approach and get out of bed, walking out my room down to the kitchen. Once near the entrance to the kitchen, I find a table covered with my shopping bags. Someone must have brought them in, which I am grateful for. I scrimmage through them and find the bag from the bookshop and pull out the book. It's never too late to learn. I find the pantry in the kitchen, looking for something to snack on and smiley to eat when I discover the jar of peanut butter. Once retrieving a spoon, I sit at the main countertop where they keep steel stools to sit on and read my book whilst enjoying my snack. I start to read the first chapter, which is on conception. I skip that chapter. The second chapter takes me through the few things I have been experiencing, such as fatigue or morning sickness. Completing intrigued with the book and enjoying refilling my spoon with peanut butter, so often I didn't notice someone at the door watching me. Can't sleep. I jump at the voice, nearly dropping my peanut-covered spoon on my new book. I scowl at Grant, who is smiling as he comes in, but soon my face dropped down to his naked torso. It's not like I hadn't seen it before, but... Well, Brooke. Yeah. Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Cuts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I pull my eyes away from his ABS and back to his face. It was probably obvious of what I was looking at, but Grant doesn't say anything as he walks in his pajamas pants to the pantry. I thought you would be fast asleep from today. I hear his voice coming from the pantry. Me too. But it seems my brain doesn't want to shut up just yet. I say back, scanning though the pictures in the book. Nibbling on my peanut butter again. Grant comes back around and places a jar on the table, with a spoon before he sits on a stool opposite from me. He opens the lid, and that's when I notice it to be Nutella. Oh, so you're a chocolate spread kind of man. I comment. Grant smiles at me before dunking his spoon in the jar, and it comes out with the chocolate goodness. And it seems you prefer peanut butter. I warn you, the only time you count at this stuff is in the middle of the night when Martha isn't around. She doesn't think it's real food. Oh, so that's why the jars were so well hidden. I comment, and Grant nods with a smile. Grant peers down on the counter. What are you reading? I look down and feel it a little awkward all of a sudden. Grant and I haven't talked about the baby yet. But I guess this is a good step forward. We have been kind of treating it like a massive elephant in the room that we don't want to discuss. I lift the book up and show him the front cover, and in a second his eyes widen in surprise before he nods his head. But the smile on his lips seems forced and slightly nervous. Right. There's some silence before I break it. So why are you up at this hour? Grant is about to say something, but he closes his mouth, looking down at his jar before back at me. He takes a deep breath. If I am completely honest, I was thinking about you and the baby. He struggles with the last word, and I nod along as he continues. It hasn't sunken in yet. It doesn't seem real. I know that's an awful thing to say, but Grant. His eyes meet mine, and I give him a soft smile. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's like that for me too. But I guess I have had a little longer to think about it than you have. Have any tips? He smirks sadly, and I think for a second before looking down at the book, and I smile. I flick through a few pages until it's the week I am currently in and find the picture I was looking for. Maybe you're one of those people who have to see it to believe it. Lifting up the book off the counter to show the ultrasound photo of a baby that is nearly 2 months old. That's what the baby looks like about now. He or she is only about 0.5 centimeter big. Grant's eyes seem attached to the photo, and I regret my method. About to close the book, I notice a small smile on his face. Wow. But then I see his smile turn sad. I guess something that small can't be that scary. Mind you, babies do get bigger. That's why my stomach will be the size of a watermelon in a few months. I tease, and Grant's smile comes back. I close the book and counter. I soften my voice. Did that help or freak you out more? Grant just chuckles while shaking his head. And you right. And I furrow my eyebrows in confusion. I'm the type of guy that needs to see it to believe it. That might just be my fault. About to ask what he means by his statement, I don't get the chance as he screws back on the lid for the Nutella. I better get back to bed. And I hope you do too. He gets up from the chair before walking behind me to put the jar back in the pantry. He walks to the exit before he turns around. Thanks, Brooke. Good night, he says with a small smile. Good night, I say back before he turns, heading out of the kitchen. But my eyes can't help but wander to his back. And the way those muscles move when he walks. I mentally slap myself as I shake my head. Not the time to be checking him out. Brooke. I decide to open up my book again, only to find the title Hormones. I slam the book shut. 2 months down, 7 more to go. I woke up in a strange bed, my memory hazy. Panic setting in. Chapter 12. The next morning I felt extremely groggy and tired. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't regret talking with Grant last night. It seems reality is setting in for him about our situation, and it helped me along too. But my brother won't leave my thoughts. I can't imagine what is happening to him in the hands of S. Oh, I know I should say something. Do something. But that fear of rejection and hate from what I did that night drives me to not say a word of the truth. I lazily get out of bed, a slight headache brewing as I take a shower. I thought it would have helped, but it only dulls in the slightest. I get dressed in my brand new clothes of leggings and a baggy top and head downstairs. Normally I would see Abby, but she is not in the kitchen when I arrive. You hungry? I turn to see Martha approaching me, with a great big smile as usual. At the thought of food my stomach doesn't agree. No, I might have something later, I say and cut in before Martha protests. Have you seen Abby? She's left for the day. I turn around to see the familiar face of Abby's sister. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She smiles to me as she approaches. She's asked me to look after you today. Before I can say anything, Annie casually tilts her head to look over my shoulder. Morning, Martha, she says politely, and I turn my head to see Martha give a little scowl, mumbling things under her breath before walking away. I turn back to Annie, who sighs with a shake of her head. She looks to me. Come. We walk out of the kitchen. What was that about? With Martha. I question, never saying Martha so dismissive with anyone in the pack before. Annie just chuckles with the hint of annoyance. That's Martha for you when she is upset with someone, she explains. For my daughter's birthday party I wanted to make pink cupcakes, but Martha said she would make canlione with the filling dyed pink. Then I tried to tell her that children don't really like canlione, but she got all defensive about it. Long story short, I baked the cupcakes without permission to use the kitchen. Might have burnt them and set off the fire alarm. I chuckle at the end bit, and she is all huffy-puffy over that. Annie looks at me surprised. I am guessing you have never met an Italian woman like Martha before. The kitchen is their pride, she says with a fake Italian accent which I laugh at. I still haven't apologized yet. I am going to see her for the first time if she will initiate it. Good luck with that. We make it to a living room area, which is mainly empty except to people on the far couch. I recognize Sean, with who I am assuming is their daughter, on his lap. Lily, I met at the BBQ. You don't have to look after me. I think I will be all right. I said, look after. I meant more hang out, she says, a little guilty. She then turns to Sean and her daughter. We were going to go on a walk today, then have a picnic. What do you say? I bite my lip. I don't want to intrude, don't be ridiculous. I look over to see Sean answer, now listening into our conversation. More the merrier. Isn't that right, Lily? Yai? Lily squeals happily and I can't help but laugh with everyone at her reaction. Well, that's settled, Sean says, grabbing Lily under her arms as he gets up. He rests her on his hip. We will go get the food, and see you in a bit. Sean passes us, making faces at his daughter, who giggles at him. I was about to follow, willing to help, when Annie gently guides me to the couch. Don't worry, he can handle it. Let's have a little chat. We sit down. I am a little skeptical what this chat will be, but I decide to start the conversation. Lily seems like a great little girl. Annie smiles. Yeah, I couldn't be luckier. I can't believe she will be 3 in a week. I am assuming the cupcakes are for her birthday. I ask and Annie nods. Her party is Princess Fairy themed. That's what she wanted this year. Annie smiles with a shake of her head. But then it turns sad. I just hope the decorations can make up for the lack of friends. I look at her with confusion before she sighs. You might have noticed the shortage of children around the pack. I remember the very little amount of children at the barbecue. I only really counted 5. Yeah, I haven't seen many. Well, that's really because our pack consists mainly of visitors and those who have had nowhere else to go. It's not really a place to meet future life partners, but a place to get help and make friends. I was lucky to meet Sean. I listened to her words. I am guessing you wish Lily had more children to be around. Understanding where she's coming from. I just want her to experience being around more kids her age. When she goes to school, I don't want it to be a huge shock for her to struggle. Annie sighs. And after a moment's silence, she bumps my shoulders white hers. But hey, at least Lily will have another little friend to play with soon. And the frown realizing what she is intending. I turn my head to her, my eyes squinting in question. Who told you? I whisper, surprised she knew. She smirks. Abby might be a badass, but she's still my little sister and I get everything out of her eventually. I sigh. Not really angry at Abby, but still going to get on her grill about it later. Sorry. I don't mean to tell anyone, it's fine. I reassure her. It would probably be obvious in a month or two anyways. Abby smiles an understanding smile. So when are you due? Early February. I reply and Annie smiles, about to ask another question before Sean walks in with Lee hot on his heels. Skipping. Chinai agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sean sighs, and I can detect the annoyance in his voice. Martha refuses to give me any food, because apparently you haven't apologized yet. Annie growls silently and I can see her frustration. If you're suggesting that I go in there and say sorry. Martha can think again. Sean sighs, fine if you would like to go out with an empty picnic basket. Be my guest. Annie rolls her head to the ceiling and grumbles to herself. Then she looks at Lily, skipping about before looking at me. Do you mind watching her for a couple minutes? I wave it off. That's fine, but she smiles and leans down to give Lily a kiss on the forehead and walks to the direction of the kitchen with Sean. I turn my attention back to a bubbly Lily, who seems confused at her parents leaving before looking at me still sitting on the couch. She smiles and it's one of those moments where I have to come up with something to say. If I am honest, I don't think I was the best with kids. Someone told me you like princess fairies. I state and her eyes light up. Lily then for the next couple of minutes skips around in front of me, with the occasional whirl telling me about her favorite fairy princess. Then she wants me to play the original named game of Fairy Princess Game with her, and I get up from the couch a little too quickly. My head goes all fuzzy, spots bubbling and blurring my vision. My head pounds as I find the armrest to lean on. This was before I became too dizzy and my legs gave out. Still holding on to the armrest for dear life. Leaning on, I can hear Lily stop. Are you okay, Brooke? Slight worry in her voice and I decide not to try and look at her. My vision becoming out of focus, I can only stare at the ground to keep conscious. Yeah, honey, can you just go get your mom? I think I asked. My ears echoing in and out like I am in a tunnel. I concentrate on staying upright, not to frighten Lily. I hear her little footsteps run away and my arms decide then to give out as I slump to the floor. Fear grips me as I try and stay awake, but is becoming more difficult as darkness swims over my vision. The last thing I hear is my name being called before the lights finally go out. I wake up with a start, not realizing where I am. Panic starts to set in as I am laying in an unfamiliar bed, surrounded by light blue curtains. I am about to get up but wince when I feel a tug and a pinch on my left hand. I look down to see a drip attached, still unaware of where I am and why I am here. Getting a little flustered, I jump when the curtain on my left is ripped open, then drive. Norton stands there, a smile on his face. Good. You're awake, Brooke, he says calmly, before pulling the curtain back for privacy again. What happened? I drift off trying to piece together my memories, then one awful thought pops into my head and I freak out. Is the baby okay? You and the baby are perfectly fine. He reassures me quickly and I feel like I can breathe properly again. I must say you were quite lucky today. Brooke, what happened? I repeat again, looking at Drive. Norton as he pulls something out of his white jacket pocket. It seems you fainted, he states simply. I see the object now in his hand to be a little flashlight. I am just going to make sure you don't have a concussion of any kind when you fell. With that he instructs me to sit up to test my eyes with a flashlight, and once satisfied he kicks it off. No concussion, he remarks happily before walking around to stand at the end of the bed again. Norton is about to say something when the curtain to my left is ripped open again. And there stand Abby and Grant, a look of pure concern on their faces, and I silently groan as I remember what happened. Annie just had to tell them. What happened? Grant asks, which sounded more like an order. Urgency in his voice, and I see him look to me then to drive. Norton. Well, I was just about to explain to Brooke, before you decided to join us. He says, a little annoyed at the dramatic entrance, but he clears his throat before continuing. Brooke just fainted this morning, and her and the baby are fine, he says to Grant and Abby before turning back to me. I think it was caused by lack of sleep and possibly food. Did you eat anything this morning? I think back to this morning, to just remember turning down Martha's off breakfast. I bite my lip and shake my head. I hear the sigh from Drive. Norton. Well, in the future, Brooke, it is important to take care of yourself, especially for the next few months. I nod my head. Yes, I understand. Can I go back to my room? Drive. Norton sadly smiles. I think it's best to keep you here overnight just to make sure everything is okay. I will make sure you get brought some lunch. He turns to Grant and Abby, still standing between the curtains. Seeing how we are a little understaffed at the moment, I would assume one of you wouldn't mind watching Brooke in the meantime until tomorrow morning. I say thanks to Drive. Norton, who leaves, and I return my attention to the two adults now playing rock, paper, scissors. Abby does rock and Grant pulls scissors, and I see him whisper a curse under his breath as Abby does a little victory dance. Grant grunts before turning around, and Abby smiles before closing the curtains again and comes to join me. What was the about? I question, Abby plunking down on the seat beside my bed. He is the night shift of watching over you, Abby says in victory, and I can't help but shake my head and laugh. Chapter 13. It seemed Martha had cooked me up a feast and sent it to the medical clinic for me to eat. She has given me a big portion of lasagna, with salad, a couple slices of garlic bread, and for afterwards a few chocolate cannoli. I was glad that Abby stayed and helped me finish the mass of food that I am guessing Martha wants me to finish. Damn. I should get pregnant so Martha can cook me food as good as this, Abby states, before tilting her head to the side and taking a bite out of the cannoli. I give her a dry look, which was hard because the chocolate cream filling smeared on her chin. A little annoyed by her statement, I reply, You know, I don't need someone to babysit me. You are free to leave. Abby just shakes her head with a cheeky smile. No, I'm right sitting here. It's quite comfy. I sigh heavily, changing the topic. What did Drive Norton say about being understaffed? Abby's playful attitude dies down when I mention this. Well, there is normally 3 doctors here, but my sister is occupied at S. Oh. I feel a slight stab of guilt at bringing that up. It would not be easy having her work there, undercover at a place like S. Oh. Although I guess I know what it's like to have a sibling mixed up with them. Who's the other doctor? Not having met another medical staff member since I have been here, Drive. But she's a physiologist and doesn't really work in the medical clinic. Abby explains. She helps people that have been through hard times, like most of us that joined this pack. I was surprised at first that a pack would have its own physiologist, but for this specific pack it makes sense. It seems all the people I have met here so far have experienced some trauma in their life. And his husband, Sean, with his one eye, which I was told the other was taken by S. Or Vera, the third in command, was abducted by them, Dom having his tongue cut out and never to speak again. The list can go on and on. Abby gets up from her seat beside my bed. She leans over and retrieves the tray of food that we have managed to devour. I will just return this to the kitchens. Be back to baby, sit you shortly. I give her an amused face, which she smiles at before leaving through a small gap in the curtains. I stay there in silence, my eyes having nothing but dull blue curtains to look at. I wander my gaze to the chair Abby was sitting in moments ago to see it not empty. A mobile phone lies there. Staring at it makes me wonder what happened to my phone. I must have left it in my trashy hotel room I was staying at in New York. It was a burner phone and I only used it once or twice a week to call my stepmother, who I haven't talked to in 2 months. I am already stretching across from my bed to grab the phone. My fingers are dialing the number. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hello. Her voice soothes me just by hearing it, but the words about to come from my mouth get lodged in my throat. What do I say? Panic stops me. Hello. Hello. She says down the phone and I hang up. What was I supposed to say? Hey Mal. Sorry I haven't called in a couple months, but Jordan, your son has been captured by an association doing experiments on the supernatural. I had a one-night stand and got pregnant before being captured by myself and was rescued by a pack and was reacquainted with the one-night stand man, who is the father of the baby. How are you? I chuckle sadly at the look of horror that would have been planted on her face. No matter how much I would love her support, it's safer she doesn't know where I am. If got a hold of her, I would never forgive myself. But I do miss her. Exhaustion caught up to me as I find myself waking up in the dim-lighted curtained-off area. Laying on my side, facing the right, I see a figure sitting on the chair, their knees in my direct view. My eyes travel up to see Grant's face staring away in the distance. Deepen though they. I croak, my voice grouchy from sleep. Grant's eyes snap to me as I adjust myself, trying to pull the sheets around my body. What time is it? Grant pulls his phone from his pocket. The screen lights up his face, which allows me to see the bags under his eyes. It's nearly midnight. I nod. Silence follows as I find my eyes blink shut again, but Grant speaks up. Who did you call? He questions, his voice plain and yet curious. In my drowsy state, I find myself questioning him. What? Abby checked her phone to find that she had somehow called a number she had never seen before. Grant explains and I realize what he means now. There is no point denying it. My mom. Grant goes quiet for a few more seconds. It was a very short phone call. My eyes are shut. Sleep surrounds me as I find myself talking. Subconsciously, I hung up. I didn't know what to say to her. That's understandable, I hear Grant whisper. What about you? I question, snuggling into my pillow as another yawn escapes me. What about me? Grant sighs. Your mom? Your family? Where are they? I am met with silence, and sleep erases my awareness of a situation, and from what Grant says, it makes me insensitive. They're dead. No emotion was even used in that short clipped sentence. But my brain does not register the pain and heartfelt I should feel for those words. I keep the dreaded conversation going. How did they die? Another long pause before a flat answer. They were killed. I don't say anything else. I find myself surrendering to my teared body. I go to move my hand to adjust my sheets again, but wince when it tugs on the drip attached to the back of my hand. I'll help. Grant whispers and I feel the sheet sliding up my body and his hand brushes mine. On instinct, I hold on to it. The warmness makes me clasp on a little tighter, as well from the comfort it provides. I'm sorry, Grant. I murmur, fearing my words are coming out slurred. I'm sorry about you, family. Thinking that Grant will slip his hand of mine, I loosen my hold, but only find his hand tighten around mine. And with that reassuring hold, I fall asleep. Chapter 14. I feel myself wake up, but immediately close my eyes again from the harsh lighting of the room. My body is slightly stiff from the hard mattress, but when I am about to move I realize my hand is being held. A little surprised, I slowly blink my eyes open and tilt my head down to see my hand clasping another. My eyes travel up the other person's arm and I am greeted with Grant, fast asleep with his body slumped in the chair. All memories of what happened last night come flooding back. I wish I could slap myself for being so oblivious to what I was asking. Although I find it odd how Grant answered the questions about his dead family. It was just like he was stating a simple fact compared to something so emotional. I guess we deal with grief in all different ways. I feel a slight squeeze of my hand and shut my eyes again on instinct. After a slight groan in what seems to be crackling bones, Grant's hand in mine goes tense, still pretending to be asleep. I wait for the possible awkward reaction from Grant but receive another gentle squeeze and his thumb drawing circles on the back of my hand. I hear the creak of the chair from when he gets up and then to my surprising disappointment he lets go of my hand. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm. He carefully moves it under the sheets of the bed, before adjusting the blanket up and over my body. I can feel him lingering and I try not to squirm uncomfortably, but I finally hear his footsteps and the sliding of the curtains. After the slight pinch of removing the drip, and the lecture I received, drive, Norton finally allows me to leave. He also gave me some prenatal vitamins that he seemed to be overly stocked with because not many women in the pack become pregnant. When walking out of the medical clinic, a two-story section at the back of the pack house, I find myself wandering to the kitchen. Martha was busy discussing recipes for dinner that night and I didn't want to disturb her. In the pantry I look for any food but don't find any snack items. To me it's not bad having fresh ingredients, but I started craving something. Salty. Pretzels. I had read in my new pregnancy book that cravings hit you at any time. I'm groaning when I exit the pantry, my search being unsuccessful in anything I wanted to eat. Pretzels was all I wanted. It was weird, I was never fussing about food before. Out of the kitchen I bump into Abby in the dinner area. Row upon row of polished wooden tables, with not many seats occupied. "Hey, when did you get out of the medical clinic?" she asks, giving me a quick hug. "About half an hour ago." I state, and that's when I notice Grant pop his head around the entry to the dining area. When seeing me he smiles, coming around to meet us. "It's good to see you up and about again. How are you feeling?" Grant asks, and I try and not blush from this morning and what happened with our holding hands situation. "Much better. Drive Norton gave me a pretty firm lecture." Abby and Grant chuckle. He tends to do that to most of his patients. Grant adds before turning to look at Abby. "Ready to go soon?" Abby rolls her eyes. "Ready and waiting." Grant gives a tight smile, probably trying to restrain himself for once against Abby and her abruptness. To move the conversation along. "Where are you going?" "The mall once again," Abby explains. It's an organized monthly trip for anyone in the pack who needs to go shopping because not everyone has a car. And it's a pretty long drive. This sparks my attention. "Can I come?" I can see Abby hesitate on her next words and Grant's smile turns to a frown. I was guessing their reaction would be like this. "I don't think that it is a good idea," Grant says, trying to let me down easy although the strictness in his voice says otherwise. "It wasn't that long ago, found you there. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." When Abby took me out on a shopping trip we were ambushed by S. I guess we were lucky with Abby only receiving a surface wound from a bullet laced with silver. I know, but the tracker is gone. I just feel like I have to get out of the house today. Pleading with my big eyes like I was a child again. After being cooped up in a hospital bed all day and night I feel the need to get out. Grant looks at me with a hard look on his face, contemplating on whether I should go or not. When he sighs with defeat, I pull a smile. "Fine, you can go. But you have to stay in a group at all times. Don't worry, I'll take care of her," Abby says, looping an arm around my shoulders. Grant does a curt nod, probably unhappy that I am going. At least he tries to hide it. "Good. We leave in 15 minutes. Grant walks out of the dining area. "Why do you want to go anyways?" Abby asks, leaning in to look at me. "I need pretzels," I state simply, and Abby gives me a puzzled look. "Cravings." Abby then smiles, shaking her head, pulling away from me. "You know, you could have just asked. I would have bought you some back." I shake my head. "No, it's fine. Besides, it would take over 4 hours for you to deliver them back once you include the driving and the time taken by purchasing. It's better if I go with you so I can eat them straight away." Abby just laughs at me. You have too much time to think about these things. She turns to me again. I am wondering where you are going to keep the pretzels because no way in hell. Will Martha let them be stored in her pantry? I hadn't really thought about that. Martha isn't into, as she would call, junky food. I'll just keep them in my room, so you don't have to share with anyone. Abby smirks and I smile. Precisely. I wink. She shakes her head with a laugh. Come on, Nez. Prego RS. We better start getting reading to leave, before I can complain about the nickname. She is pushing me out of the dining area. It wasn't really a long drive to the mall, probably because I had been on the same route about a week ago. I was in a car with Abby. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sean and a very bubbly Lily. I still wonder where children get all their energy even in a long car trip. Once inside the mall, I don't have to tell Abby where to head as we make our way to the grocery shop. On the way there, I catch a glimpse of shop in the corner of my eye. Abby and I walk in there and I make a quick purchase before continuing the journey to the grocery shop. Abby and I are walking down the aisles. I had picked up a basket, but it was filled with mostly Abby's items so far. Do you really drink protein shakes? I ask as she goes through the different flavors on the shelf. So far it was filled with a lot of health food. Some I would ably eat, or some to the point I would stay clear of. What they're good for you, she says, dropping a chocolate and mango-flavored one in the basket. I cringe thinking about what that would taste like. I look down and across to the other side of the shop, longingly. All I want is that salty goodness. Which are my pretzels. It is my growing impatience when I force the basket to Abby. She nearly drops it as she protests. Hey, what are you doing? Drive Norton says I shouldn't be lifting anything heavy. I remark with a smirk. Even though we both know the basket is as light as feather. I'll be back. I am just going to get what came I here for. Abby was barely paying attention as she murmurs a reply. Back to looking at the different flavorings again. I wander off the other shop and finally find the right aisle. I smile brightly when spotting a bag of pretzels. I grab them, about to head back to Abby, but then find myself becoming a kid in a candy store. Spoiled for choice. There is other flavors beside the original salty, one I have chosen, and I spend my time at the cinnamon season to the chocolate coated. In the midst of my choosing, I feel a presence come alongside me. I step to the side, to allow them access if needed, but they linger, having trouble choosing. Sweetheart. The voice puts me on edge. The oversapping charm used to say it, makes me look up to find a man standing beside me. He is around my age but with slight greasy dark hair and a tatty leather jacket. The vibe I am getting from this guy is run for the hills. And who wants to pick up girls at the grocery shop anyways? I'm fine. I hope my voice carried some warning, although I don't think this guy has gotten the message. I hear him sniff the air quite loudly, and as I look away I furrow my eyebrows in confusion as to why he was breathing in so deeply. About to walk away with my chosen selection of all 3 flavors, the random guy says, "Is that a bun in your vanilla smell?" I stop dead in my tracks. Werewolf. I had known the feeling so many times. I didn't realize I had a smell that indicated I was pregnant, but either way, this guy shouldn't know. Who's asking? I spit out, not turning around to face him yet. The pack. In which territory you're on right now? He informs me. Sick amusement laces his words. However you mask you sent is clever, sweetheart. But not clever enough. You're coming with me, rogue. In my confusion at his last sentence, I didn't have that much time to react as he grabbed my forearm. On instinct I ripped myself from his grasp, dropping my pretzels in the process. His shock of my action doesn't last long as he reaches for me again. His hand extends out and I grab his wrist, using my thumb to turn his whole arm back in an awkward angle. Pushing outwards. He cries out, adding, "You crazy bitch." This was before I kicked him in the stomach, sending him to the ground in a heap. In the next second I am being pulled backwards. An arm is encased around my neck and like always I claw the attacker. In one huge mighty hope that I still have the strength. With a massive grunt I push all my weight forward, By luck, I don't think my attacker was expecting this as he flips over my body, landing on the other guy who had just got up. Wheezing for breath again, I take a few steps back, rubbing my tender neck and as well as hoping it will soothe my sore throat. The two sleazy guys scramble to their feet, taking one step towards me before stopping, thinking somehow I have scared them half to death. It was tempting to scare them some more, but I soon realized I wasn't the reason they halted. As quick as anything, I feel someone brush past my shoulder. Grant walks, with long yet graceful strides, to the attackers. I can see the guy with the leather jacket gaping for words to say, but Grant yanks both guys towards him by their collars. I didn't quite catch what words Grant used, but the harshness in his whispers meant they weren't pleasant. After a minute of a one-way discussion, Grant turns around back to me. He seems to do a quick sweep of my body, as if to see if I was all right. Come. Softer yet still making it sound like an order. However, I don't complain as I turn around, heading the opposite direction from the attackers. As we walk away, I feel Grant put a hand on the small of my back. It wasn't possessive though. It felt more protective. Chapter 15. Without many words, I was escorted to a SUV by Grant, with Abby hot on our heels at the underground car park. Grant opened the door to the passenger side, motioning me in before closing the door. Once seated, I hear muffled yelling and see Abby and Grant have yet another argument outside. Grant's the first to walk away as he shakes his head, coming around the front of the car to the driver's side. Abby huffs out and hops in the back. She sits directly behind me as Grant opens his door before slamming it shut. He turns on the car, tilting his head back to reverse out. When we hit the highway, we sit yet again in silence. I can hear Abby doing something in the back, but I don't feel comfortable asking. However, as the quiet car journey goes on, the silence drives me to the point where it becomes unbearable. Is someone going to tell me who those Tadani Zuko wannabes were? Thinking about their style, gelled yet greasy hair accompanied with worn leather jacket, they looked like they were from the musical Grease. Grant grunts a laugh out, turning to me. When seeing my serious expression, he frowns and turns his attention back to the road. They are from the Cyprus back. Their territory is where we are right now. He informs me, giving me a quick glance. We had arranged the agreement today for our pack members to come to the mall. I understand now why they said it's their territory, but something else from that answer. But he called me a rogue. Grant sighs. Well, we're a pretty small pack compared to others, so today at the mall, those guys are stationed there to intercept any potential dangerous people. They are pretty familiar with our pack members, but seeing a new face they were suspicious. I mean, it could have been avoided if someone didn't leave your side. I hear from the back a dramatic sigh. Firstly, Brooke left me, not the other way around. Abby facts. Which is true. I am about to butt in on what I think about having to be babysat all the time, but Abby continues. And secondly, I think she can take care of herself. You got to teach me that move. Brooke, completely confused at what she is talking about. I crane my neck to look over my shoulder to see Abby watching something on a phone screen. Her eyes move from the screen to see me watching. She smiles that cheeky smile before turning around her phone. The video is a little grainy, so it takes me a while to see it is actual security footage of the grocery store. The screen flashes to me getting caught in a headlock, before flipping the guy over and knocking the other person down again as he had just gotten up. I bite my lip. How did you get that? We have some friends who work security in the mall. Don't worry, they will delete it. Abby waves it off and I turn back around in my seat and relax again. My neck is still a little stiff from the high-graded defense move I had performed less than half an hour ago. As I am rolling my neck to stretch it, another question comes to mind from what happened today. When that guy found me, he was able to sniff me and tell me I was pregnant. He called me a rogue even though I am technically not a werewolf. But I think he was able to sense that the baby was werewolf, and I am cut off by Grant. What exactly is your question, Brooke? I take a deep breath, annoyed that he interrupted me but embarrassed that I was rambling. That night, when Abby and I arrived at the pack house, you knew the baby was yours when you put your hand on my stomach. I guess it just got me thinking about how that worked. Grant's hands tighten on the steering wheel. I sit and wait for answer, and when I think I won't get one, he speaks up. Well, Tim, that guy today was a tracker, and they have a unique sense of smell. I can just about smell the baby too. But shadows have never been known for their good smell. We share certain connections. It's more of a mental sense of awareness. A feeling, and that night I felt a connection, and I don't know who to explain it. Grant drifts off, sounding almost slightly embarrassed, which is a new emotion I have now seen him express. Although I guess I will probably never know really what it means. But it somewhat makes sense. I can't smell the baby. Abby complains, and I try not to laugh as it sounds like she is snorting the air. Grant just rolls his eyes. However, the breed, with the worst sense of smell, the white furs, it takes me a second to understand what he is referring. But then my eyes widen as I turn around to Abby. White furs are werewolves that are from snow and ice conditions around the world. You're a white fur? I ask, surprised, and if I am honest, slightly excited. In my old pack in California, everyone was a tracker with an occasion red coat. Abby seems slightly shocked by my excitement, but then her annoyed gaze goes to the back of Grant's head. I take offense to that. She crosses her arms. What? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grant says it in a factual tone. What is there to smell but snow and ice? It practically has no scent. You rely on sight and hearing more. Abby tusks, probably because Grant is right and has nothing to defend back with. If you're white fur, where do you originally come from? Alaska. It's my first thought since it's the closest place I can think of where a majority of the white furs would come from if they migrated here. Switzerland, Abby says, giving a small smile. I title my head in puzzlement. She doesn't have an accent of any kind, but it does explain the light blonde hair and blue eyes. Abby must have noticed my confusion. My sisters and I moved here when I was 5. With that, I can notice the way Abby's tone of voice and posture changes. It is clearly something she doesn't want to talk about. So I give a small smile in understanding before turning back to my cool leather chair. Starting to feel tired, I snuggle into my seat, but then my stomach crumbles and I realized I hadn't eaten since this morning. Damn it. I practically scream in annoyance, and Grant nearly loses grip of the car as it swivels in the lane. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's wrong? Grant asks, concern in his voice. I become slightly self-conscious about my dramatic reaction. I cross my arms. I forgot my pretzels. I say as if I was a 5-year-old child. I shift my eyes to see Grant's face mixed with puzzlement yet irritation from my outburst. However, a few seconds later, Abby from the back bursts out laughing. I shoot my head around to face her. I am wearing a pout which makes her laugh even more, and I bite my lip trying to hold back my own giggles, but they eventually let loose and I laugh along with her. It seems the pretzels will just have to wait. Annoyingly, when arriving back at the pack house that late afternoon, Grant insisted that I go to drive. Norton to make sure I was all right from the events of today. I tried not to, seeing how it was less than 24 hours since I had been there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was thankful that Grant came along and explained everything in the situation that wasn't my fault. I only received a quick examination of my neck and throat, as well as a joke about how Norton should assign a bed to me at the medical clinic since I was such a regular. I didn't think it was funny. After a good night's sleep, I woke up this morning refreshed and unexpectedly energized. Just about ready to head downstairs. A knock on my bedroom door surprises me, but I get up to let them in nonetheless. Grant stands there, in a casual pair of washed-out jeans and a grey t-shirt. I smile when seeing him. Good morning. Rubbing his hands together, in a nervous gesture. Do you mind if I come in and talk to you for a second? I shake my head with a smile, opening the door more as I turn around and walk back into my room to let him in. I spin back to see him inspecting my room. When shopping with Abby, I did get some new stuff to personalize my room, such as a nice new quilt cover of yellow and grey, as well as a matching lampshade on my bedside table. Grant's attention comes back to me, and I wait for him to say something. I just wanted to tell you. I will be leaving this afternoon. He starts off. I nod, still not sure as to why he is nervous about telling me this. Audiobooks extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When will you be back? Assuming that there is a return date. 3 weeks so. I guess that my reaction is disappointment. I mean, it's not like Grant and I are close, but having him here is reassuring to me. And if I am honest, he's starting to grow on me. My disheartenment of him leaving must be showing on my face because he continues. I wouldn't leave if I didn't have to. But Caleb will be here to make sure everyone is safe and things remain normal. Varro and Abby will be coming with me. Another wave of disappointment as Abby won't be here. She is the closest person I know at the pack house. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just remind myself that it's not forever. Where are going? I question. Curious myself. Cypress back. The name registering to my tackers being from there yesterday. It wasn't because of me, I begin to say. Hoping that I haven't caused a dispute between packs. Grant cuts in no. But I will have a word with the Alpha about the way they treat potential rogues. More to himself. His fists clenching in anger. It's another situation the packs around this area of New York are dealing with. Pack business. I bite my tongue. I understand it's not my business to know what other situation he's dealing with. But the way he said it was in a sense degrading me. I just give a nod, trying to muster a smile. With the exchange of goodbyes, Grant leaves. To get ready for this afternoon, I remind myself to say goodbye to Abby. I'll miss her. I'll miss them both. Chapter 16. Today's until I am officially 3 months pregnant. To hours until Abby and Grant will be back from their 3-week pack business trip. To minutes until Martha says the muffins will be ready. To seconds is the time it will take to devour one. It's been a nice 3 weeks though. I have gotten to know Annie and Sean better. I even got to babysit Lily, their 3-year-old daughter, a couple times. Her furry party was postponed because Abby had to go away, which means the pack business trip was obviously a last-minute thing. But this morning when I got up, my growing baby bump was the most noticeable it has been. My shirts couldn't hide it any longer. It's just a round little bump that some of the other pack members, some of whom I have grown to know better, have been asking about. I state that I am pregnant, but I think it's best to not say that their Alpha is the father. I mean, there's up to Grant. The ding of the oven in the kitchen draws me back. I smile in excitement as Martha bustles to the oven, opening it and takes out the tray of freshly cooked white chocolate and blueberry muffins. She places them on the counter in front of me, as I am sitting on a high stool. About to reach for one, Martha swats my hand away. You have to wait 10 minutes for them to cool. She gives me a little playful scowl, and I bite my lip. It's breakfast and a muffin is all I want. They're sitting there, like a mock temptation. As the minutes pass and the smell somehow becomes stronger, Don, Martha's son, comes into the kitchen. Martha had disappeared into the pantry, as Don seems to be looking around for her, but to make sure she isn't there. You're all clear. I tease and he smirks, coming closer to the counter I am sitting on. Although it's hard to get to know someone that talk, Dom seems to have a very mischievous personality. Having his tongue cut out must have been hard, but it seems he walks on the brighter side of life. He spots the muffins on the counter, giving me a questionable look. I smile at him, nodding my head towards the pantry where Martha is. His lips pull up into a cheeky grin, taking a muffin out of the tin. The sound of footsteps alerts Dom as he gives me a wink while taking a bite out of the muffin before disappearing out of the kitchen. Martha comes back, smiling as she sings an old Italian folk song of some sort. She reaches the counter and looks down at the tray. The song turns into a hum before she goes quiet. Her eyes focus onto the empty slot in the tin. Her eyes narrow on me and I lift my hands up in surrender. Quirking an eyebrow up, it doesn't take less than several seconds for her face to turn sour. Dominic, she shrieks, darting out of kitchen. Good luck, Dom. Then unexpectedly, the familiar face of Grant walks in. It seems nothing or no one is really coming on time today, hey? I greet, beaming because I am happy to see him. His eyes dart to mine, his own smile appearing on his face as he comes to join me. He's still the same Grant. Brown hair, pale green eyes, and tall, buff. Well, I will my hormones to slow down. Hey, how are you going? Coming to lean on the counter, an overnight bag in his hand. I've been good. How did your travels treat you? I reply, picking up a muffin, beginning to peel down the paper wrapper. Grant tilts his head side to side, as if weighing what to say. Things were put in place. It was successful. Giving me no details like usual. Itching to ask more. I don't get the chance before Grant continues. That reminds me. With the one hand holding the bag, the other Grant unzips it with and pulls out a crinkly item. He places it on the table before rummaging through his bag to find something else. I look closer at what appears to be a packet of food and my eyes widen when I see what they are. Pretzels. Shocked that he would remember. Since Grant left I haven't been able to get any. Grant smiles. Well, they might be 3 weeks late, but I cut him off by sliding my stool back, making a squeak but give him a thankful hug. Something I don't often do, but for some reason I had never been so happy to see pretzels. Grant seems surprised by my gesture, but eventually his free hand warps around me for a couple seconds before we pull away. Thank you. Grant chuckles. Don't thank me yet. He reaches into his bag to pull out another item. I also got you chocolate-covered ones. They were pretty popular at. His voice drifts off as his eyes are looking down at my torso, unaware of what he is looking out. I shoot my gaze from him to me and notice what he is staring at. My now lightly rounded stomach, not very well hidden by my shirt. Biting my lip, unsure of what to say, I was thankful when I hear a whistle from behind Grant. I tilt my body to the side to see Abby there. Grant seeming like he is still shell-shocked, I step around him to go greet Abby. We share a quick hug. I had missed her outgoing personality around here. By the time we had catch up, I turned around to see Grant, although only the pretzels were left behind. Tonight wasn't a good night. It seemed I couldn't get a good position for my body to relax. As I turned my head to the side, as it had been tossing-turning for a while now, I spot my new bag of pretzels. I softly smile at Grant's gesture of getting those for me. Even though when he saw my new baby bump it was like he had witnessed an alien. As he said, he really is the kind of guy who has to see it to believe it. And maybe this was another bite of reality for him. I groan as I sit up, grab my bag of pretzels and head downstairs. Somehow I ended up with a jar of peanut butter and chocolate spread, with my bag of pretzels and dunking them in both. It somehow worked really well. Enthusiasm. In the midst of my indulgent snack, a figure appears by the kitchen door. Grant spots me, as the coated pretzel in my hand is halfway to my open mouth. I muster a guilty smile, which he laughs at. Coming to join me, another midnight snack, he comments, scooting out a chair opposite me before sitting down. I shrug. I felt like it. I turn the bag of pretzels in his direction. Do you want to try one? Grant seems skeptical, before he reaches out and takes a pretzel. You know, I did get you chocolate-coated ones. No need for chocolate spread. Grant dips the pretzel in the peanut butter before the chocolate spread and raised it to his lips before eating it. I know, but I save those for another day. I watch him chew. Good. Right. His face morphs into confusion from the flavors before he swallows. His Adam's apple bobbing up-down. Well, not half bad, but I think I'll let you enjoy them. Suppressing a laugh, I turn the bag towards me and start another dunking process. Why are you up so late? Grant squints his eyes at me. Why are you up so late? Couldn't sleep. I retort back. Couldn't sleep. He states with a smirk and I shake my head with a smile. Grant always has a teasing charm about him when he wants to show it, just like the night we first met. Knowing I won't get a straight answer from him, I change the topic. I was meaning to discuss with him sometime anyway. There was something I wanted to ask you actually. Grant lifts his gaze to mine. He nods for me to continue. My first ultrasound is this Friday. I was wondering if you wanted to come. Grant seems surprised by the offer, but I can see him tried it. We might not be together, but he is still the father and he should be involved if he wants to be. But then my face turns surprised when Grant smiles. An actual genuine smile. And I would know because I have only witnessed a few. Yeah. What time? I give him the time, which is around midday. And for the rest of the hour we are up. We talk. If I bring up the baby, he becomes all quiet. I can see it's not his favorite topic. But we have plenty of time to talk about the baby. And I think that is what Grant needs. Chapter 17. How are we doing today? Brooke. Is the first thing drive? Norton asks me as I step into his private office, accompanied with Grant. Around midday, and it's time for my 12-week ultrasound. When I met Grant in the waiting room this morning, it seemed he was more nervous than me. I'm good. Excited, but nervous. I state, coming to sit down on a chair in front of his desk as he sits behind it. Drive. Norton smiles. That's understandable. He then turns his head towards Grant, who is now seated in the chair beside mine. But I see you brought company today. It's good to see you here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turn my gaze to Grant, who musters a small smile with the nod of his head. I'll just do some routine checks before we move on to the ultrasound drive. Norton gets out from his seat and moves around to me. After that he takes my blood pressure and my weight. When everything seems fine, he instructs me to lie down on the exam table, opposite to his desk. Through the whole thing so far, Grant seems uncomfortable, out of place, as if he had just landed on the moon. But he doesn't say anything as he comes to sit on a chair beside me, rubbing his palms together. I think I have found Grant's indicator when he's nervous. I'll just have to wheel the ultrasound machine over. Won't be a moment. Drive. Norton states before walking in the other direction at the door. As my head is lying on a pillow, I turn it to look at Grant. His face is so full of worry it's hard not to laugh. I roll my eyes as I make a decision of reaching out with my hand towards Grant's frown. With my thumb and pointer finger, I touch the side of his lips and lift them up to a smile. When this happens, Grant seems confused and looks down to see what I am doing. I smile at my work before Grant gently grabs my wrist and pulls my hand away, his frown returning. What are you doing? You should smile more. I tease, smirking. However, I am met with a flat look from Grant. What? With the amount of tension in your face, you will have wrinkles well before you're 40. I am 40. Grant says dryly. My smile vanishes as I whip my head to the side. My eyes grow wide in shock, as he remains the same. But after a long 5 seconds, he cracks a grin before laughing. I'm 28. Brooke. He confirms, and I find myself sighing in relief. I'm quite offended you thought that was true. I stumble on my next words, not wanting to sound rude, but luckily drive. Norton was just walking back in, wheeling in a machine. Give her a break. Some werewolves age a lot slower than others, while some the same rate as humans. I had heard that before and seen it as well. But just the idea of Grant being 40 freaked me out. Don't get me wrong. I respect different aged couples, but Grant doesn't look anything like a 40-year-old man. And I think I would be too childish to be with one, as I tilt my head back towards Grant and poke my tongue at him. He gives me a scowl as my attention goes back. Drive. Norton, I'll just have to ask you to lift up your shirt for me. Brooke. As I do that, drive. Norton walks over to beside the closed door and turns the lights off. The lack of light makes me blink my eyes a few times before they adjust. Drive. Norton walks back over to me. He picks up a bottle under the monitor and control panel on the wheelie cart which the machine is on. I'll just have to put some gel on your stomach to make it easier. Sorry, it might be cold. I jump slightly as the light blue tinted gel is smeared on my slightly rounded stomach. It is cold. Norton puts the bottle back before picking up a wand, with a rotating ball at one end and the other has a wire connecting to the screen. Let's see if I can find this baby. I might be a bit rusty. He teases as he places the wand on my stomach. I can understand what he means by rusty. Annie has explained to me that not many children are born at this pack. My eyes land on the screen that now has flashed to life as a bright muddle of black and white. The wand goes to the lower part of my stomach, and that's when drive. Norton stops. Found the baby, he exclaims, and I squint at the screen, obviously not seeing what drive. Norton sees. You can see the head here. He points at a little shape of black at the bottom of a white circle R silhouette. I had seen pictures like this in my pregnancy book, but this picture was different. This picture of a little peanut shape was of my baby. There's the body. His finger glides down the screen from the head to the torso. And then you can see the arms and legs. I watch the monitor as my brain goes into emotional overdrive. As if this surreal moment isn't actually happening. But I nearly feel like pinching myself to make sure that I am witnessing my first sight of my child. Now if I can remember drive. Norton mumbles to himself as he turns to the control panel, clicking things, and then I hear it. The sound of a rapidly beating heart is sounded in the room. I smile while I am listening to it, somehow it making this experience more real. As if I had forgotten, I feel a squeeze of my hand and turn my head over to Grant. I hadn't even realized that he was still holding my hand from when I tried to put a forceful smile on his face. His face doesn't look like it's built with worry. It is filled with wonder. Another new expression I have now seen on him. Our eyes meet, and when he smiles at me I knew then that I wasn't going to be alone in this. Not anymore. Chapter 18. I couldn't have walked out of drive. Norton's office happier, as he had said the baby was developing on track and was healthy. He also managed to print a few pictures off of the ultrasound, which I am currently holding. I better head back to my office. I have to sort some things out by the end of the day. Grant says, causing me to look up from the photos. I see his eyes tilt down to my hands. Do you mind if I have one of those? I smile at him. Of course you can. I hand him a picture and he gladly takes it. Looking at it for a second. Does this help with your... I have to see it to believe it. Grant rolls his eyes with a chuckle. It does, thank you. I will see you later at dinner. Defiantly. Thanks for coming. Thanks for inviting me. We share a weird moment between each other, as if neither of us want to say goodbye. And there are words that we want to say but don't know what. But Grant sighs, pulling his gaze from mine. Saying goodbye, he turns and walks away. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until I saw him vanish from my sight. After returning to my room for a quick nap, an hour later I head back downstairs to go for a little walk. I had decided to do this once a day just to get out and about. I don't like being cooped up in the house all day. Walking down the stairs of the front porch I am greeted with Abby. Hello. How did the appointment go? Really well. Everything is going smoothly. Abby smiles. I just saw Grant, he was in a good mood. I furrow my eyebrows. How do you know that? For starters, when I told him I accidentally stuffed up the training roster for the next month, he didn't yell at me. She explains and I chuckle. Granting together has always been on the rocks, but I was surprised to hear her say that. Abby nods to me. Where are you off to? Just for a walk. Care to join me? I reply and Abby looks hopeful all of a sudden. Actually, I was wondering if you could show me that move. Abby continues as she sees my face of no recognition. How you got out of a headlock. My eyes widen in remembrance. Oh sure. Is there a place we can go? Around the back will be fine. Abby leads me to the back of the house. Some tables and benches are scattered around, but we find a good-sized area of hazard-free ground. I make sure she understands that I am not going to be her test subject for a demonstration, but she says she doesn't need that today. Well, first thing first is that this move isn't always going to work. I inform her first. You did it to a werewolf, Brooke. I think it works a treat. She says, but I just shake my head. Well, that's because he wasn't expecting to it. I mention, most of the time the attacker's strength goes to his arms and upper body when performing a headlock, and they forgot about their legs, which is their support. Abby nods along as I continue. It's easier to flip them over your body if you're on your knees, but you have to be more careful if you're on your own feet. I instruct Abby on where to stand, showing where she should distribute her weight when flipping a person over her body, especially if someone's arm is around your neck. Make sure your back is straight and neck is as straight as possible. Use your full body weight in your legs to flip them, otherwise you're at risk of a strained back to a crushed windpipe. Abby smiles smugly at me. She points to herself. Werewolf. I smile back, pointing at myself. Human. I don't want to snap my neck. Abby rolls her eyes at me with a playful smile before the back door is being opened. Caleb emerges with another beside him who I remember as Rick from the BBQ. Caleb spots us, giving us a smile, and I turn to Abby. She's already moving his way, turning her head back towards me and winking. Abby, I try and stop her, but she's already talking with Caleb. Do you mind helping me with something, Caleb? Playing all innocent, but Caleb, knowing her, glares at her. What kind of help? He questions, looking between Abby and me. I've just learned a new defense move. I need to try it out. I'll need your help, Abby says. Caleb still seems skeptical but nods his head anyway. I try and keep my face neutral. I mean, Abby just learned this move and Caleb isn't any normal guy, he has muscle packed out him. Abby instructs Caleb to grip her in a headlock. About to ask questions, he just shrugs before wrapping one arm around Abby and his hand, wedged between his fully bent elbow. He seems to be squeezing her throat as Abby looks like she is slightly struggling. Her eyes meet mine, and I give her a little nod of my head. In seconds she lurches forward with strength I didn't know. Caleb has a face full of surprise before he is rolling over her back and hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. Is dumb silence for a couple seconds. Surprised that Abby had managed to learn how to do that so quickly. Abby is smiling, looking down at Caleb, who is on his back groaning. Who the hell taught you how to do that? I look to see Abby nod her head towards me. Caleb sits up and turns his head to me, questions written all over his face. But then he laughs, shaking his head. Right. Like she would know how to do that. Anger washes over me as he says this. What makes you think I am not capable? I spit out, and this brings a smug smile on his face. Caleb gets up from the ground with another groan, rubbing his hands to get rid of the dirt. I'm sorry, miss. Halfling, but I don't see you strong enough to perform such a skill on a werewolf. My anger gets the best of me as I am already storming to him. Abby is too late to stop me. Caleb looks at me, a smirk on his lips. This was before I grabbed his wrist, twisting his arm back in the wrong angle and pushing it to its limits. I hold his shoulder with my other hand, my face close to his. I might not be strong like you, but I have ways to defend myself. I push a little harder, causing his contorted face to wince more in pain. The person who trained me taught me this move could cause a simple strain or to breaking your arm so bad that your bones shatter in so many pieces not even a werewolf's healing could piece them back together. So what are you waiting for? He grits out, still managing to smirk at me. Call me halfling again, and you'll find out. I whisper, releasing him with a shove to the shoulder. He steps back, rubbing his arm, and I don't wait as I turn around, heading to the front of the pack house again. Brooke, wait. I hear Abby following after me. A quick look to my left to see that a small crowd had appeared to watch the drama. I'm just going to go for a walk on the forest trail. I'll be back. I sigh and don't wait for a reply as I walk around the front porch to the start of the forest trail to the side of the house. What started out as a great day was turning out to be the worst. It is quiet in the forest, sitting on a wooden bench, listening to the birds, and the wind calms the mixed emotions of rage and humiliation. Halfling, the one word I hate more than anything. The one word people called me to hurt me. When I grew up in my pack, they called me it to make me feel like I didn't belong. Like I was an outsider. And part of me always knew they were right. I couldn't shift, I was just human. Yet with dormant werewolf genes. Halfling. Nothing important. Just in between. A twig snapping scares me out of my thoughts as I turn my head towards the direction of the forest trail. I see a person approaching and groan to myself as Brant's broad figure comes closer. He is the last person I want to see right now. I turn my body in the opposite direction as he finally comes to slowly sit down beside me on the bench. I stay silent, waiting for him to talk. I've just had a conversation with a very furious Caleb. Grant states. I grunt a laugh. Of course he would go running to his alpha. I think bitterly. What? Did I hurt his ego? I say cussily, but regret it. I am part of the reason Caleb was captured by S. Oh. He shouldn't have acted like he did, but I shouldn't have come back at him. Grant sighs frustratingly. I still don't turn to face him. Brooke, I am trying to understand why you, in Caleb's words, attacked him. Because he called me halfling. I murmur, knowing Grant and his werewolf senses to be able to hear it. So you nearly broke his arm because he called you a name you didn't like. As if he was talking to a child. Which gets me angry again. I don't like to be reminded of the name. You think it's easy being an outsider. I spit out. Grant partially growls his next words. You think it's easy being a shadow. I open my mouth to say a reply, but no words come out. Silence follows as I think about Grant's words. The shadow breed was hunted, and when he told me his parents are dead, part of me wasn't surprised. There are very few left of the black werewolves they named shadows. I don't care about Caleb and his loud mouth. Grant seems to have calmed down, but I do care about the other people of the pack who saw you and Caleb, and what they now think of you, and what do they think of me? I whisper, a small part of me afraid to ask. They know you came from S. They're just wondering what side you were on. My body goes rigid. Part of me is upset on how the others feel, and they have this urge to tell the truth. I should tell Grant about that night we met. It's like a big bubble forming at my throat that I need to blurt out. But Kayla being involved makes me stop. I still don't know who's to blame in getting my brother captive in S. Oh, his own fault or someone in this pack. I slowly turn around to finally face Grant. He sits hunched forward and resting his forearms on his upper legs. He turns to meet my eyes. I gape at him, about to say the words, but he speaks first. I told them otherwise. I reminded them we all come from different backgrounds with different stories, and we are here now. The past shouldn't matter. The moment is gone to tell the truth. His words sinking in. Thank you. Just stay clear of Caleb for a while. He'll need to build his ego back up again. Grant teases, and I laugh. Well, that might take a while. I smirk and Grant shakes his head. Getting up from the bench, he extends his hand to me and I take it as he helps me up. After that we walk back to the pack house, discussing what we hope Martha will be making for dinner tonight. I never thought avoiding someone's gaze would pull me into a family secret. Chapter 19. A couple weeks have gone by. Things settling back into normal routine. I took Grant's advice of staying away from Caleb. When I see him in the dining hall for dinner, he gives me sour look, which I ignore. Grant had remained his mysterious self. A few times we have chatted over a midnight snack in the kitchen, but he still seems unwilling to talk about what he calls pack business. Even though part of me knows it's none of my concern, I am still curious as to why he would want to keep it hidden. But this evening I wanted to invite Grant to my next ultrasound. Since he told me he wanted to come to the doctor's appointments when I had them, I hadn't been to the top floor of the pack house before, but surprised it only consisted of a short hallway with 2 doors. One at the end and one on my right. I walk up the final step and I am greeted with muffled yelling. I notice the door on my right is slightly ajar, and as quietly as possible I walk over. My inner curiosity makes me stop beside the door, leaning on the wall as I hear the voices. We have bigger things to worry about right now, Grant. I hear Caleb say, frustration evident in his voice. What then? I am supposed to give up. Grant bites back, not happy with his beta's words. It's been nearly 6 months and you barely have anything to show for it except some security photos and a few eyewitnesses. It might not even be her, Caleb informs him. It is her. I know it. Grant shouts back, causing me to jump. I had never witnessed a raging Grant. His angry self is normally silent yet deadly. But what gets me interested is this her. Silence follows his outburst before someone clears their throat. Grant, we're not saying to give up, but it's been 6 months, we should have found her by now. I recognize Abby's voice, her trying to be the voice of reason. The alpha of the Cypher spec said they saw her a month ago. She could be anywhere by now. And as I hate to agree with Caleb, he has a point. We have other things to worry about. I know, but I need to find her. Grant finishes. Grant, Caleb sighs. I need to find her. Grant grits out over Caleb. No more is said and I don't have time to move when someone opens the door. Caleb emerges. His frustrated face looks to me then laughs mockery. You have a peeping mouse out here, he says into the room. I glare at him as he brushes past me to walk down the stairs. After I am sure he is gone, I take a breath before peering my head around the doorway. In Grant's office I am greeted with two pairs of eyes looking at me, one pair belonging to Abby and the other to Grant. I try and pull a non-guilty smile, but I am not fooling anyone as I see the glare Grant is giving me. Hi. I just wanted to talk you. I see I caught you in a bad time. I'll come back later. I try and get away. Brooke, Grant says. Slight warning in his authorized voice and I say coming back to stand in the doorway. How long were you out there? I bite my lip. Long enough to know that you're looking for someone. Grant sighs before looking at Tabby, who is trying to slyly nod her head in my direction although it's obvious. He seems confused but then his eyes piece hers once he understands whatever Abby is trying to point out. Close the door, Brooke, Grant says softly. In defeat and I step inside his office closing the door behind me. His office consists of his desk which is modern with a silver desk clamp and a sleek laptop. Because it is a large room, across from his desk stands another table which is sprawled with a marked map, papers and photos. What I am about to tell you cannot be shared with anyone else in the pack besides Abby, Caleb and me. Understood. Understood. Starting to feel nervous of what he is about to tell me. Who this her is. I'm looking for my sister. Grant facts and it takes me a minute for the words to register. I thought you said, I stumble out, but Grant cuts me off. Dead. I said that because most of my family is dead and I want this to be kept private. If the wrong person got information about my sister, a shadow being out there, she would be in danger. I nod my head in understanding hunters will go to any lengths to make sure that shadows are gone from the earth. Grant has every right for it to be secret. Is that why you went to the Cyprus pack? Putting two and two together, Abby nods. She was seen on their territory the day before we left. We searched but found no trace. I walk over closer to the table, my eyes lingering on the map. She seems to be going all over North America, I state, looking at the markings, the sightings all over the country. I know, but there has been more sightings of her in New York, more than any other state. Abby says, pointing to the state we are currently standing in. I notice they have marked the area where our pack territory is, and it's interesting to see the other border markings not only for New York packs, but the whole of America. It seems clear in my mind. You might be looking for her, but did it ever occur to you that she might be looking for you? Grant furrows his eyebrows at me, looking at the map. I then draw my gaze to the photos on the side. I pick them up to see the photos shot to be either security footage or detective quality photos of a woman. I can tell in some that she has dark hair like Grant, but she's always wearing a baseball cap or sunglasses, so I can never see her full face. Although something is tugging on my thoughts, a familiarity about the young woman I am seeing in the picture. I flip through some more pictures before I get to the last one. It's a picture taken of her front, her lean body in jeans and her T-shirt. Her baseball cap can't hide her face this time. Pale green eyes and waves of dark hair. But what makes me remember her is that fierce look in her eyes. Calculating and clever. It hits me harder than I thought as I breathe out a gasp. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The room seems to go still as I study her face again. It is her. What did you say? Grant breathes out and I look up to meet his shocked gaze. Your sister is Raina. Shocked myself. Then that means you're. Things start piecing themselves together in my brain but they are interrupted by Grant. How do you know my sister? Grant questions, and I look down at the photo again. A sad yet funny huff comes out of me. The irony in this world coming back to bite me. I was ordered to kill her a year ago. Chapter 20 Flashback 1 Year ago. Brooke. My name is shouted from behind as I close the boot of the car, grabbing my overnight bag beforehand. The location of the next meet-up point is in the middle of no man's land in Nevada, and I am not talking about the Vegas Strip but the full desert with tumbleweeds. My last mission was just completed. The rest of my squad went back to L. But I've been assigned here to meet up with Barry, the head agent of our organization. I turn my body to see Jeff, with his sandy blonde hair and his skin lightly kissed by the sun. I smile at him. He's a few years older than me, but can be as mischievous as a 10-year-old sometimes. I didn't realize you'd be here. I walk beside him to the front door of the old wooden shack. It's boiling out here, and wearing long black leggings and a t-shirt is not helping me cool down. Barry and I finished up that case in Utah a few days ago. Jeff informs me to head up to look at the boiling sun. Damn, I miss Salt Lake City. Can't say I've been myself. I swing the bag over my shoulder. Well, besides the 2 maniacs we shipped off. Not bad place to be. I'd much rather be there right now. And why are we here right now? Barry is assigning us to a new place. I question, finding it odd we aren't meeting in our HQ back in La. Jeff smiles. I've heard that Barry has something quite special for you. He winks at me, which causes me to roll my eyes. He opens the squeaky metal door that looks to me by holding, allowing me in first. Inside there is barely a temperature difference. A few tacky fans blow about in the small den. Inside is basically just a table, a sink to the side, and a door leading to another room, probably a bedroom. Sitting at the table is Barry. The heat causes his muscles to be pulsing, and his skin slick with sweat, which gives his bald head a slight shine. His eyes tilt up when he notices my presence. Brooke, sit. He gives a small gesture with his hand to the chair across him. He is a man with few words, and few smiles of gratitude. Report from Denver. Successful. Both females taken away. They won't be causing any more trouble. I inform him, spotting a pitcher of water on the table, helping myself to some after pouring it into a clean glass. Good. Next I will be needing you to go to San Francisco, Barry says, watching briefly as Jeff takes a seat next to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will call the team from L. Barry cuts me off before I finish. No team, he says shortly. I furrow my eyebrows at him, which causes him to sigh. This next assignment is crucial. It is to be done undercover. Being by yourself will cause less attention. Besides, I think you can handle it. I nod my head. This being my first solo assignment, I feel a mixture of honor because Barry believes I can do it, with a sense of fear I will stuff up. Who's the next target? Barry grabs a stack of photos beside him, tossing them on the table in my direction. I pick them up off the table and look through them. A woman named Raina, mid-20s, a dangerous threat. Our base down in San Francisco says she has been down there for a week, and looks like she won't be going anywhere in a while. A few shots of a woman with unique pale green eyes and defined features that stand out because of her dark hair. And what happens to Raina? When I find her, she is to be terminated. My blood runs cold as I look up from the picture to Barry's face. Not once have I been sent to kill someone. I was always shipped off to find somebody and capture them to be taken elsewhere. There was bound to come a time when this happens, Brooke, so what am I? An assassin, I spit out. Brooke, I noticed Barry's warning tone. This is your job, what you signed up for. She is a threat to our country and you're doing your duty by eliminating her. You leave as soon as possible. You will be briefed at the base in San Francisco when arriving. I know. I'll call Jordan to make sure he calls you. I say to my stepmom on the phone. I am currently staking out a coffee shop in San Francisco where Raina has just entered. Well, if he isn't picking up for me, he probably won't pick up for you, she says, frustration clear in her tone of voice. I still don't know why he went to New York to begin with. Biting my tongue from telling the truth. I think he needed to get away for a while. After everything that has happened, I drift off as I see Raina walk out of the coffee shop, a cup in hand. Ma, I really got to go, but I will call Jordan and remind him to call you. Give my love to Dad. She goes quit on the other side of the phone. I will. You better come back soon, Brooke. It's not long until. Your voice drifts off with a crack. I bite my lip, trying to keep my emotions in check. Being on the field right now is not a good time to have a breakdown. I'll be there soon, I promise. Bye, Ma. With that I hang up. As I am still watching Rain around the corner heading towards the docks, probably doing another walk by the water. I have been tracking her for the past week. She has a general routine in the morning and afternoons. Morning is the coffee and a walk, afternoon is normally getting take out either from Chinatown or a pizza place. But during the day she also explores somewhere different in the city. She doesn't seem to be doing anything sketchy, which confuses me. In the past there was always a clear example of some sort of illegal goods dealership or act of violence. But Raina just seems like she is trying to fit in, getting to know the city as if she has just moved here. She has no friends or a job, which is odd, but that might be why she is talking to people. I stop my thoughts though. I am not paid to make observations but to track people. And now kill them. My stomach knots, but I calm myself down and remember why I took this job. I was making a difference in protecting the country. Night slowly descended on me as the light faded from the sky. Waiting outside her hotel in a different vehicle this time. I finally spot her walking the direction of Chinatown. I casually get out of my car and follow her. My heart is racing as I try and act natural, but at the same time make sure I don't lose her in the midst of a busy Friday night. In the dark it was hard to keep track of her because of her neutral clothing that helped her blend in. But when she turns down another alley, going the wrong way to Chinatown, my mind says, abort. But the other part of my brain says, dark alley, good place to kill someone. That thought makes me sick. I turn the corner anyway, into the alley and furrow my eyebrows. Where did she go? I keep walking further down, blending in with the shadows and casually resting my hand on the hilt of my gun under my jacket. And the next thing I know I am pushed, slammed forward, jarring my wrists as I land on them. I scramble to get up in a second, grabbing my gun and holding it up. I feel a presence behind me, and without warning I swing my fist back, knocking something and hear a thud hitting the ground. Turning around I spot none other than Raina on the ground. She growls before clamping her ankles around one of mine and twisting. I crash back into the ground, but manage to keep my gun in hand. Raina is on top of me in an instant, her movements quicker than anything as she stomps on my wrist, making me wince as I let go of the gun. She kicks it to the side and go to look at her face, but I go still. Her eyes glow gold in the dark. It can't be, she can't be a werewolf now. She purrs, coming to stand above me, her legs either side of my helpless body. Are you going to tell me who sent you? My mind buzzing with my own questions on the fact she is a werewolf. I stay silent. This makes her mad. She bends down with force, one knee resting on my stomach, which makes it harder to breathe. Let me guess. Your little organization has been looking for someone like me for a while now. You shouldn't have killed us all. I don't know what you're talking about. I state honestly, confused. She growls. I had never heard of it in my life, and that must have been obvious on my face because now Raina furrows her eyebrows. But then she tilts her head with a smile. Oh, you're part of one of those little organizations that just do the capturing and delivering. She sniffs me then. A face of puzzlement appears in her expression. You smell familiar. Yet odd. Nonetheless. She pushes a little harder on my stomach, me wheezing out of breath. Why are you here? To take me away? When I don't answer, she continues. To kill me. You're a danger to the country. Her laugh cuts me off. A danger? What have I ever done to endanger the country? I bet they don't even tell you what your targets have done before they go send you to get them and take them away. Again I say nothing, and my anger shows on my face when she smugly smiles. Then she gets up, which allows me to breathe again properly. She doesn't say anything as she turns around and starts walking away. In my anger and humiliation, I grab my gun still on the ground and get to my feet. I point it to her, rage burning through me from what she said. She stops. Shoot me if it makes you feel any better. But believe me when I tell you that you're not doing any honorable deed for your nation. You're just doing someone else's dirty work. My fingers shaking over the trigger and I bite back on my jaw, restraining myself as I lower the gun. I am not a killer. Am I? As if she knew she counties walking, her body vanishing into the dark, like she was a shadow. Chapter 21. So after that night I did my own research. Turns out she was right all along. I was doing the dirty work for organizations such as S. Oh. I finished explaining my story on how I met Raina, Grant's sister, that one night I was actually assigned to kill her. I haven't dared look at Grant through my whole retelling. How could I look him in the eye after admitting all of that? Abby is the one to speak first. You said you faked your death. Is that how you got out? I nod. In San Francisco, I pretended to be in a car accident. As bad as it sounds, I switched medical files with one of the female deceased victims. There's pure silence in the room. My heart beating hard. I had only ever had to explain this story once to my brother. From after my staged death, I went to New York. You didn't kill her. Grant's sharp voice makes me look to him, although I remain my gaze at his chest, nowhere near his face. Why? I try and come up with the right words to say. I am not a killer, and killing a werewolf would be like disowning my family. And if they knew what I was actually doing, they probably would. Your sister was right. I should thank her. You will thank her. Grant sat simply walking past me and Abby without a second glance. When we find her, he leaves his office, keeping the door wide open as if it is an indication to also leave. I feel upset that he would walk away, although I know he has every right to be angry with me right now. I turn my attention to Abby, who lets out a heavy sigh. Well, that was an overly melodramatic afternoon, she states, and I try to pull a smile, but I feel emotionally drained from all that I have said and been told beforehand. Don't worry about Grant. He's always been the brooding type, and it's defiantly not the first time he has walked out of his office. I don't say anything but nod, trying to seem like Abby's ways of cheering me up have worked. But it seems with Grant we take one step forward and 2 steps back. I can't appear to do anything but stay in an awkward position with each other. A one-night stand turned out to involve me, the woman who is now pregnant with his child and also tried to kill his sister. It just goes to show that it's a small world after all. Ironically, I'm sure Martha is starting to cook dinner. If you want, you can help me and my sister with organizing Lily's party tomorrow. My ears perk up at this. It's tomorrow. Yeah, Waddy wants it as soon as possible. Since my last-minute trip, she cancelled it. I'd much rather she had gone as planned. Abby explains. I am able to chuckle at this. I take it you're not a children person. Abby gives me a wide-eyed look. Don't get me wrong. I love my niece to death, but she is a handful on her own. Not to mention a party consists of more children. Well, I hear there's not too many in the pack. Not much to worry about. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Abby rolls her eyes. I guess, but there is going to be one more soon enough. She points to my stomach and I look down to see it already expanding into a rounder bump. I subconsciously put a hand on my stomach, giving it a little pat. Come on, preggers. Let's go eat. Abby says. I don't bother protesting to the name because I know that will only encourage Abby. It was surprisingly a warm day, as Lily's party was set up outside near the hidden waterfall and a sky lake. I teased them on the original name, but the fact was that the waterfall was hidden, situated in a small open area. It was beautiful, with pine trees starting to lose their needles. But the lake was breathtaking. It was clear blue, a mirror image of the sky lay across the water. The party was pretty simple with a touch of fairies. There was a food table that was pink, as well as the cupcakes and the corniones that Martha insisted on with a pink filling. I was sitting next to Abby on a lawn chair watching Lily run around with another little girl and a couple little boys. She wore wings and was running as gracefully as possible, waving her arms at her side like she was flying, which I found adorable. Well, this is boring, Abby says dryly. It was 2 hours into the party, which was more of a get-together. How could you say that? Look around, Abby, you sitting in one of the most beautiful places in the world. I gesture with my hands to our first-class view. I turn to Abby with a smile and her face is scrunched up in disbelief. Have you eaten today? Because you sound like you're off your nut. I chuckle at her comment. Maybe watching Lily so long I have gone off with the fairies. Admit it, Abby says. As much as I would like to be positive, Abby has a point. Fine, it's a bit boring. But I'm just happy to be out of the house. Being cooped up in the same house all the time agitates me. I was always someone who liked to explore and go out and about. I take a glance to my right to see a worn-out Minnie coming to join us as she sits in a chair beside her sister. She takes the cold water from Abby's grasp and gulps it down by the second. Abby obviously protests. Hey, what happened to sisterly love? Annie stops drinking then smiles at Abby. The cheeky older sisters grin. Sorry, Abby. Can I have some? There was not much sincerity in that sentence. More sarcasm. Abby grumbles to herself, leaning back on her chair. I decide to break the tension. Lily seems really happy. Annie beams. Sean thought it would be a good idea to get her those fairy wings for a present, but I fear she will never ever want to take them off. I laugh. Lily had a passion for fairies beyond any child I had met before. When I baby, sat her everything had to do with fairies, to the games we played and the books I read her. Abby sits up in her chair, peering behind me. Looks like your baby daddy is here. I scowl at her for saying that and turn my head in the direction of her eyes to see Grant appear. His tall and broad figure standing between Sean and some other parents in the pack. I didn't realize he was coming. I turn back around my chair not wanting to know what he will say if he finds me staring. After yesterday's revealing of my attempt on his sister's life, I doubt he wants to see me. What do you mean by baby daddy? My head turns, as well as Abby's to a confused Annie looking at us. I realized then, but she defiantly knew I was pregnant. It's easier to tell these days, but she doesn't know the father. And he's not stupid as she puts two and two together, her mouth forming an O shape as a small gasp escapes her. I sink into my chair, whilst wanting to whack Abby over the head with a cane. What? Annie doesn't know what question to ask first as she rambles incoherently. I glare at Abby, who seems puzzled by my anger but soon winces as she realizes. Another thing I should talk to Grant about is what to tell people if they ask about the father. At that moment Lily comes running up to us, but more specifically Annie. The other children go to their parents in excitement. Mommy, can we do the pie out now? She pleads, her little hands clasped together in a wish. Sweetie, why don't you go ask your daddy? I am sure he will help you with it. Annie says, and I slightly cuss, because now I have to explain to Annie the baby daddy situation. Lily squeals and runs to her father. Annie makes sure her daughter is with her husband before turning her gaze back to us. I think I will go help out. Abby starts to get up, but my hand latches onto her arm, making sure my finger's nails slightly dig into her skin. She is the reason I am in this situation right now. Or not. She winces, sitting back down again. It was months ago when I was staying in New York. Annie gives me a face that wants more details, but that was all I really wanted to give right now. You know, Abby now says in a curious voice, I think I would like to know a bit more about the night you and Grant met. I give her scowl as if to say, not helping, but luckily Grant himself decided to greet us, terminating the very awkward conversation on my part. Grant stands above me, and I look up to his face to see a lot less tension woven between his brows than yesterday. It seems like a great turnout today, Annie. Grant states. Annie nods. Yeah, we have pretty great weather. She then tilts her head to the side. We weren't expecting you, Alpha. Did you need anything? Actually, I was wondering if I could borrow a book. His gaze goes to mine. Do you mind if I talk to you for a moment? Being apprehensive, I still nod and get out of my seat and follow Grant to walk around the lake. I am glad to get away from Annie and Abby and their praying question. I gaze out into the water as I wait for Grant to start talking. I understand that yesterday you came to my office for a reason, and it might have been forgotten as a few little things got out of hand. I knew that was the best apology I was going to get from Grant's coldness last night, but I think he had a right yesterday to be mad at me. I turn my head to him as we keep walking. I just wanted to tell you the date and time of my next doctor's appointment. I state, and Grant seems surprised, either because he thought it was something bigger or he didn't expect an invitation. Thank you. I'll be more than happy to go. Silence follows, and an itchy awkwardness grows between us again. I can't put my finger on it, but I keep the conversation going. Have there been any more sightings of your sister? I keep my voice low, even though we are far away from the party now. With werewolf fears? You never know. Grant seems disappointed as he shakes his head. The last one was a few days ago, it on the border of New York City. My sister is good at hiding. When was the last time you saw her? Grant's sighs now seem to carry a painful memory, and I regret asking my question. 9 years ago. I thought she was dead. About to ask another question, I stopped myself, not liking the raw emotions coming off Grant. So again I decide to change the topic. I think the baby is a boy. I can see a soft smile return on his face. Really? What makes you say that? I say simply, and I look over to see Grant chuckle. You don't think so? He shrugs. You know me. Have to see it to believe it. I playfully roll my eyes. You're not even going to guess. I don't like guessing games. He states, and I stare at him. But they're the best ones. Well, I suppose that means you don't like surprises either. He nods. So at the 20 weeks ultrasound, I would like to find out the gender so we don't have to wait until the baby is born. My steps slow down beside him. He turns, noticing my slower pace. What? How did you know that? Referring to the gender reveal at a 20-week ultrasound, when he rubs his palms together, his nervous gesture. You read my book. Part of me is surprised he would take the time to read my pregnancy book, but I feel all happy inside because he cares enough to read it. There is nothing wrong with being prepared. He states and keeps walking. I smile brightly as I kept to him. You know, either way you're going to be surprised if it's a boy or girl. You can't help this surprise. My sentence is cut short as I step on a wound. My balance is lost. I tumble to the right, and then next thing I hear is splash. The cool water of the lake invades my senses. Luckily the water is that shallow, but enough to be able to stand as the water reaches around my hips. My clothes are drenched and my hair is stuck to my face. Brooke. I hear Grant call an alarm as I am peeling the hair off of my face to look to see Grant standing at the water's edge. Are you okay? I smile guilty at him. Just thought it was a nice day for a swim, that's all. Grant sighs in relief, trying to hide his amused expression as I walk my way back to land. He holds out a hand and I gladly take it as he helps me out. He pulls me closer to his body than expected. His face is mere inches from mine. I didn't take you as a clumsy person. Brooke. His close proximity makes me nervously excited. If that is even an emotion. We all have our moments. I whisper and he smiles softly at me, a smirk tinting his lips. I think you might have had a distraction. He murmurs, and the inevitable blush just had to appear on my cheeks then. I look down and away from Grant's intense stare, only to have pinched my chin a second later and make me meet his gaze. His eyes hold a mixture of wonder yet hesitation as he looks at me, and I don't know what came over us as the gap between us vanishes in a forgotten moment as our lips lock. And I think that whatever was between us, the awkwardness of not acting or saying how we feel, disappears as Grant pulls me closer and dive deeper into the kiss. Chapter 22. We break apart. Our breaths labored as Grant's hands are wrapped around my waist. Still unsure if this is reality or not, it takes me a moment to realize I have just kissed Grant. Or did he kiss me? Either way, we go back to not knowing what to do or say, and what brings us out is the sound of Grant's phone ringing. He pulls away and takes the call. It being very short, it's a few answers of yes, and at the end is on my way. He hangs up, returning his attention to me, still dripping wet from my clumsy fall into the lake. I'll have to go back to the Peck house. Right. Is all I manage to get out before he seems like he wants to say more but turns around and starts walking away. Disappointment sets in as I watch his retreating figure before he stops once again. He spins around, striding towards me, and I don't have a second to realize what is happening before we are kissing again. His lips moving on mine becomes my whole world in that moment, his hands cupping my cheeks. I nearly lose my balance again, but grabs an arm around my waist, saving me from another tumble to the lake. Pulling away again, a smile is on his lips, his forehead resting on mine as he pulls my damp hair behind my ears. I bite my lip as he watches me, feeling all bashful. I never was like this with any guy before. Yet Grant has made me a nervous wreck. You like this? It isn't too soon or anything. He seems just as unsure as me on what to say from the spontaneous kiss, but I find myself letting loose a little laugh. I'm pregnant, Grant. I don't think it's too soon. We seem to have done things in the opposite manner, anyway. I tease and Grant chuckles at my comment before nodding his head towards where the party is at. Come on. Well, get you dried off. Probably noticing me start to shiver in the cooler climate then this morning. As we walk back, Grant places a hand on the small of my back, leading me to the party. Once back to the party, I received a few odd looks. Probably looking like a drowned rat. Annie was very motherly in finding me a picnic blanket to wrap me up in to keep warm, while Abby laughs at my clumsiness. They might be sisters, but they sure have different personalities. I had also watched Leigh open the present I had gotten her. I had purchased it over a month ago when we went to the mall and had a run-in with 2 werewolves. It was a little child's boutique shop and it had a cute fairy wand. It was wooden with a star carved on the end, and it was entangled with vines, leaves and flowers that hung off in an enchanted way. I remember Lily telling me her favorite fairy was the nature fairy, so I thought it would be perfect. But I didn't mind Abby's teasing me as I wore a great big smile on my face for the rest of the day. What happened to me and Grant? The kiss brings back feelings I hadn't ever really felt before with any other man. There is something different about him, and I felt like I was safe with him, even thought we really barely know each other. Right now I am taking a shower, still wearing a smile on my face as I wash my hair, making sure the lake water, although mainly clean, is out of my hair, feeling like some more dessert. For my cravings I have been having, I walk down to the kitchen. When arriving, I notice the quietness of the pack house. Normally around 9 o'clock people are still up and about or in the TV room, but it's empty. Walking into the dining area I find Annie with Martha. However, Annie looks like she is crying. As Martha is trying to calm her down, I notice something is wrong in an instant. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's wrong? I go to join them as her head whips to me. Brooke, have you seen Lee? She frantically asks me no. I answer and she lets out another sob as Martha comes to comfort her. What's happened? Lily has gone missing. We can't seem to find her in the house. Martha explains, patting Annie's hair as she cries. My own fear for Lily's safety starts to kick in. Is that where everyone is? Looking for her. I assume because of the barren pack house around me. Annie shakes her head. No, there was an apparent rogue sighting on the border, and everyone has gone to check it out, including Sean, who I can't get a hold of. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dom has gone to look for her. She pauses, her eyes then widening in fear. Oh my gosh, what if Lily's out there and the rogue finds her first? Annie goes back into hysterics as I try to assess the situation. I go back into my old job, as it was to find people. Maybe I can help. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When did you last see her? And Annie takes a moment to compose herself. About an hour ago. I tucked her into bed. She replies. The next obvious question was, do you know where she might have gone? She shakes her head. No, I don't understand. Annie cries some more. But then she seems to have remembered something. No, wait, she was upset because she said she lost the fairy wand you gave her. I said you might have left it at the lake. No more has to be said as it seems pretty clear on where little Lily had gone to. I wouldn't suspect a little toddler to go wandering out into the woods though. From what I have heard there are 2 routes to the lake, the forest trail and the road. I can take a car and go down the dirt road. Is there anyone still here that can travel down the forest trail? I'll go, dear. Martha says. I am a little surprised, but I nod. Martha then digs into her skirt pocket and pulls out a set of keys. Take my car out back. I take the keys as Annie tries to calm down. What should I do? Wait here in case she comes back. I tell her. Don't worry, Annie. If you say the pack is patrolling the forest, there is a chance they might have already found her. I try to sound as reassuring as possible. not wanting to know what she feels right now, but she nods, taking a deep breath. I race upstairs to my room to grab some shoes, before racing back down out the back down to the small car park. I click the button on the key set and see the lights of a sleek silver car flash in the dark. I remind myself to compliment Martha on her car choice as I open the door and slide into the seat. I am thankful the car is automatic as I reverse out, hoping driving a car is like riding a bike. I travel slowly down the dirt path, making sure my headlights are on as I scan the forest around me. No sign of Lily or anything to indicate she walked this way. She more than likely walked down the forest trail, it being more familiar to her. I make it to the little car park near the lake and waterfall. I regret not bringing a flashlight as I turn the car off, the lights going out. The full moon does help me see a little better to the small clearing ahead in the water. I get out of the car and walk to the spot we had Lily's party hours ago. I feel at ease walking in the dark, barely being able to see anything. Arthur doesn't seem to be here yet. Walking would take longer. I get closer to the lake, my mind making horrible scenarios of Lily accidentally falling in and drowning, thinking that makes me look to the water and scan it to make sure no one is in there. However, the hair on the back of my neck stands up as I hear a twig snap behind me. Thinking it might be Lily, I spin around only to shriek in surprise to see a few feet away from me a huge black wolf. Never in my life had I seen a shadow wolf before. The body's bigger than most wolves. The fur blends into heat darkness, yet its eyes glow bright yellow. I find myself backing up as the wolf stands there. My back hits 3 meters away from the lake and I wince. Grant. I whisper, hoping that me being scared is for nothing and this is just Grant in his wolf form. But the wolf's eyes in front of me squint as if confused. But then the wolf growls and snarls at me, teeth snapping angrily, and I feel my mind remember those yellow eyes from a night in San Francisco. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My heart drops. Chapter 23. I am stunned into silence as Raina prowls forward, her strong legs walking towards me. She continues to growl, recognizing who I am. I suppose Raina is also the rogue that more than half the pack went to look for tonight. Completely helpless without any weapon, and afraid for not only my life but also now the baby in my belly. I stay still. Raina, however, seems to stop and meter away from me, her head tilting to the side as her eyes lower to my stomach. I suck in a breath as she realizes my baby bump. I can hear her sniffing the air as she moves closer. My heartbeat increasing to a high speed. I don't have time to do anything as she leaps up in front of me, one paw resting on the tree trunk behind me, the other paw half on the trunk and on my shoulder. I wince as I feel her claws start to sink into my skin. I try and keep calm as she snarls at me again, her large head inches away from mine, her yellow eyes telling me to be afraid. Before they close and she is sniffing me again, I close my eyes too, thinking that she is about to do some serious damage and it's not worth putting up a fight. When I open my eyes again though, I see a flash of white as Raina is ripped away from me. However, her claws leave an nasty scratch across my shoulder as she is torn away. I cry out, slapping a hand on my shoulder as I already feel the slight wetness of my blood. I look to my left to see a white wolf snapping its jaws at Raina, growling at her with those blue eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A white fur, another breed of wolf I have seen for the first time tonight. I watch, as Raina gets up, obviously not happy with the sudden attack. Auntie Abby, a little voice says, and my head whips to the right to find Lily with a small blanket in her arms as well as the one she had come out here searching for. I waste no time. Knowing Abby would want me to take Lily away, I walk over to her, picking her up and resting her my hip. This causes my opposite torn shoulder to protest. I try not to wince as I carry her. What about Auntie Abby? Lily's voice sounds frightened and upset, but I try and reassure her. She's going to be fine. I am pretty sure she can take care of herself. I make it to the car and open the passenger side door, and place Lily into the seat, securing her seat belt around her tiny body. I can see Lily's face concerned as she takes a look at my shoulder, but I smile, hoping she knows everything is all right. I quickly walk around the car, getting into the driver's seat, turning it on and heading back to the pack house. I make sure not to speed, seeing how there is no child's seat and Lily shouldn't be sitting in the front. I pull up the front of the pack house to see Annie sitting on the front porch steps. Her head shoots up to the car as I put it into park, turning it off before getting out. I walk to the other side and get Lily out, resting her on my hip again, and walk to her mother. "Lily," she shrieks, racing up to us, and I don't have to say anything as I give Lily to her mother. Annie holds her tight, cradling her head. "Mommy, why are you crying?" Lily asks, confused as ever. "Because I thought something happened to you," Annie says, turning to me, her face now going into alarm. "Brooke, what happened?" Referring to my shoulder, I place a hand over the wound again. "Long story. I think I am going to go see Drive. Norton Drive." Norton didn't seem surprised to see me, although concern etched his face when seeing my bloodied shoulder. As I managed to take off my shirt, Drive. Norton did a quick check on Lily, just to make sure she was okay from her adventure in the woods. Turns out she was looking for the wand, and Abby had found her by the lake as we had suspected. Once my shirt is off, I am sitting on a bed in my singlet, a little cold, but I finally get a good look at my shoulder in the fluorescent light and cringe. I can't really tell if it's deep or not. Sooner than later, Drive. Norton comes over with a wheelie cart with some water, bandages and instruments. "Great. Can I ask what happened?" Drive, Norton questions. I explain, skipping over the bit about the rogue being Grant's sister. "Well, I'll clean it first. Hopefully you won't need stakes, Drive." Norton gets to work, using water and antiseptic to clean my claw marks. As he was working, he asks, "Do you feel all right? Lightheaded or nauseous?" I shake my head. "Only a little tired," I comment, and he nods in response. "Normal for blood loss and pregnant woman. Although with a slight edge. I need to remind you, Brooke, that you should be taking care of yourself and not getting into dangerous situations." He has a point and I just nod, sliding my hand to rest on my belly. I should have been more cautious, but my old self came out tonight. Act first, think later. I can't afford to do that anymore. Although I did it for a good cause, I need to think about these things before acting. After about 5 minutes of a stinging sensation spreading over my right shoulder, Drive. Norton sighs as he places the bloody bandages into the small water bowl. The 2 scratches on the outside will scab over, but the middle one will need stakes, I am afraid. And I don't want to risk injecting a numbing solution because you're pregnant. I don't need it. I have had stakes without it plenty of times. It seems he wants to ask questions on that statement, but doesn't as he turns back to prepare the needle and thread. I haven't had a scratch before, but have had a couple bullet wounds. The next 10 minutes are painful as I grip the frame of the bed, my knuckles turning white as Drive. Norton stakes me up, the feeling of the thread going through my skins as well as wanting to make me throw up. What seems like eternities when he finishes, wrapping a bandage around my shoulder. Drive. Norton hands me a water bottle. "Drink. You need to keep your fluids up," and he reaches inside his pocket and pulls out a lollipop. "For being brave when your stakes." He teases and I can't but laugh as I take the lollipop from his grasp. "Thank you, Drive." "Norton," I say in a kiddie voice, which he laughs at, shaking his head. "Now I hope this is the last scheduled visit I shall be having from you." Playfulness gone from his voice. My smile dies down and I nod my head. "Good. You can stay here tonight just to be safe. I will see if I can get you some food before you go to bed." With that he leaves the room and I let out a huge sigh. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, it looks like Grant found his long-lost sister, who hates my guts. I try lie down on the bed, but wince every time because of the pull on my stakes. In the end I give up, hoping that Drive. Norton will come back so he can help me lie down and possibly get me something warmer to wear. And, less revealing, my ears perk up as I hear a commotion in the waiting room outside. A little concerned, I am about to walk out and see what the fuss is when the door to the hospital wing section is slammed open. Grant stands there wide-eyed scanning the room until he finds me, sitting on the side of the bed, singled. My shoulder nearly torn off, which is a little over-exaggerated. I can see the tension leave his face when seeing me, and I dread the conversation that is bound to happen next. He walks around the other beds until he is standing in front of me. Abby told me what happened. He states his eye then wandering down to my bandaged shoulder. It's just a few spikes, it's fine. I wave it off, having dealt with worse. So how was the reunion with your sister? It must have gone better than mine. I try and pull a joke, although Grant doesn't smile. It was going good, until Abby told me what she had done to you. Grant, if I am honest, I don't blame her for the way she acted. I mean, last time I saw her I had a gun pointed at her head. And what a surprise to find her attacker a year later at the middle of the woods on the other side of the country. I see Grant processing what I have just said, although tension still remains. I reach out with my good arm and take his hand in mine. Grant seems surprised by the gesture, but he squeezes my hand back, coming to stand closer to me. Without a word, he leans forward and plants a kiss on my forehead. I close my eyes, savoring his closeness. No more reckless things, Brooke. He whispers, and I open my eyes as he takes a small step back to look at me. I don't think my heart can take the surprises and guessing games of if you're all right anymore. I pull a little smile. You really don't like surprises, huh? Grant raises his eyebrows as if looking for a different answer. No more reckless behavior. Besides, I will be out of action for a while. I point to my shoulder and Grant sadly smiles at it. It doesn't hurt. I wave it off again, even though there is a dull throb. It will be fine. Drive. Norton can't really give me pain relief because of the pregnancy. I have had a lot worse. I know, he states boldly, which had my head tightening to the side in question. He notices and he reaches out with his hand to my other shoulder. He gently pulls the scrap of my singlet aside to show a small circular scar close to my armpit. The night in New York. I remember seeing it. Forcing down the blush, I ask, why didn't you say anything? Paying close attention. You could easily tell it was a bullet wound. Grant, however, chuckles. We weren't partially sober that night, Brooke. I was preoccupied, if you know what I mean. This time a blush blares on my cheeks as I avert my gaze from Grant's for a few seconds, composing myself. When I look back at him, he's watching me, a satisfied smirk on his lips. I better get back to debriefing the pack on what's happened. You'll be okay, he asks, and I nod in response. With that, he says a goodbye. Before he can make it to the door, I call him back. Wait. He turns around. Do you mind helping me lie down? I ask, hopeful. He furrows his eyebrows but walks back to me. Either you said you weren't in pain. He questions as he helps me lie down, easing my back gently onto the bed. I just don't want to pull my stakes. I explain when comfortably under the cover on the bed. With Grant's help, I'll see you tomorrow. One more kiss on the forehead before finally leaving, turning off the lights as he walks out and shuts the door. What a day. Chapter 24. What I thought would be an overnighter in the medical clinic turned out to be a few days' drive. Norton, though, it easier because he had to redress my scratch wound and make sure it didn't get infected. He informs me it's healing well, and he can take out the stike soon. I have had a few visits from different people, Annie and Sean, who were very grateful, and I was excited to see Lily doing all right when she came in and showed me a dance with her wand, a new fairy outfit from her birthday. When Abby came, I didn't forget to thank her a few times from that night. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Being Abby didn't want that much praise, as she says it's too dramatic. Grants came every day, sometimes twice when he gets the chance. It's just nice to talk to him. When I bring up his sister, Raina, I can tell he is happy to be back, but I don't think he quite yet has forgiven her for my shoulder yet. Right now I am taking an afternoon nap, seeing how I have to catch up on sleep. The first couple nights it took me a while to drift off because of the throb in my shoulder. About to finally shut my eyes, I hear the light creak off the door. Blinking my eyes open, I manage to sit up against my pillow as I spot the figure. When I see their face, my heart rate picks up as I reach my hand under my pillow. I may have borrowed a scalpel from Drive, Norton, to use as a defense weapon. After all the trouble I'm getting into, I thought it safe to be prepared. Raina walks further into the room, wearing simple jeans and a loose tee shirt, and for the first time she isn't wearing a cap. Her pale green eyes, exactly like Grant's, watch me. She's probably already noticed my hand slipped under the pillow. She speaks first, her voice different from when I met her. Less aggressive. It's good to see you, all right. Should I be worried? I ask, gripping the scalpel in my hands. But Raina just laughs, more nervously than anything. I really screwed up the other night. You screwed up my shoulder, I state, my hand relaxing around the scalpel. She bites her lip. My wolf can be a bit temperamental sometimes. It's not every day you see the last person you're expecting. And when you said Grant's name, from our history, I thought you had done something to him. I nod along, accepting her reasons, although the awake tension still surrounds us. So, is there something I can help you with? I try not to sound rude, although every time I have been around this woman, it's not normally a happy ending. She sighs, coming to sit on the chair beside my bed. Grant told me everything. It looks like I am going to be an auntie soon. She smiles again. I can see she is trying to move forward from our beginnings, and I guess this is a good start. I move my hand away from under the pillow and rest it on my stomach, growing by the day. Yeah, I hope you're planning on sticking around. She smiles. I've lost 9 years with my brother. I don't plan on going anywhere soon. I have an itch to ask about her past. Grant's past and their family, but I realize I don't really have a right. Grant's happy you're back, I say, and she playfully rolls her eyes. Sure he is. He's still mad that I attacked you. He'll get over it. He takes time to process things. I explain, and she nods with a smile. Her eyes then travel to my shoulder. Is it all right? Some concern in her voice. I wave it off as usual. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm just glad it's still attached. I jerk, trying to lighten the mood, and she chuckles. I was wondering if you were going to pull some of your defense moves on me or whip out a gun, she says, and I can hear the curiosity in her voice. She must be thinking how I got from active agent a year ago to pregnant. Those days are behind me. I guess I got you to thank for that. Pondering on my thoughts, but when I see her tilt her head in question, I elaborate. After that night in the Ally, I realized what I was doing. As you put it, the dirty work. I got out when I realized I'm my own kind. Raina watches me confused. You're a werewolf. I bite my lip whilst shaking my head. My father was a werewolf. My mother was human. She stares at me wide-eyed. Wow. I arch an eyebrow at her. Sorry. It's just I have never met anyone like that before. I have nothing else to say. I find it odd that Raina finds it fascinating when others make fun of it. I guess that's one thing I like about her. The conversation stops as I spot Grant in the doorway, surprise in his eyes as he walks into the room. Raina must notice as she turns in her chair. She immediately gets up when seeing him. She turns back to me with a smile. Sorry again. I'm glad you are okay, she says, stepping out of the chair. I'll see you around. You bet. I say back. She smiles and seems relieved as she turns. She stops near Grant, but he doesn't say anything as she waits. I hear her sigh before she brushes past him and exits the room. Last time you saw her, she nearly ripped your arm off, and now you acting like best friends. Crossing his arms over his chest. Last time you saw her was 9 years ago. You would have done anything to find her, and that you can't stand the sight of her. Making him eat his words. Grant tenses his jaw, and by that I know I have made a point. My mood swings have made me rather snappy. Not to mention being in the same room for nearly a week has been a contributing factor. I'm not only mad at her because of the other night. Grant says coming to sit in the chair Raina had just sat. I widen my eyes for him to elaborate and he sighs. I asked her the obvious question of where she has been all these years. It was only about a year ago I knew she was alive. But that is 8 years I have no recognition of where she was and what she was doing. I can see the paranoia in that. But I don't think she needs to tell him everything. And maybe I am just thinking that because I have secrets of my own I like to keep hidden. But I don't say my true feelings. Just give her time. She is probably wondering what you have also been up to. I comment and I see him get annoyed by that statement. Look, Grant, if I can forgive for attacking me, then surely you can. He sighs, and that's the only answer I am going to get. I talk to drive. Norton just before. Grant changes the topic. He says you can get your stikes out tomorrow and be released. I want to do a leap of joy but thought best not to. Probably have to stay in here for a while longer if I damage my shoulder further. Then I furrow my eyebrows. Why did you ask, Drive? Norton. Grant rubs his hands together. His nervous gesture. I wanted to take you somewhere tomorrow. Not far but around the territory. As in a date. My heart does a little flutter. If that's how you would like to put it. I playfully tap my chin in thought. I would love to go, but I pause and Grant seems to be sitting on the edge of his seat. You have to go forgive your sister. Grant's smile drops as he sighs out in annoyance. Blackmail. You know it. I wink and it cracks a smile on Grant's face. He chuckles. Fine. But only because it's you. Chapter 25. It wasn't funny. I remind Grant as he leads me through an unfamiliar forest trail in the early hours of the night. I was released from the medical clinic a few hours ago. Grant insisted I rest up before he took me to the mystery destination. Of course it was. I never thought you would manage to fall into a lake. He chuckles, looking over to me with an annoyed pout on my lips. He laughs more. Whatever. We have all had our clumsy moments. I finish the topic and start a new one. So where exactly are we going? Grant smiles as if he was keeping a secret. You'll see. I roll my eyes. How long do we have to go until we make it to this secret location? Finally we stop right in front of a weaving curtain of leaves. I think we might have gone off the trail. But Grant turns to me with a smile. He takes my hand and starts walking to the bushes. Too confused to say anything, I am guided through the leaves as they brush against my skin. I didn't realize the bush was so dense, and I am thankful in the dark I am still holding Grant's hand. When the leaves disappear from our side, I stop in my tracks. Floating yellow lights dancing in a small opening in the forest. I watch them for a while, my lightly anxious mood fading in the peacefulness of the scene in front of me. Fireflies. I whisper, turning my head to Grant, who is already watching me. He nods in response. Excitement dwelling in his eyes. How did you find this place? It was a lucky find when I was patrolling. Stumbled upon it. Still holding my hand, he guides me further into the clearing until we stand in the middle. I turn slowly to be surrounded by the little lightning bugs to glow like stars that don't belong in the sky. Are they like this every night? I question. When looking at Grant, he rubs the back of his head. No, it was a gamble to see if they were here. Checked an hour before I came and got you. So where would you have taken me if the fireflies didn't come out? He chuckles nervously before answering. Good question. I laugh at his words, turning to admire the view again that surrounds us. Sooner than later I was lying down on the grass. Grant doing the same as we stare up at our own personal constellation of lights, meters above our heads. Grant, I whisper, afraid my loud voice will scare the fireflies away. Yes, a quiet reply. Where are you from? There is a pause before he answers. England. Furrowing my eyebrows, I turn my head to look at him. You don't sound English. How about now? He tries being the key word, to do a British accent, which I find myself laughing at. That was crap. I comment and he laughs with me. When we calm down, he continues. I was young when my parents decided to move to America. So young I barely remember anything from my pack back in England. Was your pack like you? All shadows. I question, finding my curiosity guiding my questions. Yes, the Underwood pack. I stop for a moment, the name registering in my mind before I let out a little gasp. You're from the Underwood pack. Grant seemed surprised by my reaction of the name as his head turns to me, his face confused. Yes, you've heard of it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Its sad smile forms on my face. My father used to tell me stories of the mighty Shadow Pack in England. The way he told them made them sound like legends and myth compared to real werewolves. Underwood Pack, he used to say, one of the oldest but most deadliest packs to face in the world. The pack might be bedtime stories soon. I don't know if there is anyone left over there. Grant whispers his dark thought and the conversation ceases. But when he speaks up again, I find myself surprised and relieved that I hadn't pushed him too far with his past. My sister said when you saw her in her wolf form the other night, it was like you had seen a ghost. Well, in my old pack there was no wolf like you, Arena. I mean, there was just tracker wolves and some red coats from the desert. I explain. As I said, shadows seemed like myth to us. Black fur as dark as night. And eyes like fireflies. Silence falls upon us again, and I hadn't realized why until I had to look at Grant. But instead I found an empty patch of grass beside me. Alarmed again, I get up into a sitting position and whip my head around to see if I can spot him. What has me more puzzled is the pile of clothes near the exit to the clearing. A twig snappy alerts me back in front of me, where a wolf with fur black as night and eyes like fireflies appears through the cross from me. I allow myself to calm down. Grant's wolf form is bigger than Monia's, and another difference from his sister is that he isn't looking at me as if I was his next target. His eyes search around the opening. His eyes the yellow brightness of the fireflies, and it could be a perfect picture if I had brought a camera. He slowly prowls towards me, and I feel honored that Grant would want to show me his wolf form. His huge head comes to nuzzle the side of my body and I laugh, carefully running my fingers through his midnight fur. It's softer than expected and I scratch behind his ears, which causes a pleading whine to come out of Grant. I chuckle softly as I look down to see the real reason Grant is nuzzling my side. I see his eyes focus on my rounded belly as he brushes the side of his head against it gently. His eye close and I can't but feel my heart falling for him a little harder. But that moment is over as I feel something I hadn't felt before. My hand stopped on the top of Grant's head and he notices my stillness. His eyes reopen and concern as the emotions whirling through them. I whisper, as if I was afraid to say it. I felt the baby move. My hand goes to my stomach where I felt an odd sensation in my belly as if someone was mooching around in there. I was so mesmerized by the experience I didn't realize now that there was two other hands spread out on my stomach. We wait in silence. Until it happens again. I let out a small gasp as I also feel Grant's hands tense on my stomach. That feels. Grant gets out and I find myself chuckling. You think? I say with a smile and Grant looks up to me, our eyes meeting as he laughs too. Not daring to remove his hands. His eyes go back to my stomach as I feel his thumb moving in soothing circles against it. And to my horror, when I lower my eyes, I slap a hand across them. Moments over. Grant. He answers if I hadn't forcefully blocked my vision. You're naked. I exclaim so. I can hear the teasing in his voice, but that still doesn't make me laugh. Grant. I whine and there is a sigh before I feel his hands disappear. I wait a few moments before removing my hand to find Grant in his jeans again, although with no shirt. I didn't mind. That was a highlight of this evening. And to my disappointment, he puts on his shirt again. My hormones are all over the place these days. I didn't expect that to happen so soon. It wasn't too much of a surprise for you. Knowing his hate of surprises and guessing games, he playfully glares at me. It was unexpected, he remarks, but it was worth the shock. I laugh, shaking my head. This is truly a night to remember. I spent an unforgettable night with Grant late into the night. But the next morning, I paraded through the pack house like a zombie. A start I never saw coming. Chapter 26. It was late when I went to sleep after the night with Grant. My body was exhausted, but my brain buzzed with excitement. I couldn't get over that one amazing night where everything seemed to work out. Although waking up the next morning, only capturing a couple hours sleep, I felt like a zombie parading through the pack house. When arriving in the dining room, in a t-shirt and track pants, what I wore to bed, Abby was the first to spot something was off. I go join their table. With Abby, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sean and Lily, sliding out the chair and sitting with my eyes feeling heavy. You okay, Brooke? Annie asks as she kindly pours me a glass of orange juice from a pitcher on the table. You look hungover. Abby comments and I give her a scowl before drinking my juice. The coldness wakes me up as it washes down my throat. I am not in a cheery mood this morning, and I don't feel like Abby's jokes. I'm not, just really tired. I state simply. Is it because you were out with Grant last night? Abby asks casually, but her face has a teasing note to it that makes me glower at her. What? Annie could have practically screamed, which causes me to jump. But in my tired and irritated state, my attention goes back to Abby. How do you know where I was last night? I question. I was patrol duty last night. Might have caught a glimpse of you two in the forest together. She replies, how could have I not seen a white wolf in the dark? You would have stood out like a sore thumb. I observe. You will be surprised how well I can hide in the forest, even though I have such luscious white fur soft as snow. Abby exaggerates dramatically even though it's a bitch to clean. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Language. Annie scolds as she nods her head to a little 3-year-old Lily, who is not paying attention as she is coloring in. Abby puts her hands up in surrender and carries on eating her breakfast. Annie's gaze comes to me, and I find myself sinking into my seat. She smiles. So, how was it with Grant last night? Sean beside her coughs on his toast, as if he was thinking the obvious thought of what that question could mean. My cheeks go red. Nothing of that nature. I announce first, which only causes Annie and Abby to smirk in amusement. He took me to a beautiful place in the forest. We talked. We laughed. He took me back. You know, the usual. Although nothing about last night was the usual. But I am not going to mention that to the sisters who seem way too interested in my love life at the moment. As if remembering the night causes it. I feel the baby move around and I place a hand on my stomach. A small smile makes it onto my lips. By that face I don't think it was an ordinary first date. Annie notes as she watches me with knowing eyes. I sigh with content as I playfully roll my eyes. Why are you so interested on this topic? May I ask? Since we have been here, which has been a long while, Grant has never, well, not that we know of, taken as much interest in someone as he has for you. She explains and I find myself shaking my head. The only reason he did take an interest in me was because of the baby in my stomach. But Annie shakes her head in protest. That might have brought you together. But times have changed, Brooke. He didn't have to ask you out on a date, just because you're having a baby together. I open my mouth to object, but find nothing to indicate her statement as wrong. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grant didn't need to ask me out, or kiss me, or was it because he felt obliged to? And as usual, I am overthinking things. Daddy, Lily's voice breaks the silence. Yes, sweetheart. Sean asks, tilting his head down closer to her level, as she remains coloring. If Brooke has a baby in her stomach, how did it get there? It's an odd and innocent question, but the table goes quiet and it seems me and Abby are the ones trying to hold in our laughter. Lily is quite observant for her age. Sean's head turns to his wife's. She's your daughter. Annie glares at her husband, and I decide then not to get dragged into the conversation, so I excuse myself to get breakfast from Martha. The day went by quickly as I went to check in with Drive. Norton. Not for an appointment, but just to ask a few questions after what happened last night. He says it's called the quickening, when the baby starts to move around. He was very reassuring that everything was normal, and after that I spent the rest of my day with the pack. It was a rainy day and people decided to have a movie day. Somehow a Star Wars marathon was decided, which I didn't mind. But everyone was annoyed when there was no popcorn because Martha had the rule of no junking food. However, she did make up for that minor dilemma of movie-watching tradition with homemade brownies and cookies. However, my lack of sleep caught up to me about mid-second movie and I went up to my room for a nap. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon when I dozed off. When I woke up I felt someone running their fingers through my hair. I lay there for longer than I needed to, enjoying the feeling of my hair being played with. When I did finally open my eyes I was surprised to see my room all dark as if it was nighttime. And it took me a moment to realize who the person was from the lack of light. "Grant," I whisper, slowly starting to sit up against the headboard. Sadly, Grant's hand pulls away from my hair. "What's the time?" "10. He informs me and I groan. I didn't want to be asleep that long. I am afraid now my sleep patterns are going to be all wrong. "What time did you doze off?" 5, I think. I rub my eyes, before looking over to Grant. "It was a nice surprise for you to be here when I woke up." Grant chuckles. "Well, I hadn't seen you all day. Although I wasn't expecting you to still be fast asleep when Abby told me you were in your room. You haven't been waiting long, have you?" I question, slightly guilty. "Half an hour," he states, and I bite my lip. "You were just watching me sleep." A little awkward by the situation. "That's not creepy, is it?" "Just a little." I laugh and he laughs along with me. When it starts to die down, an embarrassing rumble comes from my stomach. Grant continues laughing. "I regret to inform you that Martha has officially closed the kitchen," he says, "and being a pregnant woman now. That's the last thing I wanted to hear. But I think I have leftovers in my apartment upstairs if you want to come up." Surprised he would ask me up is overruled in this instant by my hunger. But I am still unsure. "Sure. I mean if it's not any trouble." "Don't be stupid, Brooke," he teases, sitting up from the bed. He offers his hand to me. "Come." And with a smile I accept his help. And he doesn't let go of my hand as we walk up the couple flights of stairs to the top floor. Last time I was there I was caught eavesdropping beside his office. When we arrive we walk past the office door and Grant gets his keys out and unlocks the door to his apartment. Once walking in I am taken back by it. I look to my left to see a sleek kitchen with a huge countertop and a stove. A fridge and a pantry to accompany. There is also a small dining table, and to the right of that is the lounge area, and the sofas look really comfortable as they face a flat screen tea. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyes are wandering to the small hallway in front, but my attention goes back to Grant. He is rummaging through the fridge. I join him in the kitchen. "Can I ask you something?" I inquire, sitting on one of the stools under the counter. I hear a muffled yes from the fridge. "Why do you and some other people have apartments, when people like myself have single rooms? Jealous, are we?" Grant jerks as he finally closes the fridge door, holding to containers now. I reply back too quickly. He just raises his eyebrows at me. "Maybe just a little." He chuckles with a sigh. "Long story short, we were planning on expanding, but we had money problems. When I found this place several years ago, it was already like this. More and more people have been joining, and there is not enough room in the pack house for everyone to have their own complex like this." Fair enough, I think, but it doesn't erase the envy of not having to walk down for flights of stairs when I feel hungry. "So do you want chicken stir fry or spaghetti meatballs?" Grant breaks me out of my thoughts. I look at the containers in his hand. "Stir fry sounds good," I reply, and he gets to work warming them up in the microwave. As we wait he turns back to me, leaning against the cupboard. "So how was your day?" "I went to see Drive. Norton about last night." I start off and I notice Grant's shoulders go tense. And he asks. I can't help but suppress a smile on Grant's concern. Everything is going smoothly. Nothing to worry about. When it seems Grant relaxes, the microwave timer goes off and he bends down to take out the container. "Were you part of the Star Wars marathon that happened today?" "Not really. Got to about the halfway mark of the second one before I was too tired." I explain. "Well, they're still going downstairs. They're not even close to finishing." Grant states. I chuckle. Everyone seemed very enthusiastic to go all the way to the end. I wonder who is still standing. Grant pulls out some bowls from beside the sink and places my stir-fry into it. He opens a random cupboard to get me a knife and fork, placing them on the rim of the bowl before sliding it to me. And Grant smiles before heating up his spaghetti. I'm sure there should be a movie on or something on the TV, he offers. Okay. Anything but Star Wars, I comment, hopping off the stool, meal in hand and heading over to the lounge area. I plonk down on the black sofa directly facing the TV. Grant's apartment is so organized you don't have to shove your hands down the side of the sofa cushions to find the TV remote. They sit neatly, parallel to each other on a small coffee table. Kicking one up, I start channel surfing. When Grant does join me, I decided on a Disney movie. Although it's forgotten because Grant and I end up talking over our meals. And when we are finished, I find myself snuggling up to Grant, our legs tangled along the sofa and my head resting against his chest. Listening to his steady, calming heartbeat is what makes me fall asleep. Chapter 27. Someone is clearing their throat when my eyes flicker open. But I am not in my bedroom, and the body underneath me shifts, which startles me, and I would have fallen off if the arm around my waist hadn't have tightened. You to look comfortable. I lift my head up to see Rain. I watching Grant, and our sleepy state entangled on the sofa. In my slight embarrassment of the situation, I start to fumble off of Grant, but he is not letting go. If anything, he is holding me tighter. What do you want, Raina? He says gruffly, his morning voice sounding sexy to my ears. And the hormones in my body have woken for today as well. You had scheduled an important pack meeting about an hour ago. Although nothing happened because the alpha wasn't there, she says back, a bite to her words. I can feel Grant's body tense under mine. We had certainly slept in later than expected. On the sofa. All rescheduled for this afternoon. Grant grunts, obviously not that happy. Raina sighs. Her attention then turns to me. I'll see you around, Brooke. She winks my way and my cheeks turn red. Yep. I say rather awkwardly. She smiles an all-knowing smile before she walks away out of sight. We hear the door close and silence falls in the room. I turn my head on Grant's chest upwards to look at his face. When doing so, a smile is on his lips. His hair is all disheveled. Good morning. I find a yawn escaping me. Good morning to you. You sleep all right? Running his hand up and down my back. That doesn't help me wake up, but want to fall right back to sleep. I nod my head. One of the best sleeps I have had in ages. I comment, and the smile that appears on Grant's face means that was the right answer. I decide to start shuffling off the sofa. Even if Grant complains. Once standing, I stretch. Careful with my injured shoulder. The sofa isn't the best for lumbar support. Peering back down at Grant, I can see his lack of interest in moving. Come on, sleepyhead. Time to get up. He groans in protest. Give me a minute. I sigh before walking over to his kitchen area. I decide to check the fridge first. When opening it, all it contains is some orange juice, milk and some moldy lemons. Remind me, Grant, why is it you need a kitchen if you do not use it? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But I do use it. On special occasions, he states, and I close the fridge door, turning around to Grant getting up from the sofa. Right. I drag out. Now opening and closing empty cupboards bare of food. I think you have grown too attached to Martha's cooking to be bothered to cook for yourself. There is a pause before I sigh guilty. He says, and I laugh. But you must admit nothing does beat her cooking. I playfully roll my eyes. Sure. I'm hungry. Hopefully Martha is still making breakfast, but it might be more of a brunch by now. Probably. I'll meet you down there. I'll just get changed before heading down. Me too. I'll see you there. After a quick change, and hampering since my hair and face looked haggard, I made it downstairs to the dining room. I look for Grant and find him sitting this morning with Annie, Sean, Abby and Lily. And I am not surprised to see Grant glowering at Tabby as usual. while Abby is the one keeping him, annoyed, as he likes to put it. As I approach, the table goes quiet, and while I sit down on the empty chair beside Grant, all eyes watch me. Good morning. There's a couple good mornings back, and the awkward tension is so thick it could be cut with a knife. When turning my head to Abby, she smiles brightly, although I know by that cheeky grin I am in trouble. Good morning, More like afternoon, she says with a twinkle in her eye. Where were you two sleepy heads this morning? Abby tilts her head back and pretends to think. Let's see. When I knocked on your door this morning, Brooke, I found your bedroom empty, and Grant seemed to have slept in and missed an important meeting. Coincidence? Even though my cheeks were burning up so bad you could fry an egg on them, I stupidly still tried to play coy. I don't know what you're getting at, Abby. Oh, you know me. Putting things together. Abby chirps, and my eyes glare at her. If you must know, Abby. Grant speaks up, a calmness in his words. I invited Brooke up for a meal last night at my apartment. We might have fallen asleep on the sofas watching a movie. Does that put things together? Abby looks about ready to smash the glass in her hand, but she calms and sits back in her seat. How you ruin my fun. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She scoffed. Always a pleasure. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grant smiles mockingly, and it takes me a lot not to laugh at the two children I am sitting between. Someone clearing their throat across from me draws my attention back to the table. I find it to be Annie. Well, since that's cleared up, and out in the open. Annie winks, and I can't help but roll my eyes. You two must be excited for tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Grant asks, looking to me, about to ask the same question. It takes me several seconds to remember what Annie is referring to. I literally slap my forehead. 20-week ultrasound. Gosh, why can't I remember anything? I complain, and Annie chuckles while I turn back to a confused Grant. Sorry, I was supposed to ask you about coming, I just kept forgetting. I got that. Grant chuckles, and I would be happy to come. His hand comes to rest on my thigh. The gesture alone makes my heart beat faster. Well, after you guys find out the sex, well, that's if you want to, you can go shopping. Annie says excitedly. Shopping. Grant and I question at the same time. We look at each other before back to Annie. She seems confused, and her excited state fades slightly. Yeah. Well, if you find out the sex, you can buy clothes easier instead of everything being neutral. Then there is the baby's room. You'll have to find a changing table. Oh, the crib. Blankets for the winter. Hats for the summer. Somehow Annie keeps going, which is another reason my mind is racing with this information. And the only word that keeps repeating itself in my head is, shit. What am I saying? I am getting ahead of myself. Annie pauses, waving it off. Have you thought about the birth? Brooke, there's a lot to consider, since you're putting your body through a lot, Annie. Sean says rather sternly, stopping her mid-sentence. I think you better stop for a second. No, Abby starts laughing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Continue. Seeing their freaked out faces has just made my day. Annie seems to realize she had been going on, and her face sinks. Oh, sorry, it's fine. I force a smile that probably makes me look crazy mad. I am getting up from my seat. I'm not that hungry. I think I will go on a walk instead. And I don't stop until I make it out of the front door of the pack house. I stop a few steps away from the front porch. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What was I thinking? Well, obviously I wasn't, because from what Annie had just said, there's a lot to think about. I'm having a baby. That was simple enough to get my head around, but I had been so stupid to forget about all that it entails. Brooke. My head whips to my name being called by Grant. He steps down the porch steps to me. When seeing my state, he sighs. You're freaking out. What? I'm not freaking out, I say as I nervously chuckle, making me sound even crazier. say that while looking me in the eye. I let out as much built-up tension with a sigh and bite my lip. Turning my head to Grant, I was uncertain as to why he seemed calmer. Then me. How come you're not freaking out? Honestly, I am. But it's not like we're alone in this. I finally stand still. How could I be so clueless? You're not Brooke, he says, coming to stand directly in front of me. We weren't ready for all this. We're not prepared, and it seems we have very little knowledge of taking care of a baby, let alone raising one. Is this supposed to make me feel any better? I cut in and Grant huffs. You didn't let me finish. He complains. We have support here. You have Annie for starters. Martha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Lilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Rania. We have a whole house behind us full of people that can teach us and help us. Somehow my nerves slow down and I nod, taking away the remaining space between us. Sometimes I just need a hug. When Grant's arms wrap around my waist, bringing me closer, I forgot for a second what I was even freaking out about to begin with. And guess who else you have? He whisper me. I hold him even tighter in that moment, closing my eyes to savor his warmth. Moments like this I wish lasted forever. Damn it. I was kind of hoping you weren't on that list. Grant's reply to my comment is by giving me a smack on my butt. I cry out in surprise, pulling away with a pout. He puts his hands up in surrender. Sorry, I forgot that night in New York you didn't like spanking. My mouth drops open as red washes on my cheeks, but I manage a pretty deftly glare his way. Or did you? I smack him on the arm and he laughs, turning around and starting to head back up the porch. But my thoughts wander back to New York and that night. What I was really doing. My head turns down to the dirt road, leading out of the forest, out of the territory and back to the city, where I have left my brother in the hands of S. Brooke. My head turns back to a puzzled Grant. You're not freaking out again, are you? I force a light laugh out, shaking my head. No, just thinking. And with that I follow him, taking his hand as he leads me back into the pack house. Guilt washes over me, and I risk drowning in it soon. Chapter 28. Well, I'd like it to be a surprise. I state, as we are waiting by drive, Norton's office. Grant and I are here for the 20-week ultrasound. And today, if wanted, we could find out the sex of the baby, boy or girl. I think it would be fun to know. Grant persuades and I roll my eyes. The only reason you want to know is because you hate surprises. I comment, and I look through the corner of my eye to see Grant sulking, although I don't think he's willing to let this go. I think it would be more fun it is a surprise. Maybe for you. But I think Brooke, he pauses, giving me a sly look. You doing this on purpose? In mock horror. I gasp. What? You know my hatred of surprises and guessing games. You just doing this to tease me? I bite my lip as I smile. That's why it would be more fun. He gives me an annoyed look, but can't hide the amusement on his face by the expression. And before any more can be said, the door to drive Norton's office pops open. His head peers around the corner. It's the happy couple. Come on in, he says, leaving his door open. After looking at Grant, we get up and head on in. How did you know? We are, I stammer but drive. Norton cuts in. In a pack like this, news spreads quicker than wildfire, especially when it's about our alpha, he whispers, looking at Grant, who is defiantly not entertained by that statement. Subsiding a laugh, Drive Norton directs me to sit on the padded bed on the back of his office. He does the routine check of my blood pressure and weight while Grant sits on the seat beside the bed. Having to stand on a pair of scales is the most awful thing, knowing my weight is only going to increase. Everything looks good so far. How's your shoulder healing? I look down and across to my shoulder, giving it a little rub. Fine. It hasn't given me much problems. Just a little sore when I reach for something. That's fair enough. I will give you some small exercises to do just to get your arm muscles used to the movement again, he says, and I nod in thanks. Now let's see how the baby is growing. I'll just get you to lie down. I do so as drive, Norton goes to get the ultrasound machine again. His office being small, I understand him not wanting it to be in here 24/7. Once lying on the padded bed, I look to my left to see Grant watching me. "You're smiling," I state, which makes him chuckle. "You'll be pleased to know I am capable of such a thing." He smirks and I let out a laugh. "Sorry, but last time I had to force that usual frown upside down," I remark, remembering my failed attempt at using my fingers to stretch his lips up into a smile. "You were carrying so much tension between your thick eyebrows, I am surprised your skull didn't crack in half." "Hang on," Grant intervenes, holding up his hand. "Thick eyebrows. I was told they were my best feature," running his fingers across both. "Well, those who like your hairy caterpillars are allowed to," I joke, looking to Grant's annoyed face, and I chuckle. "I think teasing you is my new favorite thing to do with you." After a sec, and Grant smiles, reaching out and taking my hand. He kisses the back of it, letting his lips linger, which causes a few pleasant shivers to run up my spine. "Are you sure it's your favorite thing to do with me?" My eyes gleam at him as he wears his playful smirk. This light-hearted, less stern side of Grant I can get used to. The moment ends though when Norton comes busting back into the office, wheeling in the ultrasound machine. I roll up my shirt to my dome, also known as my belly. 5 months and I already feel massive. The ultrasound gets underway and seeing the baby, although in my stomach, never gets old. The baby's arms and legs seem to grow bigger and things seem more refined and detailed. And then the dreaded question is asked. "Would you like to know the gender?" No, my answer yes. Grant's answer. I let out a built-up sigh. "Grant, please. Come on." Then putting on what I hoped was a convincing smile. "You can conquer your fears." It was the wrong thing to say from Grant's flat expression in return. "Brooke, I would really like to know the gender. My stepmother always said I was as stubborn as an ox getting his ass whipped. And with my mood swings, this ox isn't budging. I'm the one carrying the baby, and I think it's fair if I don't want to know if in my stomach I am carrying a boy or girl. Our baby Brooke. I have just as much right as you to know." Grant argues back and it becomes an intense stare-off drive. Norton clearing his throat makes me realize we aren't alone. "I can see you to have reached an impasse. How about I tell Grant the gender? And Brooke, you don't have to know." A wise idea. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I agree, then turning my attention to Grant. "But you better not spill." "I mean it." He smiles triumphantly. "Believe me, I am good." Waiting outside drive. Norton's office for Grant took a little longer than expected, but when he comes out the smile he always makes me overly curious. So, I ask, and he gives me a look. "Do you know?" He chuckles yes. I find myself biting my lip, and by that gesture Grant seems to be able to read my mind. "Do you want to know?" I scrunch up my face in annoyance. I want to stand my ground, but sometimes curiosity gets the better of me. I was never known to be a patient person. Grant says, a cheek innest to his words. "Since you were so willing not to allow me to know the gender and make me suffer for the next few months, I can only do what you intended for me." My mouth drops open, a protest ready to come out, but it is interrupted by Grant's laugh. It sounded rather evil in my ears. "Come, let's go get lunch." With that said, he loops an arm around my waist, and slight surprises passes through me when his hand slides down to my stomach, giving it a few soothing rubs. And I knew then, boy or girl, Grant was happy. Chapter 29. The weather is starting to cool to lower temperatures, and the wind is becoming crisper by the days. Winter is dawning on us, but before it is too cold to go out, the pack is holding a bonfire event outside. Rugged up in a jumper and a jacket, I sit upon a lawn chair enjoying the ending of the day. Going into night. It was nice being surrounded by people I can call friends. It helps me forget about all the terrible things that have happened and are still happening in my life. I can't wait to see the baby. For real, I mean. Raina says as she passes back the ultrasound photo I had bought to show her and a pestering Annie. Me too, I say, patting my enlarged stomach before giving a soothing rub. My baby has decided to try and gain my attention by kicking me ever so often most recently. Of course I don't mind, well, at least when I am trying to fall asleep, but in a way I feel a little better knowing my little Munkin is doing all right in there. So Abby drags out, taking a sip of her beer. Do you know the gender yet? I shake my head. No, but Grant does. They give me a confused look and I elaborate. He wanted to know. I didn't. Speak of the devil. Abby points to her right and I follow her finger to Grant's approaching figure. He smiles when seeing me, dropping down on the free seat beside mine. We heard you know the gender of the baby. Abby states boldly, and Grant looks to me and I shrug. That I do. He says as if it was a simple fact. He's gone back to tough emotionals as alpha. Not the one that teases me on my evolving waddle walk from my growing belly. I did slap him hard, on the shoulder for that one. Do you mind telling us? Raina outs and quicker than anything I slap my hands over my ears. Scared Grant would answer. It's only a few seconds later I feel warm hands pry my hands away, and I hear the soft chuckling of Grant. I turn to him. I wasn't going to say anything. If I can't tell you, I won't tell anyone. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Abby complains, her face turning sour. I won't tell Brooke. Pinky swear. Raina laughs at Abby's attempt. You won't get anything out of him. He's been that way since he was a child. Our parents used to get so mad at him. Right, Grant? It becomes so obvious in that moment that Grant went to stern to beyond tense at the mention of his parents. His lips are so thin when he answers. Right. He gets out gruffly. Raina continues. I remember one time Grant had gotten a ton load of candy one Halloween and he was determined not to share it, so he hid it. He wouldn't tell anyone, not even Mom or Dad. The only way we found out in the end is when a nest of ants were crawling out under a loose floorboard in his bedroom. Mom was so mad she had to get. Raina Grant grits out. His tone meant for no question. I was quite enjoying the little anecdote about his childhood, but clearing he wasn't. Raina's happy reminiscing spirit is crushed by Grant, as anger overtakes the evident sadness in her eyes. What? I can't even talk about them now. Drop it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But Raina seems to have no intention to do so. No, she hisses. They were our parents. What is wrong with talking about them? You wouldn't understand. He bites back, sharpness to his words. But then his words become a lost whisper. You weren't there that day. Raina's orphans, but the rage comes back quicker than it left. No, I wasn't, because it was your bright idea to ship me off to England. She abruptly gets up from her chair, her voice cracking. I didn't even get to say goodbye. With that she storms away. The argument of brother and sister had captured the whole attention of the pack as it becomes silent. In my utter puzzlement of what happened, it takes me a moment to regain my thoughts and turn to Grant. His hands are holding onto his armrest so tightly the metal is starting to bend at the sheer force of his strength. Grant, I whisper in a helpless attempt to capture his attention. He relaxes only a fraction, and I am relieved when I hear people going back to their own conversations. If you want to talk. I jump when he harshly cuts, and I think I just made it pretty damn clear that I don't want to talk about it. Emotions start to swirl, and a growing lump forms on the back of my throat. I understand how you feel, but you shouldn't lash out. How could you possibly know how I feel? From me not actually dropping the subject matter, like I wish I had. But that statement alone makes me angry. I can see that Grant is hurt, and we clearly haven't told each other everything about ourselves, and he couldn't have known. But it still makes my blood boil. You're not the only one sitting here who has lost their parents. I spit out, and decide the enjoyable bonfire has turned an ugly head as I manage to get up from my seat, which took embarrassingly longer than usual. I walk away, not turning back as I make my way back to the pack house for a hot bath to calm me down and soak away my problems. Only if for an hour or two. I decided on a pair of comfortable FLA pajamas with hearts for bed. Even if they aren't very flattering for my new body shape I'm getting used to. Just about to hop into bed a little past 10. A knock on my door makes me groan. I walk over to my door, not knowing whom to expect after the eventful evening. In the dark hallway outside stands Grant, rubbing his palms, his nervous gesture. I have mixed emotions about him being here, angry yet relieved. "Can I come in?" he asks, and I just nod, walking back into the room as he does also, shutting the door behind him. "Sorry, I know it's late." He apologizes. I shrug, before saying, "Grant, I'm sorry about before." "Don't be," Grant states, and I go sit on the end of my bed. I clap my hand on the blanket beside me and Grant comes to join me. There is some following silence before Grant speaks up. "I thought your mother is still alive. You said you tried to call her. She's my stepmom. I love her all the same, but my real mother died when I was a baby." I explain. For some reason, it's never been that hard to talk about my deceased mother. I guess it is from the fact I never knew her. How could I miss someone I never met? But I feel awful thinking that way. "Your father?" Grant asks the harder question for me. "He died of an illness about a year ago." I inform Grant, and I know that whole statement is a passageway into telling him the truth about myself and my involvement that night in S. "Oh," I try and start he. "Unbrooke, you don't have to say anymore." Grant stops me and I shake my head. No, I try and keep going, but Grant stops me again. "You're tired, and that's the last thing I want you to have to talk about if you don't want to." The way he puts it makes me think for a second he understands. But the only thing he understands is the pain of losing a loved one. "What about your parents?" I ask, and Grant becomes tense again. But I push on. "It's obviously troubling you. A long time ago, my parents asked me to do something," Grant states, his eyes focused straight ahead, looking at the wall. "I didn't deliver, so they died." The words leave a bitter taste in the air, and I don't press Grant for any more. He blames himself. Even if it's his fault, no one should have to carry that burden. Grant is too good, too kind in my eyes for that to be true. But when he is ready, I hope he will tell me. I rub my hand along his arm, to hopefully comfort him, and when he leans into my touch, I go further up over his bicep, gliding my hand over the back of his neck until I softly run my fingers through his hair. A small groan seems to escape Grant as his hand comes to rest on my thigh, softly rubbing it as he leans closer to me. He rests his forehead on mine before locking our lips. The kiss becomes deeper as I had already had my fingers threaded through his dark hair, adding my other hand to bring him closer. His hands are exploring my waist, and in that moment, I realize that pregnancy can make you incredibly sad one second to uncontrollably horny the next. I was far past aroused when his lips moved against my cheeks to my neck, nibbling as he went. A playful nip of my earlobe turned out to be my breaking point. I was tugging at his shirt as he pulled back, our breaths already labored. "Is it safe?" He looks down to my pregnant stomach. I can't help the little smile on my lips. "Yes." I think that was the last coherent word said that night as I violently ripped Grant's shirt off, when he patiently unbuttoned my pajamas top. We now know who was the patient one in the relationship. But after that, Grant wasted no second into making me feel amazing. I knew, though, that I was digging a deeper hole for myself when the truth came out. But with Grant, all I wanted was to be with him in every way possible. I never wanted the night to end. Chapter 30. I woke up tangled in sheets, as well as tangled up in the arms and legs of a sleeping Grant. A little confused at first as to why my flannel pajamas were on the floor and how I was now wearing a baggy shirt and underwear. It only took me a moment to remember why. I wear a cheesy grin as I turn my head back to see Grant's head resting between my neck and shoulder. I feel his bare chest rest against my back, his arms collided around my waist. One hand rests upon my swollen stomach. I slide my hand to rest on top of his. I feel his body shift behind me and hear a little groan. Grant's awake. I am aware of him taking in his surroundings. But seconds later he cuddles up closer to me and holds me tighter as if ready to fall asleep again. "You really aren't a morning person, are you?" I tease, and I feel the shake of his head. I laugh as I finally manage to turn over onto my back. With many complaints from Grant, as he had apparently to a comfortable position, he remains laying on his side. as I sit up against the headboard. He rests his head on his elbow as he looks up to me. Our eyes lock as I smile at him, the night before replying in my mind. But it stops when I feel a little kick from inside my stomach. Someone wants some attention. I stroke my belly, feeling the popping popcorn sensation, which is my little monkkin probably waking up to. I guess he or she isn't a morning person either. Someone else awake. Grant observes by my actions. I smile his way. He reaches his hand out to join mine on my stomach. I direct it to where the little person is kicking, and when it happens I watch as Grant's eyes light up. Did you feel him? I put emphasis on the him, intending to trick Grant to revealing the gender, but I knew he was too clever for that. He seems like he is about to answer, but instead he closes his mouth and gives me a knowing look. I know what you're up to. If you want to know so bad, you can go down and ask Drive. Not in yourself. I don't want to do that though, I say, and he furrows his eyebrows. Then why ask me the gender? I pull on a mischievous smile. I don't really want to know. But trying to get it out of you is a much more fun game to play. Grant just chuckles. Why do you like to tease me so much? Because you're so easy to tease, I state with a giggle, and Grant pouts at me before scotching closer to me, his hand not leaving my stomach. He places his lips close to my belly before whispering, "Your mother isn't very nice to me." Hey, that's not fair. I gently try and move his mouth away from my stomach. I'm only telling the truth, Grant says innocently, and I scoff at him. What? You have plenty of chances to talk to the baby. I scowl at him. Well, I do. But I am afraid I am not close enough for her. I watch Grant's reaction to see what he does when I say, but all I get is a flat look. So I continue. To be able to hear. I don't bend that way. Grant slides at the headboard to whisper in my ear. Oh, I remember you bending all sorts of ways last night. I gasp and a blush blares on my cheeks as Grant chuckles at my reaction. He slithers back down close to my stomach. We sit there in silence for a few minutes. Grant says, and I tilt my head in question. What's weird? I ask as he continues to caress my stomach, not daring to pull away. I told you, well, try to explain, the connection shadow werewolves have. It's sort of like a sixth sense. Yeah. I go through the conversation Grant and I had on our car journey home from one of the many bizarre trips from the mall. I never really understood though. The best way to put it is being able to sense one another's emotions. As we get more experienced with it, we can form words or phrase as a way of communication. I nod along. It's probably more complicated then, but I have a better understanding of it. But then it hits me about what Grant is intending. Can you sense what the baby is feeling? He nods. A tentative smile is on his lips. Yes. I become nervous as I wait and Grant smiles before laughing, giving my stomach, our child, a longing kiss. He pulls away. Our baby, Brooke, is quite happy. My smile felt so big. It was painful. It's been a week since Grant and I shared our second night together. After that, things start to feel almost normal. It was as if we were a real couple, choosing whose place to stay in for the night. I even convinced Martha to let me help myself to some egg so I can make breakfast in the morning when staying at Grant's place. Although the day came when we had organized a day trip to the mall and our first step into preparing for the baby, Annie has decided to join us, leaving Lily with Sean to have a father-daughter day. Abby and Raina also decided to tag along, but I found out later that they were forced to come because Grant wanted extra security. But I couldn't blame him. Every time I have gone to this mall, I end up getting attacked. So have you seen any cribs you like so far? Annie asks as we stand in the middle of Baby's Russ. There are like 50 different types, I exclaim, a little overwhelmed with the choice. Annie sighs. More like 20. She runs her hand over the rail of one made of dark rich wood. This one's nice. It's not that high so you can lean over it easier. Although when they get older they probably will be able to get out, which could be dangerous. Another thing that makes me stressed is all the little details, like the ones Annie has just shared. All have to be taken in consideration. I like this one, I hear Grant say from the other side of the crib display. He holds onto the trolley with the baby essential that Annie has talked us through. Bottles and bibs so far. And one thing I was quite embarrassed about was the breast milk pump. And it certainly didn't help when Abby decided to have some fun with it. Her and Raina were laughing at my uncomfortable scowls. Luckily Grant sensed my annoyance and made them go away. Walking over to Grant can see him stand beside a nice simple one. Painted white. I look to him and smile. Me too. I guess we are people who like simple things. Less can be more. Although Annie comes by checking over it before she gives us the okay. I will just go get a salesperson to help us. Annie says, as she walks away. I look to Grant. I can tell it's been a long day for the both of us. I really got to go to the bathroom. I say quite randomly, which makes Grant laugh. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I'll just go get Annie to take care of Grant. You don't have to come. I say, rolling my eyes. Brooke, he protests, but I am shaking my head. I'll be 5 minutes tops. It's just outside and around the corner. I can tell he is still not okay with it. But he reluctantly nods his head. I head out of the shop back into the semi-crowded mall filled with shoppers. Walking to the food court. Where the toilets are located, I feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. From experience, this means I am overly paranoid. Or someone is watching me. I try and act casual as I look around, darting my eyes to see familiar faces. But the feeling doesn't go away. Making it to the food court, I can see that it started getting late as the food stores are closing and barely anyone is sitting down. I walked off until I reach the hollow passageway to the toilets. It's quiet enough that I hear my own footsteps, although might not be only appear to be her decorating off the walls. But I am too late, as someone grabs my wrist, spinning me before I am pinned to the wall. I wince as my back crashes against it, but I recover quickly as my wrist is also restrained, and I meet the eyes of an all-too-familiar work colleague. Always so predictable. Brooke, he says with a cheeky smile. You too, Jeff. I smirk as I hold the gun he always kept hid and under his shirt, tucked into his jeans, to the side of his head. Chapter 31. It's like a Mexican standoff. Although I have the upper hand of the barrel of the gun, I got pointed at his head. Dead girls don't talk. Jeff grunts. The last time I saw him was in the middle of no man's land in Nevada, where I was working for an organization I thought was government-run, but I was really kidnapping the supernatural. I faked my death to get out. I'm obviously not dead. Making sure to show nothing. I have no idea why he is here. I can see his eyes peer downwards. And it doesn't take a genius to know he's looking at my pregnant stomach. He points to it. That's new. Obviously. I push the gun a little harder on the side of his head. You have about 2 minutes to explain what you are doing here before your worst nightmare appears. I know Grant will come investigate if I am not back in 5 minutes to the store. Jeff's eyes, putting his hands up in surrender. You know, when your mother told me you were alive, I couldn't. My mother? I ask, shocked, not understanding what she has to do with anything. He looks at my expression before furrowing his eyebrows. Yes, Vicky, your stepmother. Ring a bell. I know, you idiot. What does she have to do with this? Jeff's eyes focus on the gun still pointed at his head. Lower the gun, and I might be more willing to tell you. Putting the gun down, and I can see Jeff visibly relax. About a month ago, your mum contacted me as a last resort to try and find you. Oh, it's all I can say. Guilt washes over me. I haven't told my stepmother where I am or even contacted her for her own protection. But she must be worried sick. But I guess it's not as serious as I thought. Jeff carries on, just as I remember him always doing. I give him a questionable look. He continues. I thought you might have been in danger, but I am guessing you are hiding from your mother with an out-of-wedlock pregnancy. I slap him on the shoulder. Hey, it's a lot more complicated than that. I pinch the bridge of my nose. How did you find me anyways? To cut a long story short, your mother told me about you traveling to New York, as well as receiving a weird phone call from a blocked number a couple months back. He explained, and I'm guessing that was the call I used Abby's phone with, only to freak out and hang up after 10 seconds. So it took me a while to get the number. Tracking it down, I find out the phone was purchased from this very shopping center. I hacked into some security footage taken here. Found your face and been staking out here ever since. You were always good at tracking people. I comment. And you were always good at kicking their ass. He says, and that makes me laugh a little. It lightens the mood. By the way, can I have my gun back now? Not yet. I guess his story checks out, but I still don't entirely trust him. Jeff opens his mouth to say something else, but a growl echoing down the corridor stops him. I can't do anything as Grant is already storming towards us. His eyes transfixed on Jeff. His next target. It's one quick movement as Grant pins Jeff to the wall by his throat. Jeff automatically claws at the single hand pressing against his windpipe. I calmly take a breath and reach out to Grant. Let him go. Grant. Jeff looks to me with pleading eyes as Grant hasn't stopped. Grant. He slowly releases Jeff, turning to me, doing a sweep of my body to see if I am all right. So this is what you meant by my worst nightmare. Jeff huffs out, rubbing his throat. I smirk at him. Yes, Jeff, meet Grant. Your worst nightmare. I introduce, then I turn to Grant. Grant, meet Jeff. I'm an old co-worker. What is he doing here? Grant asks right after. Nice to meet you too. Jeff grunts and I give him a warning look. He always did have a bit of a smart mouth. I'd explain in a minute. I really have to go to the bathroom. I state in a sigh. I walk past Grant, giving him the gun still in my hand. Hold this. You haven't changed. Jeff chuckles as I walk past him. Neither have you. I laugh. I stop before I enter into the bathroom, giving him a small smile. It's good to see you. After I emptied my bladder, I, with not very much help from Jeff, explained the situation. I knew that Grant was him, and I don't really either, but it's obvious I can't just leave him here. On the car ride home, I explained my situation to him, skipping over how he was in the car with mainly werewolves. Besides Grant, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Annie and Raina had been giving him death glares. Since there was no more seats, he had to sit in the boot of the car. Luckily it was the Land Rover, so we didn't have to shove him in a cramped compartment. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He had to sit amongst the crib and changing table. I sat on the back seat, so I could talk to him. I craned my neck to see him playing a game on his phone, leaning on his backpack. Jeff, I ask, and his attention goes to me. If my mother hired you, I'm guessing Barry let you go. Barry was my old boss. He coordinated everyone in our unit. It was a question I had to ask because Barry would never let Jeff go out to do what he would call a charity project. They thought I was dead anyways. But by Jeff's reaction of the mention of Barry's name, his eyes widen. You don't know? Know what? I question, slumping back on his backpack. I suppose you wouldn't. He turns off his phone. The organization we worked for, or whoever we worked for, disbanded. What? What do you mean, whoever we work for? Jeff just rolled his eyes. He is clearly pissed at me. Brooke, don't play dumb with me. I know I am sitting in a car surrounded by werewolves. My eyes widen even more. How on earth do you know that? Abby chimes in. Yes, I would choose your answer very carefully, she warns. I give her an annoyed look as she sits beside me. I turn back to Jeff. You think that you dying in a car crash didn't make me suspicious? Jeff starts, starting the story I know that is coming. We were agents, Brooke. We were more likely to die on the field than by being stupid enough to run a red light. Yeah. I read the police report. Then why? Jeff, that's over to people out of work who could be quite lethal if they wanted be. Why did the organization disband? Trying to get my head around it. Before you died. He does quote marks with his fingers. I managed to track down what you were looking into. Past cases. The people we caught and shipped off. You were finding out where they were going. Once I did, which was a massive surprise by the way. I told Barry. I don't know what happened after I told him because a week later, we received a notice that our unit, as well as the rest of the organization, was being shut down. We either join us, or we are our own. Oh, I see. By that tone I guess you know who I am talking about. Jeff says. Sympathy laced his words. And you went on your own? I state, a little scared of his answer now. Yes. Which causes me to breathe a sigh of relief. I couldn't work with people like that. Neither could Barry. I don't blame him, he would have had to go from top dog to scrubbing the deck. Half went with us. Half went on our own. I find myself slumping back down on my seat. To think if I haven't left, where would I be now? What would have I chosen? Brooke, Jeff says, his tone softening. I should also tell you that other organizations like us were to choose to. By this rate, Tess. Could have a couple thousand on their side across the U.S. I peer in front to see Grant looking at me through the review mirror. And by his expression I see concern, but not just for me, for everyone in his pack. Chapter 32. The rest of the car journey home was absolute silence. After Jeff had told us about Tess, growing numbers, no one dared say anything. I don't think anyone could comprehend what will happen if Tess got near us. But when we finally arrived home at dark, everyone got off the car automatically, ready to head up to Grant's place tonight and have a hot shower. I was rather annoyed when Jeff pulled me aside. I need to talk to you for a second. Alone, he says quietly. I can see from the corner of my eye Grant watching us. Jeff, whatever you have to say to me can be said. It's about your brother, he whispers. And my heart does a painful leap as I look at him. I hope that the whisper was quiet enough that the werewolves surrounding us couldn't hear. I slowly nod. Just give me a minute, I say before walking over to Grant. I can see he knows something's off when I come to stand in front of him. I just need to talk to him for a few minutes. By myself. I don't trust him, Grant states honestly. I do. We will just talk by the car, I won't be that far away. I explain, but sigh when Grant still doesn't seem convinced. Before he can protest, I reach into his jacket pocket and haul out the gun I had taken from Jeff. I hold it up to him. Does this give you more reassurance? Grant rolls his eyes. He then leans down to whisper in my ear. Don't take too long. I would like to save some water by sharing a shower with you tonight. I chuckle at this. I promise not to be too long then. I smile before giving him a kiss on the cheek and walking back over to Jeff. Jeff looks to the gun. Really, Brooke? It's for Grant's comfort, not mine, I remark. We wait until everyone is in the pack house before I turn to Jeff. My heart pounding. What do you know about my brother? I was hoping you could answer that. He says, and I give him a confused look. Your mother didn't just hire me to find you. Of course she wouldn't. I think in my head. Have you found anything about where he is? When Jeff shakes his head, my heart sinks. No, I was hoping you could tell me where he is. You can tell me, can't you? I sigh, my fist clenching. Oh, what? Shaking his head. I don't understand if he's there. Is there a reason you went all weird when I talked about your brother? I feel that ought a familiar bubble appear, waiting to pop and spill out everything. I told you it's way more complicated than it seems. Jeff softens towards me. He puts a hand on my shoulder. Then uncomplicated it, Brooke. Whatever is eating you up alive, it's best to get it out. The bubble pops. The whole story comes spilling out of me. I barely have time to take a breath from the relief it's giving me for someone else to know. Even though it's so horrible. And when I am done, Jeff stands there, looking guard, smacked by the events that have caused me to be here today. And you haven't told them this. Grant this. Jeff verifies and I shamefully shake my head. Brooke, I know. I should have said something. But with Jordan's involvement as well as this pack's, I don't know who to blame for him getting caught up in it. But that's not the reason you haven't told them, Brooke, he says knowingly. You're afraid of what they are going to think. Especially Grant. I sigh a shaky breath. He hit the nail right on the head. not knowing the true story was just an excuse. I was afraid of being rejected, just like I had been my whole life at me old pack in California. That's why I kept it hidden. I won't say anything. It's your choice to tell them. He says calmly, and I nod in thanks. But my advice is to tell them soon, before it comes out in the wrong way. Thanks, Jeff, I say, giving him a small smile. Wait, you found me. What are you going to tell my mom? Jeff rubs the back of his head. Haven't thought of that. I'll just tell her I haven't found anything yet, wanting to protest that I don't. It's safer that way for to be out of the loop. And with all that sorted, we head back into the pack house. A slight weight has been lifted off my chest from telling someone my story, but guilt still weighs me down. I let Jeff have my room for the night, and after Grant's and I steamy shower, we went to bed. I rest my head on his shoulder, his arm looped around my waist. Some nights I can't get my body in a comfortable position to sleep, but tonight it was my mind that didn't let me rest. I have been told so much new information today that it seems like I have jumped in the air and the word has shifted under my feet. Ezra looks like it will be haunting me for the rest of my life, and I feel helpless. In my condition, I can't rescue my brother, and I have another life to consider now before my own. Brooke, I hear Grant's soft whisper. Why aren't you asleep yet? I sigh. I hadn't noticed until now that I was shifting in my position, probably stopping Grant from sleeping. Just thinking about today, he asks, and I nod my head. I guess it was a lot to take in. I'm not really in a chatty mood. My thoughts are clouding everything at the moment. I feel bad when I can sense Grant agitation by my now's mood. What did you and Jeff talk about privately? And I go still. I knew deep down that he was going to ask about it. I had already thought I was going to tell him, but in my mental state I lie. Just about what to tell my mom, and just some stuff on some of my old co-workers, where they went, and he wanted to keep that private because... Grant asks, skeptical. If you don't trust him, he doesn't trust you. I remind him, and he chuckles softly. He drags out, and silence follows us as I stare up at the dark ceiling. When I feel Grant's body shifting under me, I look to him. Come, I want to show you something. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I complain as Grant helps me up. We walk out of his bedroom to the dark hallway. He flips the light on, and I blink, adjusting to the new brightness. We weren't going to sleep anytime soon, he mentions in a whisper. Raina is staying in a guest bedroom down the hall. Best not to wake her up. I sigh as he takes my hand, leading me to a door at the end of the hall. He opens the door, gesturing a hand for me to enter first. I do so as he walks in behind me, turning on the light switch for the room, and I am very confused when the space is bar. The room is empty. I turn to face our excited-looking Grant, my eyebrows furrowed in question. Am I missing something here? Grant laughs quietly and turns me back around by my shoulders. He squeezes them gently as I feel him lean closer, his lips close to my ear. This, he whispers, is our baby's room. My eyes brighten as I turn back to look at Grant, my smile matching his beaming one. I don't know what to say. Brooke, you don't have to say anything. Walking further in the space. We bought most of everything to put in here today. I thought it would be nice if you, me and the baby all lived in the same place. Kind of like a family. Family. How could that wall fill me so much joy but at the same time weigh me down with so much guilt? And from this battle I have in my brain, I don't know if the tears now leaking from my eyes are happy or sad. Grant, this amazing man, has done so much for me, and all I feel like I have done is screw him over. Why, you cry? He pouts, coming to stand in front of me. I just manage a weak laugh though and shake my head. I can help myself as I wrap my arms around him. It takes him by surprise as it takes him a moment to hug me back. It's just that I falter like an idiot again. It's perfect. Thank you. I thought I could have a happy family, but the moment I found out I was pregnant, all the beauty was torn apart. To protect my child, I had to choose to leave the man I loved, heading to an unknown place. Is it for her safety, or is it my own heartbreak? Chapter 33. This morning in Grant's bed, I woke up alone. He had already left for the day. It wasn't unusual for Grant. He is an alpha and he does have duties. However, Sean appeared during midday to deliver up the crib, changing table, cupboards and armchair we purchased as well as other things. Sean also gave the message from Grant if I was to try and assemble anything by myself. He would make Abby babysit me all day. I decided to go find Jeff, but when going to my room to find him, he wasn't there. A little worried, I went to look for him, but considered he wouldn't have gone far. Half an hour later, with sore feet and ankles, I decided to give up looking for him and look for Grant instead. But how ironic it was to find both the men I was looking for in the same room, Grant's office. However, they weren't alone as I carefully walked to the door to listen to what they're saying. I have a horrible habit of eavesdropping. Look, I don't feel comfortable talking to you without Brooke, I hear Jeff say, sounding skeptical. My first instinct is to barge in, but I wait and listen. I hear Grant sigh. Brooke doesn't need to know about this. I don't want to add any other unnecessary stress to her right now. Yes, but Jeff states with a sigh. I've known Brooke longer than you have, and if you keep something as big as this from her, she isn't going to take it lightly. Just answer the question. I hear Raina say, clearly losing her patience. What else do you know about Tess? There is a long silence before Jeff speaks up. Probably not enough for your plan. I knew this was a waste of time. Abby grunts, and I start to move as I hear her walking to the door. Hang on. You didn't let me finish. Jeff protests and I hear Abby halt in her steps. I might not know enough, but doesn't mean I can't get more information from other people working there. My sister works undercover there. She has trouble as it is getting information at her position. Abby explains, doubt evident in her voice. My mind is buzzing with questions at this point. Why do they want so much info on S? Oh, what are they trying to do? Well, if you remember me explaining in the car about the old organization, Brooke, and I worked it, you'll remember me saying that we had a chose. S. Or we were on our own. Jeff recaps them. I have friends there. People who are more loyal to me than S. Oh, because the only reason they joined them was to get a weekly paycheck. Our plan is take down S. Grant says. How can we trust people if by doing this we take away their weekly paycheck? I stop for a moment, holding in a gasp. They're planning on taking down S. And Grant thought it best not to tell me. I'm hurt that he would keep it from me. But of course I am being hypercritical when, if he finds out the truth from me, he would just be as hurt. I'll be careful. I have a couple in my mind that I know I can't trust. Jeff says, that playfulness in his voice. How about you? You're going to need more people or werewolves or whatever to help you with this. We've allied ourselves with some of the packs around New York. They're willing to help take down the base in the city. And what about the other main base in the middle of nowhere in Nevada? Jeff adds. I notice the curiosity in his voice. The desert packs, they are going to deal with it. We'll have to organize a synchronized attack, so either way they'll have nowhere to run. Grant says, to my horror, I have leaned forward too much near the doorway that when I pull back the floorboard under me squeaks. So I have a mini freak out and pretend to keep walking along, as if I had just walked up their stairs and I am heading to Grant's apartment. I get to the door about to open it when I hear my name. Brooke, Grant says, stepping out of his office and closing the door, but keeping his hand on the handle. He defiantly didn't want me to know what was happening in there. Hey. I force a casualness into my voice. I was just going to make a late lunch. Do you want to join me? Grant smiles and nods. Yeah, just give me a few minutes, I just have to wrap up some paperwork. He lies and I force myself not to get overly annoyed by it. I just smile. Sure, see you in there. With that he walks back into his office and I let out a huge breath leaning against the door. Why must everything be so complicated? I couldn't sleep. My body felt heavy and tired, but my brain was more alive than it has been in a long time. I should feel extremely comfortable with Grant nestled up against my back with an arm around my waist as his hand is sprawled out over my belly. I should feel safe and cozy, but I can't. I carefully remove Grant's arm around my waist. He stirs slightly in his sleep, but he doesn't wake up as I manage to get out of bed. I put on of Grant goody to keep my warm as I walk out of the room, tiptoeing the best I can past Raina's room to the kitchen. I look through the cupboards and the fridge but find nothing. I sigh hopelessly as I decide to walk down the dreadful flights of stairs to main kitchen at the bottom floor. I want some comfort food. Peanut butter. I walk into the pantry, about to sit down on the countertop as I normally do but get a heart attack when I have to walk past the fridge. The door is open and a figure pops up on the other side, making me nearly scream. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I cry out, putting a hand over my heart as if it would calm down its rapid beating. Caleb seems startled too, but not as much as me as he takes out the carton of milk. He closes the door, giving me a confused look. Although some harshness is still there in his eyes, I let out an angry sigh as I keep walking, but find myself stopping halfway to the kitchen exit. You know what, Caleb, whatever reason you hate me, I'm sorry. Have a nice life. I know what you did. I stop in my tracks, turning to face him. His expression is stern. That night in vaults. I knew you weren't there by accident. My heart rate picks up again, hammering itself on my rib cage. It's almost painful. I take a stealing breath and hopes it would calm me. How do you know this? Caleb goes to sit on one of the chairs at the countertop, and he shifts his eyes to the one opposite him as an invitation. Not having much choice, I slowly approach him. When I was captured by S.E.R. Oh, some old dude couldn't help but gloat on how Grant had been so easily distracted by a pretty girl. Caleb starts, and a shiver runs down my spine. The old dude must have been Mr. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. At the bonfire I saw you. I had put two and two together, although I have been wondering, was it your intention to get pregnant that night? I glare at him, gritting my teeth now. The only reason I was to help my brother. Caleb seems surprised by this. I was hooking up with a guy going to help. I had no intention of hooking up with Grant that night. My task by S.E.R. was to distract him in order to get to you. In exchange for my help, they were to release my brother. They had other plans. Caleb sits silently. I wait for him to lash out for what I just admitted of doing, especially to him. Who was your brother? Caleb breaks the silence. Jordan, I state, before my anger flares again. And he wouldn't be locked up there in the first place if you hadn't stolen all his money. Caleb furrows his eyebrows. What are you talking about? That was our pack's money. He stole it from us. My heart sinks at that statement, and quite weakly I say, I don't believe you. That money was for our pack to be able to expand, build small homes for the families here, and thanks to your brother somehow finally tracked down where all the money went and stole it from a secret account. My head is hung low in shame. Here I was thinking these people might have been the reason for my brother's imprisonment, but I was wrong. He did the criminal charge of stealing, and I had kept it hidden, which makes it worse. It my self-pity I hadn't noticed Cale get up from his seat heading out of the kitchen. Wait, I exclaim, and he turns to me, letting out a sigh. You've had 6 months to tell Grant who I really am. Why haven't you? How could I? Brooke, Caleb says sadly. He hates us. Woe with everything he has. And if he knew, I know that it would crush him from the inside out. These past few months he's changed. He's beginning to trust people, see a better future for himself. You and that baby brought that side out of him again. I didn't want to be the one to take it away. But now I'm going to take it away from him. Aren't I? I say, looking up at Caleb. He smiles sadly at me, knowing what I mean before he heads out of the kitchen. Only have one other thing to do now. Chapter 34. It was late afternoon when Grant whisked me away from the pack house to the lake at which we had Lily's birthday party. It was also the place we had our first kiss after I had embarrassingly fallen into the lake. He had bought a small bag with some fresh-made sandwiches as spontaneous picnic. However, all the smiles and laughs I pulled weren't real, as the conversation with Caleb last night kept replying in my head. He knew all along what I had done but kept it quiet. Part of me is grateful. The other part kind of wished he had told him. Not so he looked like the bad guy. No, just so the band-aid could have been ripped off quicker and I would not have dug myself so deep it's going to be 10 times harder to get out of this one. The conversation was light and airy. The way I liked talking with Grant, as it seemed life was a bit easier with him. The serious stuff becoming simpler to deal with. So Annie said she wanted to talk to you. Grant informs me. And I quirk an eyebrow. Did she say what about? Something about a birth plan. He says, taking a sip from his drink bottle. My face falls. Birth plan. Something Annie has been nagging me about for a while now. In my stupid attempts to not think about the inevitable, I kept putting it off though. I whisper, my mood declining, having to think about childbirth. Hey. I feel Grant's hand cupping my cheek. I look up to him, a raw emotion of compassion and caring in his eyes. I'll be there. I've read about some of the support strategies a partner can do during labor in that book of yours. A sad laugh comes out of me, and I hadn't realized I had started to cry as a tear goes tumbling by my cheek. Grant's thumb brushes it away. He is clearly puzzled now as to my change of mood. Why are you crying? He questions. I raise my hand to rest on top of his, savoring his warmth on my cheek. Because I'm a terrible person, I murmur loud enough for Grant to hear. He sighs in response. Brooke, no. I cut in bluntly. Just let me get this out. I take a look at Grant, his eyebrows furrowed to the point where they are nearly touching. His lips form a line of concern. I've lied to you. About. Grant drags out. I take a shaky breath before I say the one thing I have dreaded since I saw him again on the front porch after my majestic rescue. The night we first met. Grant stays quiet as the story tumbles out of me, like a never-ending rock slide. A year and a half ago I was out on assignment when I got a call from my stepmom. My dad had collapsed, and when I got there he was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer. It wasn't like how it affects humans. Some form that attacks the elements in a werewolf's blood. He tried chemotherapy, but it wasn't doing anything as it was intended for a human body, not a werewolf. I have to pause. Remembering my father gives me heartbreak as I had loved him so much. My younger brother, Jordan, he was looking for anything that could help our father. One day he came to me and said he had found a research organization that has the necessary equipment to help find a cure. I told him it didn't seem right, but he went to New York anyways. And I didn't hear from Jordan. And after I had faked my death and left my job, I went looking for him, going straight to New York. The organization he was now working for exchange for a cure, was S. Oh, but it was too late. My father passed away before any progress was made, but those worthless people made sure that my brother still had to pay for all the time and equipment used, and so he stole money from the OPEC. Although Caleb stole it back, and they took my brother away and kept him locked up because he failed his deadline. I bite my lip, tears leaking out of my eyes, as I fear for telling the next bit of my story. So one night I broke in, armed and ready to bust my brother out of there. But I was caught. I would do anything for my family, Grant. I state as if to help him understand what I am about to tell him. I told them I would do anything, and that anything was to distract you that night at Vault so they could capture Caleb to find out where the money was. In exchange, my brother would be freed. But they lied. I am silently crying now as I lift my eyes slowly to Grant. He isn't looking at me, but out towards the lake in front of us. His eyes are glued to the water, and I can see the tension clenched between his jaw. The betrayal is written all over his face. I go into a helpless scramble after that. I had no intention of it going that far that night. I didn't mean to use you. Stop. It's a cold word that leaves his lips and freezes my heart. My hands are shaky as his head cranes to look at me, and he laughs. A sad cursed laugh that has my cheeks flushing. It was always going to be too good to be true. I stay silent as he chuckles bitty again before the hurt returns to his face, his sad smile vanishing. I broke my own rule for you, Brooke. You know, he says as a simple fact. Having to see it to believe it. I knew nothing about you. I made myself see what I wanted. Didn't I? I'm still the same person. I try to fend vulnerably, but I am cut off by an angry Grant. Are you? He challenges, his yes blazing as he looks into mine. Because what you just told me changes everything. The Brooke I knew doesn't lie to me. How am I supposed to know now what you told me is the truth or lie? How do I even know that night at Vaults if it was your intention or not to get pregnant? It wasn't, I exclaimed strongly back, beside the scratchiness of my voice from crying. And I try and make him see sense, even though I know I am doing it in the wrong way. When I heard you in your office yesterday, you weren't doing paperwork but using Jeff to help you take down S. Don't you dare try and switch this around, Brooke. The volume he raises his voice has me clamping my mouth shut and shivering. I hid that information from you to not stress you out and the baby. You hid this from me for your own selfish reasons. I was only trying to help my brother. I whimper. Well, guess what, Brooke? Grant says in a mocking tone. Cared a biz like my brother. And the fact you willingly helped Tess, well, knowing who they are to torture him, makes me sick. And I guess after all this you did for your brother, you're still no close to saving him. Are you? That hurt, and I turn my eyes away in shame, hugging myself as I hear him getting up. My eyes dart to him, and all I can muster in a sad plead is, please. I can see his muscles rippling in anger, his eyes shifting from the pale green to a bright yellow. I can see him trying to contain himself. I'm going for a run before I do something I know I am going to regret. With that he walks away to the border to the forest across the opening, not turning back as I see him shift, running and leaving me alone on the bank by the lake. And I cry, cry and cry, cry until I fall asleep on the grass from exhaustion. Chapter 35. My back aches as I wake up. I had completely forgotten where I was as I managed to sit up and watch the lowering sun in the horizon. I had also forgotten what had happened or why I had fallen asleep near the lake to begin with. But when it does come flooding back, I wish it hadn't and I had stayed asleep. I knew Grant's reaction wasn't going to be good, but it was worse than what I would have thought. Who was I kidding? Of course it was going to be that bad. It would result to him leaving me in the middle of the forest. A kick from my baby drags me out of my thoughts as I subconsciously place a hand on my belly, giving it a rub. I still got you, Munkin, I whisper, another lonely tear running down my cheek. I thought I would have run out, but clearly not. Not wanting to face the pack house, I decide to go for a long walk. I had discovered many forest trails and walked through them well after it got dark. It gave me time to think as well as chicken out from having to go face the music. What seemed like hours later, my feet and legs hurting, I arrived back at the pack house. Quietness was surrounding it, which was odd considering it's more lively most of the time. Walking up the porch steps, exhausted, I planned on going straight to my room and back to bed. But walking past the living room to get to the stairs, I see Abby and Annie huddled together on one of the sofas. When spotting me, they both get up, relief washing over them as they scramble to me. Brooke, oh my gosh, thank God you're okay, Annie says as she gives me a tight hug, pulling away but keeping her hands on my shoulder, looking me up and down. I, on the other hand, am completely confused as to why she is so happy to see me. I'm fine. My voice sounds awful, which causes Abby to give me a pointed look. What happened? You look and sound like crap, Abby comments, and I am too tired to either laugh or scowl at her. Annie, however, gives her a pointed look. Sorry, I'll just go inform everyone the search party is off. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyes widening in surprise. Abby guilty smiles as she walks around me and out the front door. Brooke, you've been gone for hours. When Grant came back and we told him you hadn't come home yet, he full-on freaked out and sent everyone to look for you. Are you sure everything's okay? Still too tired to have a reaction to that. I shrug. I just went for a walk, and now I am going to bed. With it, I walk past Annie and head to the stairs. About halfway up them, I hear an angry slam of the door, which stops me in my tracks. I turn to look down and see a fuming Grant as he comes to stand at the bottom of the stairs looking dangerously at me. Was this some stupid way to get back at me? He comes straight out with it, harshness coating his words as everyone watches. What? Not understanding him. I left you out there so you decided to go missing, potentially or just to make a big deal. What little energy I have left turns into anger. No, I fell asleep and went for a walk. I didn't mean to cause a scene. You fell asleep in the middle of nowhere, and went for a walk at night in the forest. Do you have no concern for our baby you're currently carrying, for the danger you put the child in? Not wanting to agree he's right, I clapped my hand on the railing. Well, I'm sorry you decided to leave my pregnant self in the middle of nowhere. Now if that's all you wanted to yell at me about for today, I think I am going to go to bed. I wait as I see Grant glaring at me, but he doesn't say anything as I let out an angry and tired sigh as I turn around and head back up the stairs. My heart feels like it's breaking into a million pieces. I had forgot the arrangement I had made with Jeff when I walked into my room. He was sitting on the end of my bed on the phone when I walked through the door. If I had any energy left, I would kick him out. He spots me before he goes back to the phone call. Yeah. Sorry, Mrs. Rhodes, but I am going to have to go, he says, eyeing me. He's talking to my stepmom. Right now, more than anything, I want to snatch the phone from him and talk to her. But I would be putting her in danger if I did that. I will give you an update soon. Brooke was always good at hiding. I'm sure she's fine. Jeff reassures before nodding. Yep, bye. I go to sit next to him. I let out a heavy built-up sigh. Jeff hangs up and looks to me. You told him. All I can manage is a nod before I am crying again. How 1 minute he was looking at me with such care and the next was as if he wished I had never met him. Brooke, he whispers and slings an arm around my shoulder, as I cry on his. I don't know how long I sat there as Jeff tried to comfort me. When I finally pull away, a desperate thought comes into my head. Can you take me home? Jeff goes tense, looking at me confused. Brooke, you can't go home. Yes, I can. I sniff, annoyance in my voice. I can live in California with my stepmom. I can be away from the danger of S. You're obviously overtired, Jeff states. And you haven't thought of consequences. Firstly, there's the matter of S. Finding you and your mother if you leave. Secondly, you're pregnant and I don't think Grant will react well to your departure. Of course he's right. Like he always used to be. I feel Jeff get off the bed and I look at him to see him wearing a sad smile. You can run and hide from this one, Brooke. Maybe a year ago when things were different, but your situation has changed. All I managed was nodding to sniff. I try drying my eyes with the back of my sleeve as Jeff approaches the door. Where are you going? He drops his hand from the handle. You'll probably want some space tonight. I'll go crash on the couch downstairs. Realizing my new living arrangement again, I force back the tears that threatened to spill. All I manage is a curt nod, before a good night and Jeff leaves the room, and I fall back to sleep. Alone. Chapter 36. I was mopping in my bed for a few long hours of the morning into the afternoon. I was exhausted, but the main reason I wasn't going downstairs was because I was afraid to. But when I did finally face my fears, it was a little past midday and I headed downstairs. It was quiet as the dining room was being packed away after lunch. As I headed for the kitchen, I saw Abby, giving her a smile, but she doesn't return either. I greet her as we come to stand face to face. I heard through the grapevine of what you told Grant yesterday, she says flatly, and my stomach drops. Abby, I honestly didn't know what I was going to say before she cut me off. Please, Brooke, Abby says with the roll of her eyes. Normally a playful gesture turns to be harsh. Save your words for someone who cares. A little shocked at her change of attitude, I helplessly gape at her. For a second I see regret in her eyes, but they turn hard again. My sister risked her neck for you, and it turns out I saved the culprit, not a victim. And with her new opinion of me, she brushes past me, bumping my shoulder on her way out of the dining area. I bite back my emotions as I walk into the kitchen. Luckily everyone else is too busy preparing for our dinner to me sneak out some leftovers. Heading outside, I embrace the cold as it washes away the flush on my cheeks from the confrontation with Abby. Did I expect her to understand my situation? Or did I even suspect Grant to actually tell people about my lies? And just thinking about Grant bubbles the emotions I wanted to keep locked away, but the tears reappear nonetheless. And as I try to frantically wipe them away, I notice someone approaching. Trying to not attract attention, I eat, but the figure comes to sit opposite me on the picnic table. I peer up to see Don, Martha's son. His blue eyes shine with a smile and I fail in returning one. I wait for him to lash out at me. Even though he can't talk, I expect a glare or a hateful gesture, but his expression doesn't change. Instead, he pulls out a notebook and a pen from his pocket. He flips it open, writing something down before turning it for me to read. "How are you doing?" I look up to him, utterly confused by the question as he pulls the notebook back. "It was just a long day yesterday." I admit him when he gives a pitiful smile. I realize he knows what happened yesterday. He writes something down on his notebook again before showing me. "The others are probably upset with you because they don't understand. But I know how you feel. Pregnant, foreigner, and a liar. Even words come out harsher than intended." But Don just shakes his head with an amused smile. He writes again. "I won't ever know what it's like to be pregnant, but I have been a liar. And it cost the people that I loved a lot. It cost me my tongue." I look up to him, surprised he would mention it. "You're originally from Italy. You and Martha." He nods, sadness clouding in his eyes. He writes out his story and I wait a while until he turns the notebook to me again. "I was born and raised in a village d'Olce-Oc, near the border to France. My mother owned a bakery and the pack I was from had a rivalry pack. For decades and probably to this day they fight over the territory or the village and the cliffy mountains surrounding it. And being young and stupid, wanting more than I thought ahead, I joined the rivalry pack. I guess that was a mistake." I whisper and he nods, writing again. "A year later, after I traveled around Italy, I come back to my home to find the pack I had joined had gone further before infighting my original pack. I found out they killed my father as he was trying to protect my mother's bakery from falling into their grasps. So I confronted the alpha. He couldn't have cared less until I opened my mouth to tell my old pack their weaknesses in defense. I know where the story is heading, but he still writes it out for me. He cut out my tongue not only so I didn't say anything, but as a warning. So my mother and I fled d'Olce-Oc to America, leaving the town our family had lived for generations, all because of my lies and mistakes. Eventually we stumble here, and my mother, knowing her, was thrilled to have a job cooking again, only if to distract her. I reminisce on his story, all that he went through, and here he is, still standing tall. I sit in silence for a while and I don't notice him sliding his notepad back to me on a new page. "Do you know what happened afterwards, though?" I shake my head and he writes down the answer. "Even after all my lies and mistakes, my mother still forgave me, just like they will forgive you." Chapter 37. At the time, Don's story gave me hope for the others' forgiveness, but as a month and a half went on, it started to slip away. I was halfway through my 7th month of pregnancy and it seemed things have changed. I was alone most of the time. I normally had Jeff to hang out with, but he's never around anymore. Chasing down leads for Grant on people who can help bring down S. Oh, so far not many people from my old organization are as loyal to us as they are now to their new one. But as I had normally hung out with Raina, Annie's family, or Abby, I just receive blank looks from them now. Annie seems she wants to talk to me, but a look from Abby keeps her away. And Grant, well, I don't see him anymore. Only glimpses of him in the corridors. I tried to talk to him at first, but he had no intention of talking to me, and so my doctor's appointments with Drive Norton were just attended by myself. And when I received photos of my ultrasound, I would write a note on the baby's perfect health on the back and slip it under his door. He might not care about me anymore, but I know he cares for the baby, even though the air gets cooler day by day. Drive Norton says it's still good to exercise, and so I do a routine walk around the forest trails every morning in a thick coat. However, this morning things played out a little differently. I was walking down the porch step, my hand on the railing, when I felt a pain run through the base of my back. I hiss out a breath and stop, hunching forward and rubbing the pained area. It slowly dulls away as I take deep breath. Brooke. My head shoots up to see Abby looking like she had just gotten off patrol duty. For the first time in over a month, she has a new expression when seeing me. Concern. "You okay?" I wave it off. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I always had trouble with my back. That being true, as I had injured it a few times in my old line of work. It probably was just an spasm or something. "You sure?" Abby is a little sterner now, and I just nod. And it's followed by a long awkward pause. Realizing nothing is going to be said, I sigh and continue on my way past Abby to the forest trails. Brooke. I halt in my steps and turn to Abby. She bits her lip before rubbing her forehead. You might want to watch your steps on the eastern trail. It's a little slippery with frost this morning. I nod, giving a small smile. Thanks, I will. And the Sky Lake Trail is a little muddy from the rain yesterday. She informs me, and I nod before turning back around, ready to begin my walk. I hear a loud sigh behind me. Wait, Abby exclaims, and slightly alarmed I turn back to her. She looks around before back at me. I'll just come with you to make sure nothing happens. Just to be safe. I suppress a grin at Abby's weird behavior and nod. Sure. And with that she easily catches up to me as we start walking. We walk in silence side by side. I honestly don't know what to say when for over a month Abby hasn't talked to me, and now she's making sure that I don't get hurt on a simple walk that I've been doing for ages now. I can't take the silence anymore. Although nice and peaceful, the tension between us takes it away. The words fall out of my mouth and Abby halts for a second in surprise before sighing. I'm sorry too, she says, and I feel some of the weight from loneliness seep away. I know what I did was wrong, but it was for your brother. And I would have done the same for my sister if I had to get her out that place. Mind you, she is in a very similar situation. Abby sighs, and I can tell she is very worried for her older sister, but that wasn't the reason I was mad at you. Your lie, Brooke. And for a long time, which had me questioning the truth you told in the end. I guess that was the big turn-off for me. The lying I did. If I had just told the truth, would I be rejected by Grant? Would our future been different? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I genuinely had no intention of sleeping with Grant that night. I got drunk and somehow landed in this situation with the only intention of saving my brother from his own stupidity. And now I believe you. Mainly because the only reason you would be attracted enough to hook up with Grant, besides his looks, if he had too many dry whiskies, if you know what I mean. Otherwise he's no fun. Abby exclaims, but it doesn't really bring a smile to my face. Abby winces. Too soon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Still suffering is what I call heartbreak from Grant. Laughing at jokes about him to cheer me up still is more painful than funny. Abby sighs again before I hear her phone beep. She takes it out and reads the message. A smile coats her lips. Curiosity gets to me. Who is it? I ask, and she turns to me, putting her phone away in her back pocket. I might have a date tonight. She plays coy and I gape at her. I didn't really see any guy in this pack worthy of Abby's standards to date. And your date is? Abby rolls her eyes. My lips are sealed. Tonight I thought I was going to have a nice sleep, although someone else had other plans. I woke with pressurizing pain in my stomach. Startled at first, I breathed through it, thinking the baby kicked me really hard. It settled again, giving me a minute of peace before it started again. Slightly panicked now, I get out of my bed, switching on the light as I rub my stomach, and put my hand at the base of my back. When it goes, I get up again, heading to the door, being as quick as possible before thinking of where to go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She lives in a room downstairs and the least far away to get to. In the middle of my way down the flight of stairs, another pain comes and I stop, holding onto the railing so hard it makes my knuckles turn white as I let out a little groan. Once relieved of pain again, I continue walking and get to Abby's room, thankful to find the light on inside from the cracks above and below the door. Without thinking, in a frightened hurry, I open the door. Abby, holy crap. I have to avert my eyes from a very naked Abby and a very naked Drainer on the bed, doing things. I laugh at myself from a thought I had earlier today. Not seeing any guy in the pack worthy of Abby's standards to date. But a girl. Brooke. What the hell? Abby practically screams as she fumbles on the bed, probably trying to cover herself. But in perfect timing I receive another pain and lean on the doorframe, hunched forward as I cut my belly. Weariness floods me again in a growing panic, as I fear that I am going to premature labor or having a miscarriage. I think Abby notices too as I hiss out in labored breaths. Brooke, what's happening? I don't know. I just need help getting down to the medical clinic. I say once it passes. The girls leap into action and I turn away as they get changed. I feel Abby approach me. I'll go wake drive. Norton, Raina says, slightly unsure of herself before she leaves the room. Abby supports me by holding my elbow and placing a hand on my back. I did tell you I was having a date tonight. Brooke, that's not what usually happens in a date. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I remind her I hear her chuckle as we walk. Maybe not in your dates. I give her a flat look. Braxton Hicks contractions. Nothing to worry about. A very tired-looking drive. Norton says to me in his nightgown. It was about 10 minutes ago the pain stopped. Are you sure? I am still slightly worried. As I lay on my all-too-familiar bed in the medical wing, Abby sits beside me, hearing drive. Norton's diagnosis makes her roll her eyes in an exhausted manner. Drive Norton manages a small light laugh. Yes, Brooke. Everything is fine. It's very common for women to experience them. It's a sign your body is getting ready to go through labor. Some women don't even feel them. Those women are lucky. I think bitterly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sorry to wake you up. I apologize, but he just shakes his head. Absolutely fine. I rather you did than didn't. If you feel these pains again, some women find it help to elevate their legs and drink water. You can stay here tonight or go back to your room if you'll prefer. Good night, Brooke. Good night. I say before drive. Norton disappears out the door and probably back to bed, where I will be going soon. I turn to Abby and see her giving me wide eyes, as if hinting for something. What? I question as she glares at me. You apologize to drive. Norton for waking him up. Where's mine for getting up in the middle of the night for a false alarm? Abby says with a pout. Well, where's my apology for having to walk in on you and Raina? That was more than I ever planned to see of you. Gritting my teeth in a cringe. Well, it's not my fault you didn't knock. She comes back, and we glare at each other. This was before my face broke out in a grin. I had missed talking, more like fighting with Abby. Fine, I say, and Abby seems quite smug. And thank you. Abby is about to speak again, but the door is opened, and I bite my lip to see who it is. Grant walks in and I can't look him right in the eye as he comes further into the room. Raina said you were having pains. I thought that. Grant drifts off from the first words he has spoken to me in what seems like forever. False alarm. Abby speaks first, cutting through the enormous amount of awkwardness around the room. I can see Grant's shoulders relax with a sigh. It was just Braxton Hicks' contraction. I murmur, looking at the wall instead of Grant. Right. I just wanted. Grant clears his throat. I just came to make sure the baby was all right. Good night. And with that, and nothing else to say, he walks out of the room. I force myself not to be hurt by his words. I made the mistake. Not him. Although it upsets me nonetheless. Do you need help to your room? Abby breaks the saddened silence. I give her a grim nod as she helps me off the bed for some much-needed rest. Chapter 38. Why are you dragging me to Annie's apartment? I question as Abby leads the way through the 4th-level corridor. I don't know, but she said it was important. She informs me as we make it to a door. One swift knock from Abby and it's being opened by a smiling Annie. She ushers us in. Brooke. Annie smiles and I can see she finds it slightly awkward as she was avoiding me for a while. But then last minute she gives me a great big hug. I'm so sorry. I didn't know how to feel after all that. And someone didn't find it right to talk to you. I turn to see Abby pretending not to be there, looking at noting in particular. I shake my head with a small laugh. It's fine, Annie. I deserved it. Don't say such things, Brooke. Annie protests. You were stuck in a pretty tough situation. I just nod with a tight smile before looking around. Her apartment reminds me of Grant's. Not as big, but the layout. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She does have more homely traits in here, such as photo frames and fridge magnets. So why am I here, Ranny? I ask, and she smiles, guiding me to the TV and plunking me down on a sofa. She sits next to me. Well, Abby informed me about your forced labor panic a few nights ago, so I have a video that might help you, Annie says, reaching for the TV remote. A video? I question, reaching to the coffee table to see a DVD case. When picking it up and inspecting the title, I immediately don't want to be here. The Miracle of Birth. You know what? I'm going to leave you two to it, Abby says as she starts to get up from the armchair she was on. No, you don't, Abby, Annie says, giving her sister a warning glance that has Abby, of all people, crawling back to her seat. This might help you one day. I furrow my eyebrows and look over to Abby. She gives me wide eyes and I realize that Annie doesn't know that her sister is into girls compared to guys. Especially the girl I caught her with the other night. None of the then Raina, Grant's sister. I give her a smile of understanding, before turning back to Annie. So is this what I think it is? Yep, it goes from the start of labor all through to the birth. It will help for when you're ready to pop in a couple months. Annie smiles. It can't be that bad. Before it starts to play. Oh my God, why did they choose this camera angle? I screech as I forgot to close my eyes at the video playing before me. All I can say is seeing the birthing, end of things between the woman's legs isn't making me feel any better. It is no comfort to hear the women's screams. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You know, I hate horror movies. Abby complains as I see her with her hands over her face. She keeps scissoring her fingers to see if it's over or not. Would you two calm down? This is perfectly natural, Annie says. Somehow she has not taken her eyes away from the screen. How is that natural? I cringe as the lady on the screen is screaming again. I am forced to watch as she pushes the baby out. What is that? It's the baby's head. If you would listen to the voice over, you would know. Annie sounds slightly annoyed, like she's a librarian trying to silence the library. Sorry, but it's hard as the woman is screaming her head off. Abby whines, now blocking her ears as well as her eyes. Annie grumbles, but that is forgotten as I watch the doctor catch the baby as it finally pops out. The video plays some cheesy sappy music as the baby is being cleaned before handed to the mother. Thank God it's over. Abby sighs, removing her hands from her face. Annie starts bickering with her, but I am not paying attention as I watch the video. It's the perfect scene of the woman falling over her new baby, but not alone. Beside her is her husband, just as excited as he kissed the baby's forehead before kissing his wife. That's all it took to feel lonely again, to want that perfect picture as well. Although I know I can't have that. Not anymore. I hadn't realized I was crying until I felt a tear slide from my cheek to fall on my hand resting on my lap. I quickly wipe them away, but I am too late and caught by the two sisters watching me with pity-filled faces. It's going to be all right, Annie whispers before putting an arm around my shoulder, giving me a comforting side hug. It was an hour later I was walking out of Annie's apartment from that one-of-a-kind experience. I was ready to go to my room and have a nap, but when I got to the stairs I found Jeff. Hey, you're back. I greet him and he smiles when joining me on the landing. Yep, a few minutes ago. Actually, it's good that I bumped into you. Oh, you miss me. I tease and he chuckles. No, he clears his throat, becoming serious again. You remember Agatha? From our unit. The person rings a bell. Agatha was an agent back in our old organization. She was a skilled one too. I only worked with her a few times on a case. She was mainly situated in Las Vegas when I was mainly in Los Angeles. Yes, what about her? She's willing to help with detailing us on information on this. Oh, she informs me. I am a little surprised she chose to join them in the first place over her own freedom. But I guess she needed the money. I look to Jeff and see his hesitation. I censor Jeff's eyes. Right. She's willing to meet up to tell us the information. But she wants you there at the meet-up. Apparently she trusts you more than me. A little taken back by the request, I shake my head. Are you sure? I mean, I barely knew her. Jeff shrugs. I don't understand it either. My first thought it might be a trap, but I looked into her profile. The only reason she took the job was to be able to support her 8-year-old son. She's probably willing to help for your sake more than anything. To her, your situation could be relatable and all. Jeff, I'm willing to go, but there is one massive obstacle in the way of that. Grant, he's not going to let me go. The whole thing will sound too sketchy for him. Well, there's only one way to find out. Jeff says with some hope. Absolutely not. Grant grits his teeth and I sigh. I knew his answer was going to be that. Even though things have changed between us, I still try and sound convincing and confident when talking to him. But really I would like to hide from the way he is staring at me. Look, I know it seems like a trap, but she seems like she wants to help us. You need the security information she has. If it means I have to be present when she gives it, then it's a risk I'm willing to take. So you're willing to risk your life, and the baby's life? Grant spits out. If it is a trap, which I doubt. Oh, well, what, the baby and me alive then dead? And if you're that worried, then bring back up. I state, agitation in my voice. It seems Grant is stuck. Agatha seems like she is the only person willing to help us when the only way for that is putting me, and more importantly the baby, in danger. The only way this is happening is if we organize the meeting place, preferably one where we are in public. Grant compromises. Jeff nods. The most public place will have to be the Westfield Garden State Plaza. It's in between locations, it will work. Grant thinks through the idea, before slowly nodding his head. We will disuse further details later. Grant's attention turns to me. Are you sure about this, Brooke? I nod, determined to bring down S. Oh, as much as Grant. They've taken my brother, and the only way to get him back is by destroying them. Chapter 39. Jeff was right. The busiest place to be was the Westfield Garden State Plaza. Everyone was walking around, busy to get to their favorite stores, while Jeff and me tried to act casual and blend in with the crazy amount of people surrounding us. How much longer until we can go to Starbucks? I question, as it seems like this is our fourth lap of the shopping center, and my ankles are starting to appear and hurt. Being pregnant isn't easy, until Grant gives us the go-ahead. How many perimeter checks does he need to do? Jeff sounds just as annoyed as me from what is becoming a high security check on the place. Grant also making the rule that I am not to leave his sight. We've had to walk around the mall this many times so he can do his perimeter check but still see me. Then finally, from what seems like forever, Jeff's phone beeps and we head for Starbucks. When entering, it's busy like usual. Names being called and people bustling in and out of the doors. Doing a quick survey of the shop, I spot the familiar figure of Agatha hunched over at a corner table, sitting alone with her head hung low, a coffee beside her. She is in her late 30s with dyed blonde hair, and still has her fighting figure. Jeff and I walk over. When I pull out a chair to sit down, her head whips up. The first thing that gets to me is her bloodshot eyes. You came, she says, sounding terrified. Jeff grabs a chair and sits next to me, looking as confused as me at the tone of Agatha's voice. Yes, Jeff says, sternness to his voice. We arranged it. Are you going to tell us what you know, Agatha? But she seems to be in her own world. I was hoping you weren't going to come, she says, and from her expression my heart starts to beat faster. Why, Agatha? I whisper, my own voice shaky. Agatha's bottom lip trembles, her bloodshot eyes becoming watery. They took him, she whispers, her eyes staring at the table. They took my son. I had to do this. They threatened my son. She gets out on the borderline of hysterical. Who? Jeff barks out, becoming overly anxious now. But I know the answer to it when a hand is placed on my shoulder. You looking rather lovely, Brooke. Mr. McCoy's voice sends a chill through me. We've been stood up. Before anything else, I yank the hand from my shoulder, twisting his wrist back, causing him to yelp in surprise. I managed to get up from my chair only to be slapped across the face from a very angry Mr. McCoy in one of his pristine suits I recognize. That's when havoc occurs in this Starbucks. It seems that Grant wasn't the only one who placed disguised people around in the coffee shop, since they are now fighting the other undercover people working for S. The screams erupted as people and workers run out. I see Abby and Raina taking on a few guys at a time, as well as some other people I recognize from the pack. There are no guns used. Seeing how that would cause a bigger scene, I watch as a figure goes flying through the room, and see that the thrower was Grant, but I am taken away from that as a hand claps around my wrist. Mr. McCoy yanks me so hard that I am nearly tumbling down to the ground. Brooke, my name is called by Grant. He's trying to get to me as I am being pulled violently off the midst of what could seem to be a brawl in a coffee shop. But I am lucky as Jeff comes to my rescue, Penguin diving on Mr. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I was thankful I was not dragged down with them as I was released, only to have Grant clamp around my wrist and pull me out of the shop. We get out into a chaotic crowd of scrambling shoppers as well as security coming. Grant pulls me to the left until there is a more corridor, which leads to the fire exit steps. We run down them, my feet hammering down the stone steps until we reach the outside. We still run, looping back to the car park receiving audiobooks but make it to the large black car we arrived in. I am all too happy to get in the passenger side and catch my breath. Grant races to the driver's side and starts the car. Wait, what about the others? I ask in a scramble as Grant is reversing. They have enough cars here to get out. They can take care of themselves, Grant says, constantly craning his neck and looking through the windows and side mirrors to see if anyone is following us. What about Jeff? And Abby? They will be fine. I knew this was a shit idea, he whispers harshly, finally getting out of the driveway of the car park and out to the roads. I notice when getting out to the main roads we are heading the wrong way. Aren't we going home? Rubbing my stomach as if to help calm myself. And the baby down for it isn't good for the both of us to be stressed. No, I'm not risking them following us back there. And after that is said, we ride in silence. We pull up to an old ratty-looking motel on the outskirts of New York City. It was sunset and the sky has an orange sherbet color tint. About to get out of the car I am stopped. Stay in the car, Grant says flatly, although with his usual hint of warning. I close the door again as he opens his and goes to the check-in front of us. My worries go out to the rest of the pack that have hopefully escaped the failed plan from an hour ago. Thinking about Mr. McCoy has me gritting my teeth, forcing his old face out of my head. I hate that man, and I have the aching cheek from him to prove it. Grant reappears 10 minutes later with a hotel key in his hand. I get the memo to get out of the car and I silently follow him to across the car lot to the rooms along the downstairs building. Room number 17 isn't as bad as I thought it would be. A bed, bathroom, table, and TV. It's convenient and I become slightly awkward as Grant walks into the room with Moon. Don't you have your own room? Crossing my arms to give myself a hug. Grant looks at me as if I had grown to heads. No, it's dangerous for us to be split apart. I'd rather be here to protect you tonight to find you gone in the morning. About to open my mouth to argue, I close it. Too tired to fight, I head over to the bed, picking my side for tonight. I can't help the soft groan leave my lips as I lay down. Today has been quite an overly physical day for a pregnant lady. The lady at the check-in said there is a Chinese takeout place a street away. Have any preferences? Grant asks, trying to sound polite but coming out more gruff than indented. I'm not hungry, I whisper. An agitated sigh is the response. You need to eat, Brooke. You didn't eat much this morning because you were nervous. I shift my head to look in. I didn't realize you were monitoring my food intake. Agitation in my voice fueled by another mood swing. Grant glares back at me. I do it for the baby's health. Not yours, is what I felt like he was going to end it with but probably stopped himself. He hates me. He hates me. Not in a mood to argue, I compromise. Fine. I'll eat whatever. Just let me rest first. Grant doesn't say anything in reply, and in a few minutes I fall asleep completely drained from today. I wait to the low hum of the TV playing. I carefully roll over to see Grant at the small round wooden table in the corner eating what smells like Chinese food. It takes me a moment to be able to get up from my oversized stomach, but when I do I walk over to Grant. He sees me approach. "I got a few things. Pick what you like," he says before going back to eating. I grab a fork, being useless with chopsticks, and go for the classic Singapore noodles. The hard bit comes next as I pull out the chair opposite Grant and figure out how to sit down. Being pregnant and trying to sit in a low seat takes time, as I have to carefully squat my knees and do what could be described as a slow descent from my bottom to meet the seat. I sigh as I manage to sit and look up to see an agitated Grant looking at me, his honey chicken half white to his mouth. "Tu es agent extraordinaire, Moyen Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You're blocking my view of the TV," he states densely, and I let out a massive sigh. I put down my Singapore noodles and fork into the other time, consuming process of trying to get up. "Brooke, just sit." Grant sighs and I him before relaxing again. It was less painful watching the end of Titanic than you're sitting down. I don't know if it was a joke or not, but it grated on my nerves. Well, when you're the size of the Titanic you can judge. You're not the size of the Titanic, Grant says flatly before slyly adding, "Although you did make a mess of things in the end, didn't you?" I don't have to be smart to know the double meaning to that sentence. Anger disappears and sadness and guilt consumes me again. "I told you," I whisper. "I did what I did for my brother. And what you did nearly got my beta killed," Grant says, and I look to him. He's mad. "It also succeeded your plan of getting pregnant with my child." I slam my hand on the table, startling Grant with my aggression. "I had no intention of getting pregnant that night. My task was to distract you, and all I planned to do was talk. When my phone went off at 3 o'clock in the morning, that was my signal I could leave. But if I remember correctly, you were the one that wanted me to stay." It seems that statement gets through to Grant. Crossing his arms and looking away, he says I was drunk. "So was I exclaim, and I can see him gritting his jaw down firmly. "You're mad at me because I lied to you. I know it was stupid and I should have come clean, but..." The emotions swirl within me, and they come rushing out. For the first time I was part of a pack that didn't see me as an abomination or a stupid halfling. My whole life in my old pack they tormented me for who I was. And with your pack I felt like I belonged. I was afraid of losing you. Grant doesn't look at me, his eyes are glued to the wall, and I push down the tears threatening to spill from my eyes. I suck in a deep breath, turning away to take a shower to soak away today. As I leave Grant to soak in the words I have just said, shot to the warm water was nice, getting rid of the tension built up from today. Although when I hopped out of the shower I had to put on the same clothes I wore staying at motel, and not having any luggage does that to people. I probably used up all the motel's hot water since I stayed in the shower a long time. It was nice, but mainly it was for the reason of staying away from Grant. I stated my case, I said what I had to, and it's up to him now. I can't do anything else, even though I know deep down it's never going to be the same between us. I slide open the door and see Grant sitting on the edge of the bed, his head hung low in thought with his phone in hand. "Did you hear from the others?" Afraid that Grant's behavior means something bad had happened. "Yes, everyone made it out. Some hurt, but they will be okay," Grant answers, and I sigh in relief. They also figured out what happened. I step further into the room, drying my hair with a towel, and Grant sighs. "Jeff's loyal companions that went to S. One of them was a bad egg. A person he talked to must have let it slip that Jeff was trying to get info on their security, so today was a step up. Ally sent word that Agatha's son was taken from her. If she didn't cooperate, God knows what would have done." My anger for Agatha vanishes and is replaced by understanding. No wonder she was so upset. I can sense not much else is to be said, so I walk past Grant to the table for some food. Still not that hungry. And the food being cold now, I go for the fortune cookies. Picking one up. "Brooke," Grant whispers, and I turn to see him watching me. He rubs his palms together, his nervous gesture Then why am I getting all nervous? I whisper back, unsure of what he is going to say. You were right. His eyes meeting mine, searching for something. I understood what you did, but I don't understand why you lied to me. I gulp. That statement to me means progress. I slowly walk over to him and slowly sit next to him. I had no right to lie to you, Grant. After all that you have done for me, for our baby. I'm so sorry. My voice cracks at the end, my emotions swirling around inside me. It seems our lives and situations have tangled in each other so much it all seems like such a mess. Grant says, turning his head to face me. But out of all of it, the one thing that shouldn't make sense, but has. A small gasp escapes me at that, my confusion making me search Grant's eyes for some hint of dishonesty but find none in his pale green eyes. I'm not saying that I forgive you. I want to in the future, but I just need time. I want to try us again. It's only fair because we're having a baby, and giving them a chance for a real family. I think it would be a good thing. My eyes must be wider than owls from the way I am gaping at him. I hadn't expected to come out of the shower to hear these words. I also want to try us, again because I kind of like you, Brooke. He says, bumping my shoulder and giving me a smirk that I haven't seen in a long time. My lips break into a small watery smile. I kind of like you too. I say, bumping his shoulder back, and he chuckles, which sounds like music to my ears. I feel Grant put his hand on my thigh, giving it a reassuring squeeze as I lean on him, resting my head on his shoulder. So what's the plan for tomorrow? We've planned to meet up at a place about a half-an-hour drive away from here. From there we will decide. But for now you need to eat and rest. I roll my eyes and snap the fortune cooking in my hand and place half in my mouth. Munching on it, I look down to the small folded white piece of paper. My fortune. Reading it makes a small laugh slip out of me. What does it say? Grant asks. And I hand him the paper. There is no such thing as a mistake. I don't know what time Grant and I went to sleep, nor do I know what time I have just woken up. It's surprisingly cozy in bed, and I stretch my hand out to touch Grant but find him not there. Do you have the tickets? I hear Grant's voice and stay still as I overhear what seems to be a phone call. I know, but it's safer this way. Grant sighs while I am furrowing my eyebrows in question. Who is he talking to and what is he talking about? I'll see you soon, bye. He hangs up and I decide then to roll over. He sees me and a pleasant smile appears on his face as he comes to kiss me good morning, although it turns quite steamy as his lips become more urgent as he bends down and cups the back of my neck. As we both run out of breath, we pull away. What was that for? I chuckle and he smiles brightly at me, just saying good morning. Although I see something hesitant in his expression, he's keeping something from me. We should probably get going soon. I get out of bed, curious to ask who was on the phone but go against it. I'm sure I will find out soon enough. In no later than 20 minutes we have checked out of the motel and headed towards the meet-up point. I notice on the car ride there that Grant seems to be on edge about something, and I realize pretty quickly that he isn't going to say anything about it. We arrive at an abandoned warehouse a couple hours away from the pack house. It looks like no one has been here for years. Until now, as I can see the familiar cars of Abby and the rest of the pack. After parking, Grant helps me out of the car very gentlemanlike, which I can't help but shyly smile at him for. Once inside, the group of werewolves and Jeff notice us and I am relieved to see them all unharmed. I greet Abby and Raina, saying hi to a few others before seeing Jeff. Hey. And I can see he is very nervous to see me. Brooke, I should have been more car if you will. I silence him. Jeff, I agreed to it. We had no idea that someone would turn on us. Net just forgot about it, okay? I suggest and he seems like he wants to protest, but he closes his mouth and nods. I turn my head to see Grant talking to Raina and she is holding two suitcases. I approach them slowly as if to overhear their conversation before they notice me, but that doesn't happen. They both go quiet and I focus my attention back on the suitcases. What's with the luggage? I ask, and Raina looks to Grant. In my growing patience, before they can stop me, I look at the tag hanging off one of the bags. It has my name on it. My head whips to Grant and he's clenching on his jaw. What's this? I demand, and it sounds like the whole room goes silent. Brooke, Grant manages to get out. You're sending me away. I state, becoming angry, and before I know it, Grant pulls me aside. He takes me into a separate section of the building. When he stops, he turns around to face me, and I wait for his response. You're going to England with Raina, he says, and my jaw drops. What? I could have practically screamed at him. Grant seems prepared for my reaction. It's safer this way for you and the baby, Grant explains, but I am shaking my head, not processing anything he is saying. No, you can't. You can't. I am cut off by my memory of this morning of Grant talking to Raina. Tickets to send me away. You planned this. How long have you planned this for? Grant looks away from me. About 4 months ago. I am taken back from what he says, and my anger mixes with hurt. So last night, you decided to start things up again between us so you could just send me away the next day. Why would you do that? Grant sighs. I needed you to know that I care about you. I never wanted you to leave 4 months ago. It was the last resort. But after yesterday, I'm not going to stop looking for you and the baby no matter what. You leaving is safer for everyone. No, I'm not going, I say stubbornly, not liking the idea of going to someplace I have never been before. Brooke, please. Grant pleads with me, but I am shaking my head more furiously. I'm not going. I yell. You can't just send me away. For God's sakes, Brooke. You're pregnant. Grant yells back at me. You can't protect yourself the way you used to. The best chance is for you to get as far away from the grasps of so you can protect our daughter. About to shout back at him, I stop short. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A girl, I whisper, looking down to my stomach, placing my hand over the top of it before looking back at Grant. He seems to have just realized what he has said as he starts nervously rubbing his palms together. I didn't mean to. Grant drifts off, but I wasn't paying attention, as I was captivated in my own thoughts. We are having a little girl, and that alone makes the whole baby thing sink in further. And somehow it also allows Grant's other words to sink in. I can't do this on my own. I can't protect myself while I'm pregnant. A sense of helplessness in this situation starts to kick in, and I find myself starting to cry. Please don't make me go. My voice cracks into a sob. The next thing I know, Grant has walked up to me and wrapped me in a hug. I cling to his jacket as if I didn't have to let him go. I don't want to do this, Brooke, he whispers in my ear, rubbing his hand up and down my back. I thought I could protect you from all this, but I can't, and I don't know what else to do anymore. And I realize that maybe Grant is feeling as helpless as me in this moment. I pull away slightly, and Grant uses his thumb to brush away the sticky tears on my face. Where would we go in England? Raina told me there is still some of my old pack there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grant says, the Underwood pack. Yes, my auntie and uncle will be happy to take you in. Having a little shadow baby around will certainly improve the pack's mood. Grant tries to sound happy about the idea himself, but it doesn't work. How long would I be gone for? I ask the dreaded question, and when I am met with silence, I know Grant doesn't know the answer to that either. His hands move down to rest on my belly, rubbing his thumbs in circles over the stretched skin. It would have been nice to have a family again, he whispers, sadness seeping out of his voice from that fact he is sending his only sister and child away, leaving him alone once again. I tilt my head up to meet his lips, and this morning when Grant kissed me, he wasn't kissing me good morning, he was kissing my goodbye. When I thought I had lost everything, I was told I had to give birth to my daughter within a month, or they would take her away from me. Chapter 41. I was forced to say my goodbyes to everyone, and the next thing I know I was in the passenger seat next to Raina, watching the figures waving goodbye in the review mirror before they disappear out of sight, not knowing the next time I would see them again. My aunt and uncle are excited to meet you. They will meet us at the airport when we arrive. Raina. Like Grant is trying to sound positive on the whole situation but failing. All I manage is a tight smile. The first time my brother sent me to England, I'd never to forgive him again. Raina says an quirk and eyebrow. I guess I never really understood what happened between Grant and Raina all those years ago. Although you looked for him for quite some time. I chime and she gives me a mock annoyed look before focusing her eyes back on the road. Yes, I did. He's my brother. And even though I hate him for what he did, I still love him. What did happen? Being curious quite some time now on their family's past. Raina sighs. I guess he could never tell anyone. I give her a quizzical look and she elaborates on the story. My parents were scared to stay in England, since so much of our pack had been hunted. We moved to America where our other pack members split up and just moved around Europe. Raina makes a turn on the highway before continuing. Moving here was good for us for over a decade. We were happy but it didn't last. We were found out, and it was my brother's idea to send me back to England to be safe. From the bits and pieces of the story I have been told, Grant found a pack that could hide them from the hunters. Instead they turned on him and my parents, not wanting us as competition anymore to be the powerful ones. My heart sinks into my stomach. No wonder Grant has a hard time trusting people. Why my lies had hurt him so much. Last time someone lied to him like that cost him his parents' life. I don't know how Grant escaped. He never talks about it. But that's the way he has to deal with it. I wished I stayed in America. I wished I could have at least tried to save my parents. I stay silent, giving her a sad smile. Knowing that feeling of wishing you could change the past. I'm sorry that I'm the reason you have to leave. I say and she shakes her head with a chuckle. I always manage to find Grant again, she says, but I shake my head. I was talking about Abby. I whisper and Raina's face drops. I didn't know any details about how long they were seeing each other, but from that look it meant a lot. Yeah, well, it probably wouldn't have worked out anyways. Raina brushes it off. Not fooling me though. I mean, my brother butts heads with Abby more times than I care to count per day. I want to reply to that, but I should stop seeing hope in things when it clearly is hurting Raina. For the rest of the way to the airport the talking is light. And Raina tells me about England. But all the time she is explaining the beautiful countryside. I'm stuck looking in the rearview mirror, watching my world change. It was late afternoon when we arrived at JFK International Airport. The sun was beginning to set and I was exhausted. Another thing to look forward to when getting to England is jet lag. Somehow we got through security with some pretty last-minute passports and our light luggage. Although while I find myself trembling, scared about what is to happen next. Jeff and I had a quick talk about my Mom, and to still keep things hidden. As for Jordan, I only hope that Grant's plan to take down works to set my brother free. Right now with Raina we are sitting down at a coffee shop with some water and a few sandwiches. I was really hungry. Flight 737 to London has been delayed for 1 hour. Sorry for the inconvenience. More information will be given shortly. Thank you. The woman's voice over the intercom stops and by the way Raina gets agitated. Flight 737 to London and must be our flight. I'll just go see what's happening. I won't be long. Raina says and I give her a nod as she gets up from her seat and heads around the corner to the terminal. I wait, unease sitting in my stomach as time passes. My gut instinct knows something is wrong. But I force myself to just say I'm paranoid from all that's happened today. I'm already missing everything about America. I haven't even left. Talk about homesick. I'm drawn out of my thoughts when the metal chair beside me scrapes back. Expecting it to be Raina, I smile about to ask what's happening but choke out a gasp when I see who it really is. Looking lovely as ever, miss. Rhodes, mister. McCoy smiles with an ease that has me shocked into my seat. He casually sits down surveying the area before returning his attention on me. How did you find me? I hiss, looking around for Raina. But I know if Mr. McCoy is here he has brought back up. And it's no coincidence that our flight has been delayed. Don't think you're the first runaway to try and get away from us, he says with a playful tone as if he has won a game. We monitor the airport security because people think that running the furthest away so quickly is the best option. At least they're smart trying to get away from you people the quickest. I say, and he chuckles, leaning in closer to where I sit. Just like you've tried. And now it's time to come back to where you belong. He says, an edge to his voice. Not long now till your friend gets back. I don't think you would like to discover what we do with people we can't capture. They kill them. That's all it takes for a rising panic to set and my heart to beat faster. Again today I find myself in a helpless situation. I fight the growing unease and think of something to help Raina. Well, you're here for me. And do you think the public and security will take it lightly if I create a scene? I say back. And his paper-thin lips purse in annoyance. You take me and willingly you'll have a fight on your hands. Cause a drama. Might end up on the news. I know what game you're playing, Brooke. But remember, you make a little scene, your friend gets skilled. Mr. McCoy pushes back and I nod my head, regretting my next words before I even say them. I know. But if I go with you willingly, you leave my friend alone. I propose and he seems to consider the offer. His evil smile curly like Cheshire cat. He says, swiftly getting up from his chair and offering me a hand. Let's go. I push his hand away and with shaky feet I get up. I don't protest as he roughly grabs my upper arm, guiding me out of the terminal. With my agent I look back to spot others moving the same direction as us. Undercover security people with us. Getting up from their post. We make it to the entrance. The sheer glass walls show the view outside of yellow taxis. And parked right out front a big black car. Already running. Ready to speed off with me. Brooke. I hear my name yelled from behind and turn my head to see a glimpse of Raina pushing through the crowd people to me. That makes Mr. McCoy grab me harder and run to the car. I get shoved into the back seat. The door slammed in my face and locked. I watch from the window Raina running to the car, knocking over a luggage trolley in the processes. I'm slamming my hands on the glass as she gets to my door, pulling on the handle, but I can't do anything as I hear a gunshot go off. Raina drops out of view, replaced with a splatter of red across my window, as well as all the public outside not knowing what's going on. I slam harder on the glass of my car window. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We drive away in a flash, as I still scream hysterically to get out trying to unlock the door but get restrained back. All I see before we leave the car pickup area is Raina's limp, way halfway off the curb. Chapter 40 to hollow. I feel hollow as if I decided to leave my body and drift off to a place where I wasn't Brooke wrote right now. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pregnant, helpless and alone, Brooke wrote. It was 3 hours ago we drove away from Raina's limp body, left on the curb, and it's hard to imagine that it was 2 days ago that I was safe in the middle of nowhere, not in the city surrounded by people I hate. I stay still and silent, calming myself because for some miracle today, it hasn't caused any trouble for my pregnancy, for my daughter. It was dark when I was forced to get out of the car, into the familiar dusty underground car park that is the head base for us. Months ago I was on my knees here for my brother's freedom. So much has changed since then. I was exhausted but managed to get up the many stairs and walk through concrete wall hallways that all look the same. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. McCoy walked out front while our security guard, dressed in all black with a gun, holds my forearm. Who knows? He might have used to work with me in my old organization. We reach a door, painted red, which is odd for this place, Mr. McCoy turns to me, before dismissing the security guard beside me. Someone would like to have a word with you. He knocks, getting a muffled reply before opening the door and gesturing me in. I slowly walk through the door, Mr. McCoy following in behind me before closing it. What captures my attention instantly is the white plastered walls to the dusty concrete ones. The plush carpet compared to the hard grey floor. I continue walking forward until I reach the end and turn to the large dining room. It's filled with a long dark mahogany table that stretches across the room. Antique lights hang on the walls and ceiling. But what stops me is the man sitting on the end. A glass in one hand, the other holding a hardcover book. He seems to finish a line before snapping the book shut to look at us. And in my clouded memoirs I remember that man's face from the first time I was in this very building. He watched me be escorted out of here after my failed attempt at rescuing my brother, tricked into helping them for his freedom. He smiles at me, his pale blue eyes crinkling in the corners, with slicked back grey hair. And when he stands up, he wears a lavish red robe that reaches his woolen pinched slippers. Well, you have done well, Andrew. He smiles behind me before returning his attention on me. And you, my dear, are glowing. I'm assuming the baby is growing healthily. This man reaches to touch my stomach, but I slap away his hand. For a second he seems angry but laughs it off. She's feisty. No wonder it took so long to find her. He walks back around so he's on the other side of his expensive table facing us again. Thank you, Andrew. I'll send for you soon. Without a word, Mr. McCoy, or now Andrew, leaves me alone with this man that I don't wish to spend another minute with. Please have a seat. You must be exhausted, he says politely, but I make no move to do so. I insist. Not having any other choice, I walk forward and pull out a chair and sit down at the table. It feels good to get some weight off my legs, although it's replaced by a new fear of this man who acts like he knows everything about me. My name is Mr. Emerson, the founder of S. I am guessing you remember my face from quite some months ago. He says and pauses as if for me to reply. When I don't say anything, he continues. You might be somewhat confused. I spit out. There is nothing confusing about taking people against their own will. He nervously chuckles. But you, my dear, are the person that ran away. We only wanted our investment back. I am not your property. I hiss, which seems to grate on the nerves of Mr. Emerson. He seems eerily calm as he comes to stand on the opposite side of the table, leaning over it to look at me. Let me get something clear. I do this for our benefit, to understand people like us better. He grits out. People like us. I will never be like you. We are very alike in a way that might surprise you, Brooke. Walking back around the table to collect his drink. I know what it's exactly like to be called a halfling, as if it were the worst thing in the world. My eyes shoot straight to him, and seeing my shocked face, he laughs. Yes, half werewolf, half human. Not werewolf, not human. We are peculiar, aren't we? I feel sick all of a sudden. I have never met someone like me before. And it turns out to be the man that started a brutal experimentation organization on the supernatural. How could you do such things to your own kind? I whisper weakly, completely out of my element now. Our kind. They are not like us. They mocked us for what we couldn't do. They treated us like outsiders because we were born with dormant genes. I have spent my life trying to figure them out. The workings of the supernatural, to see what is missing for us. I look down at the table. Certain things starting to make sense of why a place like this would be created. By a jealous man who always wanted what he could never have. What do you want with me? Slowly looking up from the table. When your brother joined us, I was intrigued to hear about his mystery of a sister. Turning away from me. And as I suspect, imprisoning your brother here couldn't stop you from falling into our net. And it was easy getting you to go ahead with our little plan. We had no interest in money. Only the shadow alpha that rarely shows his face. Grant, this story has made me more confused than ever, and I am beginning to feel like a chess piece in a much bigger game than I realized. As I suspected, he couldn't resist a pretty face like you. A few spiked drinks from our bartender, and you two couldn't keep your hands at each other from what I hear. He snickers. I shake my head, as if what I am hearing is a lie. You planned this. It was a plan of theory, manipulation, and very good luck that landed me with you pregnant. The outcome that would have been icing on the cake that night. He explains, which has my heart trembling. You were a lucky find, and my theory was if someone like us got pregnant, would our dormant werewolf genres turn on? Would a woman be able to carry a werewolf child with the opposing blood types? I would have tried it myself, but for obvious reasons that couldn't happen. He chuckles at his own joke as I sit here, questioning the way my life is right now. I have been used for some sick man's games. My daughter was created to see if he could find a way for us to be able to do the things a werewolf could. I feel sick. Well, see if the pregnancy has altered anything tomorrow. I think it's best for you to rest up. I barely comprehend his words as I feel a tap on my shoulder. I don't budge in my own sorrow, as I am grabbed from under the arm and yanked out of my seat. Someone guides me out of Mr. Emerson's place back into the corridors again. I don't even know where I am going, but I don't even know how to feel right now either. Finally, we stop at a metal door that screeches when opened. I am pushed inside and I turn and watch the door close in my face, locking me in another room. Brooke. I hear a voice behind me and my eyes widen. Turning my head slowly, I see the familiar lanky arms and legs, his sandy disheveled hair and brown eyes like mine. My brother's face looks hollow from lack of nutrients, but he still looks the same. And in an instant, I am breaking down crying, rushing up to him to give him a swift hit on the back of the head, like I wanted to before engulfing him in a hug. Chapter 43. Jordan's body goes stiffer than a plank of wood as I hugged him. I was still crying when he gently pushed me away at arm's length and looked the obvious, his mouth gaping open like a fish out of water, probably having no idea what to say. That's new. He expresses his thought, and calming myself down, I even manage a chuckle. If he only knew. It's good to see you too. I croak with my post-crying voice. He shakes his head, hands sliding down his face in a slight freaked-out mode as I recognize from when he did it when we were younger. Sorry, but I'm locked up for 8 months, and my sister, who is now pregnant, comes to the last place she should be. What are you doing here? How I want to scream at I question, but all manage is a sigh. I could write a book on how I came to be here, Jordan, and it starts with, once upon a time I tried to save my brother's ass. Brooke, you tend to get sarcastic when you're angry, and I don't think raising your blood pressure is good for pregnant women. Jordan says, as flattered as I am that you care about the health of me and your niece, you're not getting out of this one so easily. I bark back. Well, I think not seeing the sun for over half a year is punishment enough, don't you? Jordan says, defeated as he turns away from me, going to sit on one of the beds in the plain jail-like room. Another mood swing must have hit me as I feel bad all of a sudden for getting mad at Jordan. How could I possibly blame him when after the conversation with Mr. Emerson, it was me they wanted, ordered all on. For all or nothing, it could have been my fault just as much as his. I waddle over to him on sore ankles and sit beside him, placing my hands on my stomach. Head in his hands, I let out a sigh as I ruffle his hair like I did when he would come home from a football game defeated. Jordan, I whisper, I'm just glad to see you're okay. He peeks a glance at me through his fingers. I'm sorry, Brooke. If I had listened to you. I cut him off. Don't say that. You tried to help Dad. That's more than I could have done. Jordan seems like he wants to protest, but luckily he doesn't. How's Ma? I bite my lip. I haven't seen her since I left for New York. Jordan's head whips to me. Then where have you been all this time? Because first things first, when I get out of here, I'm going to whip the guy's ass who got you pregnant. Seeing Jordan being all protective brother is cute, but I don't think he would go far trying to throw a punch Grant's way. He would probably stop to ask questions first on Shadow, Werewolf before anything else. He enjoyed academics better than the physical. I would like to see you try. I chuckle sadly, thinking of Grant's face and his pale green eyes. I wonder what's happened now. Does he know what happened to Raina? Brooke. Jordan's voice breaks me out of my thoughts, and he is looking down at my hand, which is shaking uncontrollably. What happened? And I tell him the story from when I tried to sneak in here to break him out all the way through to the terrible conversation I had not long ago with Mr. Emerson. And afterwards he looks shocked into silence. He gets up from the bed, and I look down to my hand and my hand in my belly where my daughter is kicking away. Jordan starts pacing the room. This isn't good, Brooke. I give him a flat look. Way to state the obvious. No, if this guy, Grant, is planning on destroying. Keep your voice down. I hiss, scared that someone is going to overhear us, and the last thing I want to do is reveal a plan like this, even though I have no idea when it's going to happen. Jordan rolls his eyes and lowers his voice to a whisper. You really think he has a chance? Werewolves are stronger in the forest, trekking and hunting. How could they bring down a place like this? Man-made and concrete. Jordan does have a point, but I just shake my head. I don't know. But Grant has a plan. I have to believe it will work. Jordan sighs. Brooke, you can't get your hopes up. I snap. I have to hope. I have to hope that it works so they don't take my daughter away. My voice cracks in a sob that was brewing as I cover my mouth in hope of containing it. Hey, Jordan comes to sit next me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. I didn't mean it. I'm just agitated. I haven't shifted in a while and it's making me all jittery. I manage a slow nod in response, calming myself down again. Jordan asks, pointing down to my stomach. Can she call me Uncle Geordie? He asks with a grin and I chuckle at the name. I used to call him Geordie when I was younger. When he got older though he wanted me to stop. Sure. Does Mum know you're pregnant? Jordan asks, and when I shake my head he lets out a low whistle. I don't know who's going to be in more trouble, you or me. I playfully bump his shoulder and we laugh. Although it dies down pretty quickly as the room around us shows us our reality. We have no control of our futures anymore. Nor do I have any control now for my daughter's life. When I eventually fell asleep, I wake up to see hope I would be in bed back in the pack house, with Grant getting up early to make me breakfast. But I wake up to grey walls and a sore back. The screeching of the door being opened makes me turn my head to see two figures waiting at the entrance. I start to get up and sit on the side of the bed as Jordan leaps out of his, standing directly in front of me, although I see the familiar face of Drive. Ridley, as now known as Ally, Abby and Ellie's older sister. She was the reason I got out, and I feel bad that she went to the effort to get me only to be sitting here right now. She shows nothing though as she calmly approaches. The security guards look ready to get Jordan out of the way if needed. I whisper to Jordan, who turns to me. I give my best reassuring smile on the situation and step around him. She smiles at me, and I notice the pity when others would see reassurance. Brooke, it's good to see you again. We are just going to do some health checks on you and the baby. Nothing to be worried about. I just give a nod before the security guards assign themselves beside me, and we walk out of the room. I turn back to Jordan, looking like he wants to follow, but the door is slammed shut. As usual in this place, I have no idea where I am being escorted to. But a few corridors later, we reach a room. It's different to the office I remember being in 8 months ago. This looks to be like our obstetrician's office. On the right is a desk, to the left is a leather, padded bed, and what has me halting at the door is the gynecologist chair right in front. The security guards can probably smell my fear and hold onto my forearms so I can't run away. Ally must notice my dread as she speaks up. Nothing of that nature today, Brooke. Mr. Emerson wanted to do a paternity test just to look at the baby's DNA, but I explained the risks of miscarriage or triggering early labor. We are just going to do the normal checks and ultrasound. I visibly relax and the security guard let go. They leave the room before locking the door. After that, it almost feels like a normal doctor's appointment as she takes my weight and blood pressure. Afterward, she instructs me to lie down on the leather, padded bed in the corner. I do so as she wheels over as I recognize an ultrasound machine. So do you know if you're having a boy or girl? Ally smiles, trying to make me feel comfortable in my situation, even though I know she is in what could be described as hell too. I find it hard to show any emotion but fear. Girl, I whisper as she rolls up my shirt to show my stomach before squirting some blue gel on it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We will just see how she is doing, Ally says as she rolls around the wand on my stretched skin. She looks at the monitor and smiles when my little girl comes into view. I notice how she has gotten bigger. So far so good. She's turned to the right position, her head downward. A good sign she's ready to be born in a month. Terror runs down my spine when she says that. I'm a ticking time bomb, and when this baby comes out, I have this fear it's game over for me. Ally wipes the gel off my stomach and I roll my shirt back down. What is going to happen in a month? I ask the dreaded question, Ally stops backing away the ultrasound machine to look at me. She sighs about to talk, but the door to the room is opened. The last person I ever wanted to see again appears through the door. Mr. Emerson smiles as if he were Father Christmas. The only difference is there is evil lurking behind the mask he puts up and the black suit and tie he wears today. Woody, I just came to check in with you for Brooke's progress. But I see I caught you in the middle of your work. Ally puts on a smile and shakes her head. Just finished. Brooke and the baby are doing fine, Mr. Emerson's attention goes to me, a smile on his lips. He looks at me for a few seconds and I tear my eyes away to look at the ground. Have you worked out the due date? Yes, last time Brooke was here we worked out it was February the 26th. That's when the baby will be at full term, Ally answers, sounding curious herself on why he would want to know the information. Good. I expect you to book Theatre 1 to Performacy section on that date to avoid any complications. My head whips quicker than lightning to look at Mr. Emerson. Then my eyes go to Ally's, pleading for her to say something. To stop it, Mr. Emerson, as a C section is the less stressful for the baby and mother. I do believe Brooke should have a chose. Ally begins to inform him, but he cuts her off with the wave of his hand. I agree. If the baby is to arrive within that date. Brooke, his gaze goes to me. You can make a decision on your birth plans. The baby is being born by February 26th, whether you like it or not. It will have less risks that way. And with that said, I ignore his goodbyes and the shutting door. I have exactly 1 month to get out of here. But that's not even guaranteed because the baby can come at any time she likes. Chapter 44. Hope seems to be a stupid thing. Jordan was right. 1 whole month ago when he said not to get my hopes up. No one has come for me. Grant's plan was probably never going to work. I have been terrified this past 4 weeks. Every little ache or pain I think is a contraction, and it's gotten to the point where every time I go to the toilet I make sure my waters haven't broken. No matter how uncomfortable I am with my big belly, I have done everything possible to keep this baby in. As if the time would help for the inevitable. But today it did come. I couldn't eat breakfast this morning. I knew what day it was and I knew if I had some food it would just come back up again. My brain was buzzing, with ideas of escape, of stealing a gun and shooting my way out of here. All things that would be too dangerous and impossible for my pregnant state. Part of me thought to be excited for this day, of seeing my daughter for the first time, but it was replaced by the fear that they were going to take her, and I would never see her face. What seemed like midday, I was sitting on the edge of my bed, Jordan next to me holding my hand as I bounced my leg up and down. The door creaked before opening, and there stood the security guards. And for people dressed in green hospital scrubs with a gurney. Panic seized my heart and my hand held on tighter to Jordan's as they slowly entered the room. And to my shock, Jordan growled in warning but had them fling back. Before I realized anything, he sprung forward, knocking back one of the security guards, taking him by surprise. But he didn't stand a chance as they had cleverly weakened him all these months with not much food and no sunlight. The other security guard was holding a gun to him. Jordan! I scream and he looked in time to see the gun. But instead the security guard uses the other end of it to knock him in the head. The people in the scrubs start coming into the room and all I can do is back away. Brooke! Jordan yells, causing me to look at him as he is being held back by the security guard as the other is punching him in the stomach to be quiet. Jordan, stop. Let me go. I scream as the people in scrubs sees me, roughly grabbing onto my arms and leading me out of the room. He keeps yelling my name as I try and frantically fight off the 4 people gripping me, trying to get me to lie down on the gurney. I'm going into hysterics as they force my back down onto the hard surface. Some grab my legs, and I haven't got the strength to kick them away. Please just stop. I scream at them as I feel something being wrapped around my wrists. I look down through tear-soaked lashes to my wrists being cuffed in leather, and I feel the same down to my ankles. Even though I know it's hopeless, I pull against the restraints. Please, please don't do this. I sob at them as they start to wheel me away. All I see is the lights hanging from the ceiling and the person with the surgeon mask looking ahead. I cry for the 5-minute journey I am taken on through the premises. My eyesight is bubbled with tears, As we seem to be slowing down, I move my head to see we are going through a doorway. Finally, I stop moving and look around to the bustling surgeons in the room, preparing needles and unfolding sheets. I struggle against the leather cuffs again as I see someone approaching me in the midst of the people and equipment in here. I recognize her light blue eyes instantly. I can't see her face as it is covered by a surgeon's mask, although I can still tell she is smiling. Brooke, you have to stop struggling. Ally reaches to hold my hand. We planned to have you awake during the procedure, but you are going to have to be cooperative when we administer the epidural. She lets go of my hand and I find something made of cold metal still in it. I peek down to see I am holding the handle of a very sharp scalpel. Do you think you can do that? I know what she is really asking and I main just low nod of my head. She fakes another smile before she walks away out of view. Preparations continue to be made as I shift the scalpel in my hand, forcing the edge on the leather and slowly cut away. A minute goes by and very little progress on escape when I notice the room starting to grow quiet until I can only hear my blood beating in my ears. Movement is heard before one deadly growl, followed by screams. My heart is beating so rapidly and my breaths come out labored, my chest heaves up and down. I close my eyes as I hear growls, screams, crashes of metal and machines alike. There's banging on the door, as if someone is trying to get out, but a scream and a growl later the room goes quiet again. I blink my terrified eyes open to look at the ceiling. Like a horror movie, I feel my head slowly turn to look at the remains of what I heard. Splatters of blood have stained the walls already. And after that sight I meet the electric blue eyes of a white wolf. Abby is a white wolf. It's only logical for her older sister to be one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whisper and the white wolf in front of me gives a short nod of her head. She then gestures to my hand holding the scalpel. I drop it and she snarls her teeth before chewing on the leather, whipping it away. My hand is free and I reach over my mountain of a stomach to get to the other wrist restraint and unbuckle it while Abby works on the ones on my ankles. Once free, with the help of Eli's large head I manage to sit up and swing my legs over the gurney. Please tell me this wasn't a last-minute plan. Scared that any minute someone is going to burst in here and take us away. Ally just huffs as if insulted and goes to the entrance, waiting as she presses her ear to the door. I look down and swallow a gulp as I see the knocked out and mostly bloody bodies at my feet. Should I feel bad for these people who were about to force me into a C-section? Did they have a choice? Or after Ally having to work for them for such a long time, did this make the straw that broke the camel's back? But I am sucked out of my thoughts as a commotion happens outside. Guns and bullets blaze as a few grunts and groans later silence again. Ally steps back as the door strains open, and in that doorway stands a black suited-up Abby, and a hand cosily resting on her hip. Completely lost for words, I watch her take a step into the room, looking around the area and cringing at the bodies strewn across the floor. Nice work, sis. She smiles down to the white wolf that huffs again and walks past her out the door and back into the corridors. Who's ever assigned saying you better hurry the hell up? Abby exclaims with a smirk on her lips, repeating the same first thing she ever said to me when she busted me out of here the first time around. Brooke, sorry, just having déjà vu. I joke, and she smiles. Good to know you haven't lost your wit. But I mean it. You better hurry up, she says and makes a quickening gesture with her hand. I walk to the door, avoiding the people beneath my feet, and step out of a room on my own free will for the first time in a month. I am greeted with the sight of a few limp security guards and Ally waiting patiently. So what exactly is the plan? We start walking down the corridor. Abby says, seeming like she is trying to find the right words. The short answer is the three of us are getting you out of here while the rest of us burn this place to the ground. I count the people around us. The three of you. All clear. I hear her voice and stop dead in my tracks as Raina appears around the corner. To see a dead girl walking is truly a surprise. Relief seems to flood Raina as she takes in my presence. Brooke, good to see you. I can't believe it. I managed to get out and Raina sadly smiles at me, about to say more but was cut off. Yes, happy reunion fun time later. Abby says as she looks down the two-way exit corridor. We have to get to the exit now. More than happy to oblige. I halt in my steps. I need to get my brother. Abby looks about ready to strangle me. Brooke, we need to get going now. Abby, I left my brother here. Once I am not doing it again. I hiss and my stubbornness finally wins as she sighs. She turns to her sister. The White Wolf. Do you know the way? Ally nods and we head to the left and follow her through the tangled corridors until we reach a familiar door. Abby opens it by lifting the lock handle and the door creaks open. I spot Jordan first. Hunched over, head in hands sitting on the edge of the bed. Jordan, I exclaim, and his head whips up in an instant. Getting up from the bed as I usher him out. Who he stumbles out, but I quiet him. Not the best time to explain. I say, turning to the others. What now? There's a secret exit out back that leads from the car park downstairs. If the plan has worked, the guard should have been taken care of. Ronnie says, and I want to groan for the amount of stairs I am going to have to walk. Don't worry, Brooke. There's an elevator. Abby winks, and we get going. Everyone doing their long hurried strides and me waddling like Canopi's penguin. The day when I can get my stride back will be a good day. Al leads us through a few more corridors, having to stop once for a pack of guards running. We make it to the elevator, the silver box being bigger than expected, as it is able to hold 3 people, 1 werewolf and a pregnant lady. Abby presses down and we descend to the car park level, the light blinking overhead every time we press a level, although I notice we stop when the light flashed to the first floor. The door slides open and there stand 8 ready and armed security guards waiting to take the lift. It's almost comical the way both sides are shocked into silence. However, when a guard flinches, that's all it takes for Ally to pounce on them. Raina follows pursuit as Abby turns to Jordan and me. There's a car down there. You know how to drive, kid? Abby asks Jordan, who seems like he wants to protest to the name but knows better. He nods. Good. Get in and don't look back. With that, Abby hits the button inside to go down before stepping out of the elevator to a chaotic fight. The door slides close and the silence follows. I feel the elevator moving again, and next thing the door slides open to an empty car park. Come on. Jordan leads the way out, doing a small jog to go see if he can find the car. I start walking to catch up, but a pain like none other stops me. Should I whisper out in agony as I lean on a concrete pillar for support, cupping my belly where the pain is centering. I breathe out slowly to try and get through the discomfort. Brooke, the car is over. Brooke. Jordan comes back, putting a hand on my shoulder. Something's wrong, Jordan. Lifting my head to look at him. In a few seconds his eyes mirror my own panic. I had known what a Braxton Hicks contraction was, but this was way different. And even if today I did admit my little girl coming into this world, she wanted to anyway. Chapter 45. Between my first contractions, Jordan helps me into the passenger seat of the black SUV and scrambles around to the driver's side, finding the keys in the glove compartment, and turns on the car. My next contraction hits as we make it out of the car park. Not as bad, but since they're far apart and short, it means I still got time. And maybe that graphic video Annie showed me actually did help. We pull out to the busy street of New York. We get stuck in traffic, but it gives Jordan time to adjust his eyes to the bright sun of midday that he hasn't seen in months. Just drive out of the city and head for Minnie's car park, I say, and Jordan nods, getting me worried, filled eyes. You know, he thinks out loud. I thought the whole thing was that babies never come on their due dates. Well, I guess my daughter likes to be different. I state just as a contraction hits me and I lean against the dashboard, bracing myself against the pain. And that's how it is for the next hour. Contraction, break, and contraction. Over and over again, the pressure becomes slightly stronger each time. I can tell my brother's trying to stay calm for me. But as more time passes, uncertainty grows. Finally, I get to the point where I can't take it anymore. The motion of the car is making me nauseous. Jordan, pull over. I wince as another contraction hits me. Brooke, I'm in the middle of a freeway here. Jordan rises to explain that I am not having any of that. Pull over. I practically scream, and it's just seconds later I am hearing the blinker acting we are pulling over. The car comes to a steady stop, and when Jordan cranks the handbrake, I get out of the car. Ignoring his protest, I walk around to be on the other side of the car, away from the zooming vehicles on the freeway. It feels good to get fresh air and I can breathe properly again. I take in some much-needed big breaths whilst leaning on the car. Jordan is beside me in an intense, leaving his car door open. Brooke, we can't stop here. The car motion is making me sick. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, Jordan tries to be understanding, but his sigh is slightly annoyed. We can't stay here. We have to go. Go where? I shriek, turning to look him in the eye. A hospital. I don't trust those places enough to know that aren't going to hack into their systems and find us. You're not having the baby on the side of a road. Jordan argues. If I remember correctly, you got Anna in biology. As I feel the slight creep up of a contraction, because I dissected a frog. Not deliver a baby, Jordan says back a little harsher than intended, before softening. Brooke, I know it makes you sick, but it's only an hour and a half drive to the pack house. I shake my head right as the contraction hits me. I roll over to lean on the car with my forearm, the other hand cupping my belly as if to help relieve the pressure. I hiss out in a long breath like the instructional video said, although I find it not making a difference. I peek an eye to see my brother ready to argue again, but a ringing cell phone silences it. We both look at each other in confusion, wondering if we have stated to imagined things, but Jordan's head looks to the glove compartment in the car. He reaches in, half disappearing for a second, and pulls out a mobile phone. He looks at the screen before answering. Hello. Jordan puts the phone outwards and switching it to speakerphone so we can both hear it. Can you please tell me why you have pulled over in the middle of the freeway? I recognize Abby's voice. I am assuming this cell phone also has a tracker on it. Jordan nervously looks to me. I get out bluntly and there is silence on the phone before a few recognizable curse words. I hear a commotion on the other line pass the phone to me. I hear a female voice say before a few static noises. Brooke. This is Ally. Do you know how far apart your contractions have been? Around every 15 minutes or so. I reply, not really keeping track of the past couple hours. It sounds like you're still in the early stages. Just stay tight, okay? I don't think riding to the pack house is wise, as the car ride could speed up the labor processes, and we're not risking you having the baby in the car. We're not far away. Just stay put. Ali reassures. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just please hurry. I whisper at the end, and with one final goodbye they hang up the phone. As the time passes, Jordan opens the car windows, facing opposite the freeway to circulate air into the car as I lay on my side on the back seat. I breathe through every contraction, my breath becoming more labored as the contraction progresses. My knuckles turn white as I hold onto Jordan's hand across the middle section cup holders as he sits in the front seat. I can tell my deathly hold on his hand hurts, but he doesn't say anything. Another reason I love him. You know, I never thought you'd be a person to have kids, Jordan states between a contraction. I peek my eyes open to look at him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You always seemed more of the lone wolf type, he says, and I mange a small smile at that. I'm no wolf, Jordan. I correct, but you way stronger than one, he says, and I look him in the eye to see him genuinely mean it. But the moment is over as his eyes dart up to look to the back window. They're here. I sigh in relief as I adjust myself on the seat. Ready for some help. Who's the scary-looking guy in the front? Jordan sounds unsure. In my confusion and slight terror of the description, I manage to lift myself up onto my hands and look through the back window myself. The sight alone makes my heart flip, and it allows me to gain some energy as I do an awake slid to get out of the car. Grant hurriedly gets out of the front seat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rainer and Allowing behind. A small whimper of joy escapes me as Grant spots me. I had missed him so much I could be floating on cloud nine right now. He races to me, not giving it a second thought as his arms wrap around me. my arms looping around him as I nuzzle into his neck. Tears freely fall from my eyes, as this moment seems too to be true from the past month I had experienced. "You're okay," he whispers more for himself than for anyone else. He pulls away to give me a kiss. However, it's cut short as a contraction hits me. "Crap," I hiss as I hunch over, grabbing onto his forearms with my fingernails digging into his skin. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Grant exclaims as he stands there supporting my weight as the pain in my lower abdomen continues. I feel someone approach me, waiting until the pain passes before they put a hand on my shoulder, slowly easing me to stand straight again. "Brooke." The calm voice of Ally seems to decrease my nerves. Have the contractions progressed? She starts to rub my lower back, which seems to ease away the pain, if only slightly. I shake my head in response. "No, not really. They're still pretty far apart. We have to take her to the pack house," Grant says, the voice that is meant to spell out no room for argument. "It's too far, Grant. We risk delivering the baby in the back of the car." Ally explains, and I can tell by Grant's arms tensing he doesn't like that idea. "Brooke, I know the car motion makes you sick, but we need to drive to the nearest safe house. It's only a 15-minute drive. Do you think you can handle it?" I manage a nod in response, not liking the idea of having a baby on the side of a road or while traveling on one. Grant puts an arm around my waist and starts leading me to the car Jordan and I traveled in. "We'll follow behind." Abby says her and Raina go to the car they traveled in as Allie and Jordan follow us. Jordan ends up driving and Ally sits in the front of the car leading the way. In the back, Grant sits on the left with my head in his lap, and my legs stretched over the seats. It helped better with the pain. As I look up at Grant, I finally see him. A cut marks over his eyebrow. The blood's starting to dry. His skin is mucked with blood and grime, and it forms the question in my head. What happened? "Oh," I ask, and Grant looks down to me, tucking the loose, sweaty strands of hair behind my ears. "It's over, Brooke," he whispers, leaning down to kiss my cheek. "They're never going to bother us again." Shocked into how that's possible, I can't comprehend how that statement can be true. A place like that seemed unbreakable. But what about Mr. McCoy and Mr. Emerson? I get out in a rush. By the angry face Grant pulls, I can tell he recognizes the names. He grits his teeth. I ripped their fucking heads off. Chapter 46. I only experienced contractions in the car ride to the familiar safe house I was taken to after being rescued, the first time from S. Oh. It somehow seems fitting that my life is coming back around full circle. Grant helps me out of the car, supporting me as we get to the main bedroom, and I waste no time in lying down again. I have a constant ache in my back that I know won't go away. "Have you called Drive?" "Norton," Grant asks as he sits beside me on the bed and he takes me hand. "Grateful." I squeeze it. "Yes, after we called Brooke. He should arrive here in less than 3 hours. I've asked him to bring supplies." Ally explains. "Will he be here in time?" "It depends how quick this baby wants to come. It's going to be a waiting game, I'm afraid. But first, let's check your progress so far. Do you mind rolling over for me, Brooke?" I slowly roll over until I am flat on my back. I don't enjoy it as most of the pressure is centered there. Allie rolls up my shirt and starts compressing my belly. It's slightly uncomfortable as she presses in as if trying to feel the baby. Just as she is about done, the worst contraction yet takes a hold and I tense up, bracing against it. "Brooke, you have to relax. You tensing up is only going to slow things down. The good news is the baby is in the right position, but she isn't going to come any quicker if you brace against the contractions. You have to breathe through them." I try and do so, but it becomes tiring and I want to resort back to my old method. The pain slowly ebbs away and I sink back into the bed, my body going limp again. "I'm going to have to do an internal examination now," Ally says hesitantly, and I don't understand what she's talking about for a few seconds. But when it registers, I groan, helping her to get me in position for her to inspect the area in which the baby will hopefully be popping out soon. She drapes a sheet over my bent knees after she comes back from the ensuite bathroom from washing her hands. It's unpleasant as she inspects me, but a minute later she pulls away. You're about 3 to 4 centimeters dilated, and your waters haven't broken yet. You say that as if it's a bad thing. I groan and ally sighs. Well, you have 6 more centimeters to go before you can start pushing, and your water will hopefully break on its own. I suggest you either try and get some rest or relax in the bath they have in the bathroom. Normally first-time labors are longer, but as I said, it's a waiting game. I'll run you a bath, Grant says, kissing me on the forehead before letting go of my hand and entering the ensuite bathroom. I give Ally my thanks. Don't mention it. I'll come and check on you every hour or so. Just call if you need me. She smiles, gently squeezing me knee before disappearing out the door. I lie there and listen to the water running, the sound making hollow echo. I roll back onto my side, the sheet covering my half-naked body. Having to give birth in a house without much medical supply scares me. I know I am in good hands, and some women do home births, but I know deep down this moment in my life I was dreading. And I sadly think to myself at either being in a hospital, the pack house, or dare I say it, SAER, is going to make a difference. I pull away from my miserable thoughts as I hear Grant coming back into the bedroom. He kneels down to be at eye level with me, and the way he smiles gives me hope, comfort, and determination to push away the fears. How are you doing? Grant asks, reaching out to push away a stray strand of hair on my forehead. I give him a flat look and he bites back a chuckle. I know. Stupid question. I don't have time to laugh as another contraction hits me, and I close my eyes as if to block out the pain. Breath. Brooke. Grant urges, and I listen to his words, taking in slow, steady breaths. Although exhausting, it helps me focus on anything but the pain in my lower abdomen regions. Finally it subsides and I reopen my eyes to gaze into pale green, worrisome ones. I manage a small smile on my lips. I think that bath might help, I state. He nods as he gets up from his crouch and helps me from the bed. Walking into the bathroom, the lights are bright and I realize that the night is slow in descending. The bath is about half full and I notice the foamy bubbles floating and growing on the surface of the water. You went the extra mile. Grant shrugs. Thought it might help relax you. It's lavender scented. Nice touch. I tease and he rolls his eyes. I didn't realize that all safe houses came with luxury items. Grant chuckles. No, they don't. The lady that lives here is an old family friend. She likes to travel a lot. I nod, the bath filling up to the point where it's now tempting to get in. And so I find a hair tie in one of the cupboards and put my hair in a high bun so it doesn't get wet. Taking off the rest of my clothes, which consists of a big baggy shirt and bra and underwear. With the help of Grant, I ease into the tub. The water is the perfect heat as I nestle in. I forgot for a second my whole situation and relax. As I smell scented bubbles. Is that better? I peek my eye open to see Grant watching me, sitting on the toilet with the lid down. I nod my head and enjoy the piece, but I can't get my eyes off the state of Grant. Is there a washcloth or something? I ask and Grant nods, looking for one in the cupboards. He finds a light yellow cloth and walks over to hand it to me. He is about to walk back to sit down, but I grab his hand. He seems confused, but my eyes go down to the ground for him to crouch. He does so, and once at eye level I soak the washcloth before reaching out and dabbing the grime on his face. Careful not to touch the cut across his eyebrow. Halfway through, Grant gently grabs my hand, stopping me. It's fine, Brooke. It will heal. I bite my lip, pulling away. What happened? I ask again, and Grant sighs, resting his hand on the edge of the tub. I will tell you, but not right now. Let's just focus on one thing at a time. Giving me a smile to indicate he has every intention to tell me what happened. I nod, knowing he is right for now, and I close my eyes again and try to relax. The water event fully got cold, and I got out of the tub experiencing stronger contractions than before. Luckily outside, Dabby, Raina and Jordan managed to find me a comfortable oversized shirt to wear. Yet the pain continued, and I tried everything to help relieve it. Pacing up and down, sitting, standing and squatting at one stage, if I remember correctly. But in the end I got so tired I decided lying on the bed was the most comfortable. I was having a contraction while Grant was rubbing my back and whispering words of encouragement when Ally came in, and I was glad to see Drive. Norton entered the room with a briefcase-looking bag in his hand. "How are you going, Brooke Drive?" Norton asks with that cheerful smile. It seems that all doctors were to encourage their patients. "Please tell me you have pain relief in there." Before groaning again as another contraction hits me. "They're not that far apart now, Drive." Norton holds back a chuckle as he looks to Ally. "Well, I've been told you're about 8 centimeters. It's a bit late now to administer anything, but you should be proud. You've gone this far without it." Yai from me. Sarcasm oozes from my voice. "That was about an hour ago. I'll just see if you've progressed," Ally says, and I roll over so she can check. She sits on the edge of the bed as she does so. Right as another contraction hits, I get this really strong urge to push back. It feels like I have to push. I grit out, and Ally smiles at me. "Good, because you 10 centimeters. Time to start pushing." Ally then turns back to Drive. "Norton, do you mind getting things prepared?" "Not at all," Drive Norton says. Before leaving the room, Ally's attention turns back to me. "Okay, Brooke, next contraction I want you to push as long as you can for me." "To my audiobook extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I nod, and it's not long until I have another contraction and I'm bearing down. I didn't realize that I was going to be pushing for the next hour. Listening to everyone's words of encouragement as Grant patted my sweaty face with a cool cloth and Drive. Norton was preparing for the baby's arrival, but after so long, it became too much. I throw my head back on the pillow, panting and trying to catch my breath. I break down. All the stress building up from today has led to this. "I can't do this anymore," I exclaim in a sob. It's nearly midnight now, and I'm so tired my bones ache. Well, everything aches. "Brooke, you have to keep pushing," Ally says, looking over my bent knees to see my face. I shake my head. "I can't." "Yes, you can, Brooke. She's nearly here." Grant urges me on. I look up to him, and he's giving me those eyes that mean no room for argument. That's Grant's way of saying he believes me, although a little misguiding. Grant's right. I can see her head, and with a few more pushes she'll be here. Ally informs me, and I close my eyes for a second. Brooke Rhodes never backed down from a challenge, and I have to remind myself after a hectic year I wasn't going to give up at the end. Opening my eyes, I bite my lip and nod down to Ally, who smiles. "Okay, Brooke, next contraction, big push." I feel Grant give my hand a reassuring squeeze, but seconds later, when I feel a contraction, it's the other way around, as I seem to be crushing his hand as I push. He grits his teeth through it and doesn't say anything. "Good, Brooke. Just one small push and the head will be out." And I did as she said and gasped at the awful pressure between my legs. I also cursed whoever it was that decided a baby should be delivered this way. One last big push. "Everything you've got." And with that big push, one burning pressure-filled explosion of pain happened before relief snapped through my body as quick as a click of the fingers. I looked down between my legs to see Abby holding a baby covered in blood and goop of some sort. And with one little hit on the back, the baby was crying. And then I was crying because the baby she was holding was my baby. My daughter. Ally was smiling brightly, looking at me before Grant. "Do you want to cut the cord?" After the question being met with silence, I look over to Grant. He's gone into some state of shock. I can't help but smile and shake his shoulder. He looks down to me. With my watery smile, I nod to Ally. "Do it." He seems to snap out of his trance and Drive. Norton brings a pair of medical scissors over, and Ally instructs where to cut. With that, Grant smiles and we watch his Drive. Norton takes the baby in a couple towels and cleans her up. I watch fascinated as she keeps crying as Drive. Norton comes to the side of the bed. I instinctively reach out as he passes my daughter to me, and I make sure to cradle her little head, and from then I think I found it near impossible to take my eyes off her. She reminds me of myself with the same nose and lips, although she has the dark hair like Grant. Her little face is so precious, and I don't know how much time I spent studying it to notice Grant's hands softly resting on the side of her head, his thumbs softly brushing her forehead. I looked to him wearing the softest smile I have ever seen him wear as he like myself. Looks our little girl. He tears his gaze away to look at me, and we smile each other before he bends down to give me a lasting kiss on the lips. Thank you, he whispers quietly to me, before tilting his head to kiss our daughter's forehead. I stood by the lake, ready to propose to the love of my life, only to throw her into the water at the last moment. It was more than a prank, it was a turning point in our love story, filled with laughter and tears. Chapter 47. Grant's POV. I lay down beside Brooke on the double bed as we watch her daughter on my chest. She lies on her belly with her head fitted with a pink beanie facing Brooke. She seems so small and fragile that there is nothing I wouldn't do to keep her safe. Brooke plays with her little fingers as she sleeps, smiling softly at her. Although I can tell Brooke is tired seeing how it is the middle of the night and she hasn't rested yet. We had a couple of visitors before. My sister, Abby, and Brooke's brother, who I was properly acquainted to. He's a nice guy, and I could tell that he would do anything for Brooke, like she would do for him. We still haven't thought of a name. Brooke whispers, tilting her head to look at me. Do you have any ideas? I think for a moment, but nothing comes to mind. We didn't really have time to think of names. No, how about you? Brooke bites her lip. I do like one name, she says. I widen my eyes for her to continue and she sighs, seeming nervous. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I furrow my eyebrows looking down at our daughter. A smile creeps onto my lips without realizing it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whisper, liking the way it sounds as well as it suiting her. I like it. Ella Rhodes. Underwood. Book correct. Giving Ella my last name instead of hers. Surprised, I look to Brooke and she chuckles at my shock before shrugging. She is a shadow after all. I tilt my head to Brooke and kiss her on the temple, thanking her since there aren't many people that have my family's last name anymore living in this world. Brooke lets out a yawn and I can now tell her exhaustion has caught up with her. I start shifting on the bed and Brooke protests. Where are you going? I'll leave you in peace to get some rest. I'll just be outside with the others. I state, and Brooke is nodding with another yawn as I carefully cradle Ella to my chest and head out to the living room. Abby and Raina are still up even though it's about 3 o'clock in the morning and they sit on the couch. When I walk in and they see Ella, their smiles beam. Can I hold her? Raina practically begs and I sigh happily and gently hand Ella to her aunt. I sit on the opposite couch as Raina fawns over her little niece. Abby's head turns to me. How's Brooke? Sleeping, I state. I look around for Brooke's brother Jordan, but he seems to be missing. Abby must have noticed and nods her head to the back door. He's taking a phone call. Poor guy is trying to explain to his mum the whole situation. I grunt out a laugh, imaging what the phone call would be like. Have you given her a name yet? Raina asked, adjusting the beanie on Ella's head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I answer and Raina AWWWs over the name while Abby playfully rolls her eyes at her reaction. I watched them together fussing over her and I knew that Ella was going to be spoiled. I relax, finding myself also tired from the life-changing day I have had. A day I didn't think would happen 1 month ago when Raina arrived back at the pack house with a bullet through her shoulder and no Brooke. I didn't blame Raina for what happened. We couldn't have predicted it. The hard thing was not being able to act sooner. Sending a rescue team would have been too dangerous and the plan was already set. However, it was for a month's time when our neighboring packs would reunite, as well as a synchronized Mide's attack with red coat wolves in the desert at the O base in Nevada. We also coordinated the date with Ally. I hated to put Brooke under such stress, but I needed perfect timing and it worked. Midday we infiltrated S.R. with a number of werewolves they weren't expecting. I found the 2 men, Mr. McCoy and Mr. Emerson, in a very luxurious private suite. Once I heard about their true intentions of using Brooke, In my wolf I snapped in as I told Brooke. I ripped the heads off. I left Caleb as my beta, with the neighboring pack alphas to discuss what is to happen next to the workers. Doctors, scientists, hostages, and the files and files of information. I would be there myself if I hadn't have found out Brooke went into labor, something I felt like I needed to be there for. Just thinking about it sets my phone off and I look down to see Caleb's number. I better start working some pack business out. It was close to 6 o'clock in the morning when I left Hella with everyone to go check on Brooke. She was fast asleep when I walked in, looking rather peaceful. Sitting on the side of the bed near her head, I smile, though it starts to fade as I realize how pale she actually is. In an instant something feels wrong, and when I smell a strong whiff of blood, I turn my head to the quilt cover. I rip it to the side and my heart stops when I see the horror of a large stain of red staining the sheets and sticking to the insides of Brooke's legs. "Ellie, Norton," I yell, turning back to Brooke and shaking her shoulders, trying to wake her up. I hear them enter the doorway, turning in time to see their wide eyes before leaping into action. "Try and wake her up," Ally says as she throws the rest of the dew on off her legs and checks to see what's happening. I spring back to Brooke and more urgently shake her. But she's still not waking up. The others from the living room spring through the door. Jordan is the last one to arrive and stops dead in his tracks, but anger bubbles over him quickly. "Why didn't you take better precautions?" He yells, coming to stand on the opposite side of the bed. He's pointing the finger at Drive, Norton, who is trying to keep him calm. It might be hereditary, but that wasn't Drive. Norton tries to explain but is cut off by a panicking brother. "Then you should have sent her to a hospital," he exclaims. "What's going on?" I shout at both of them and Jordan turns to me, very confused. "She didn't tell you?" He questions, and by the furrowing of my eyebrows he makes it that I have no idea what he's talking about. "Her real mother died from childbirth." A new fear in me kicks in and I turn back to Brooke, furiously trying to get her to wake up. It's a postpartum hemorrhage, but I can't decipher the cause of it without proper medical equipment. She losing too much blood. Ally gives the prognosis and my stomach drops. "Then get her to a hospital," Jordan yells. "There's nothing close enough. By the time we get there she would have lost too much blood." Ally says back with a calm exterior, but we all know what happens when we lose too much blood. We're on the UT on pack territory. They have proper medical center. It's a short drive from here. "Drive," Norton says. "Yes, but the UT on pack wasn't willing to help us today with this." Oh, what makes you think they will help us with this?" Abby argues back. "I'll make them." Groaning, I grit my teeth getting up from the bed and turn to the door. "Get Brooke in the car. I'll run there and negotiate." With one quick glance at my daughter, I leave her in good hands and bolt for the back door. I take off my clothes and shift, calling on my wolf side, and feel the power that comes with it. I hold my clothes in my mouth and run, running as the sun is spilling the glowing light onto the farm paddocks. And in this moment, I'm no longer a shadow. The sun does not hide my black fur. I'm just living and breathing as everyone else. I cannot hide. I do not want to hide anymore. And a one-person house given me this, I am not going to lose her. With my speed, I make it to the UT on pack house before they can even send someone to monitor the uninvited wolf in their territory. The house is a similar structure to ours, but houses scatter the land as this pack mainly focuses on farming. I shift and change just in time for Martin the Alpha to come booming out of the front door along with some of his pack members. He's in his late 40s and sports grey hair and a clean-shaven face. "Alpha Grant, what is the meaning of this?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Although I can tell he's unsure of why I am here. "I need the use of your medical center. My partner has just given birth and she needs medical care." "Is the child all right?" Probably sensing my distress. "Yes, but the mother isn't." Alpha Martin firmly nods after a long agonizing pause. "Fine. You may use our facilities and staff if needed. It's the least we can do since you have ridden us of S." Oh, I would smile, but I have nothing to smile about knowing Brooke isn't here yet. I managers thank you and don't have to wait long until the sight of our black SUV comes into view, speeding along the dirt paths until they reach me. Jordan carries an unconscious Brooke out of the car. A sheet wrapped around her waist, but the stains of blood mean she hasn't stopped bleeding. We are directed to the building at the back of the pack house, and a gurney stands there waiting, and Brooke is whisked away through to swinging wooden doors before another word can be said. Alley and drive. Norton following pursuit. The wait is what slowly kills someone's mind. The questioning, but, and the ifs. The medical center has a small waiting room outside where Brooke was taken through an hour ago, and I'm left only hoping. Raina and will be coming soon with Ella, just to make sure they have everything from the house to take care of her. I've been eyeing Jordan for a while now. He stamps his foot up and down, impatiently waiting for the same news as me. The swoosh of the wooden doors alerts me, and my head whips to the side to see a scrubbed-up drive. Norton coming our way. I don't know if I like the expression on his face. He seems apprehensive. Jordan notices him too and bolts right out of his chair. I'm afraid it's a waiting game. Norton sighs, and because the news isn't good or bad, I think the jolt in my heart was from confusion. What do you mean? Drive. Norton keeps his conductor voice. The first appointment I had with Brooke, she informed me on how her mother passed away from childbirth, and the cause was how a werewolf baby was not compatible with humans. However, I didn't quite think that possible and looked into it. It took time to get the medical records of Brooke's mother, but when I did, I found something that was the most likely reason of her death. He pauses for breath before continuing. Like Brooke, she suffered from a postpartum hemorrhage. Different causes from Brooke, but was given a blood transfusion. The blood was werewolf blood and not compatible to her human body, and her body rejected it, which caused her death. But what happens if you give Brooke werewolf blood? Jordan asks. Anger is making him conclude to bad outcomes. The theory goes, because Brooke is half werewolf, her body will accept the blood transfusion. Drive. Norton says, eyeing me. There was no human blood on the premises, and resulting in getting some would be too late for Brooke's condition. We'll have to wait and see. And this is a guessing game to see if Brooke will be all right or not. I hate guessing games. Chapter 48. My body feels like it's moving through thick black oil, sinking further into a place that never ends. My limbs feel heavy, and I have forgotten why I'm here, why I have come. But slowly my descent into darkness slows down. Around me becomes lighter. The oil becomes as thin as water, and no more weight pulls me down. I feel so light I drift to the surface, slowly until I reach the sky. My eyes flicker open to the brightness of a room. The lovely dream of being weightless disappears. As my body feels heavy and tired, fragments of my memory appear, and I realize that I shouldn't be in what appears to be a hospital room. In my slight panic, I look down to see I am attached to a machine, and have wires and tubs stuck to my arms. The wooden door in front of me opens, and I recognize Eli's blonde hair. Turning around, she blinks twice at me before a smile coats her lips. You're awake. How are you feeling? She asks, walking to my bedside and checking on what seems to be a drip and heart monitor. And a few other things I don't know that beep. Groggy. Finding it the best way to describe myself. But then it hits me harder than a truck. Where's Ella? She doing fine. Ali reassures me, and I relax again. She in the waiting room being treated like a little princess is. You don't feel any pain anywhere. I shake my head. No, not anywhere specific. Why am I here? You had a postpartum hemorrhage and lost a lot of blood, Brooke. You're currently in the UT on Pack Medical Center. And I'm glad to say that your vitals are looking good. Still a little disoriented, I major nod of my head in response, taking in everything she is explaining to me. I'm just going to tell everyone you're awake. She smiles and leaves the room. I sit there for a minute wondering about all the things that have occurred. My mother had a hemorrhage, but she had died. I had the same thing, but I was sitting here alive. I couldn't get my head around it. The door opens again to see a very tired-looking Grant walk in. His smile seems to be of joy and relief as he walks to my bedside, sitting on the edge and taking my hand in his. I don't get to say a word as he leans in, capturing my lips in a kiss. With little strength I kiss him back and have to pull away first from the lack of breath from my surprise. Sorry, I thought I lost you. He murmurs and I can tell from his face his next question. So I look away and pretend to be studying our linked hands on the bed. Why didn't you tell me? I sigh, squeezing onto his fingers tighter. I was scared of having the same fate. For a while I had contemplated on telling Grant about my mother's cause of death, but I was so afraid I pushed it to the back of my mind. Drive Norton researched on your mother's death. He's going to come explain it to you. Grant says, and I look with a confused face but decide against arguing and wait for Drive. Norton. I studied Grant's face. When was the last time you slept? 36 hours ago. He says, and my jaw drops. He manages to chuckle at my reaction. I had to make sure you were all right and I wanted to be there for Ella. As excuses go, I let them pass. But I hate for him to be so tired because of worrying for me. Can I see her? I'll ask Raina and Abby to bring her in. Grant says, getting up from the bed and giving me another kiss. Grant, don't come back until you have rested. I call after him and he rolls his eyes. Brooke, he sighs, but I cut him off. I mean it. I say, sternly giving him my best stare down, and he chuckles but nods. Which I'm happy about. All right, Mama Bear. As long as you rest up too. He teases and I shake my head with a laugh. Saying goodbye before he leaves the room. Drive. Norton came in and explained to me the real reason behind my mother's death. And I felt anger that she had just been given a human blood transfusion, then she would have been here with us today. Although I might not have had my brother, and my life would have been completely different, but either way the knowledge now has saved my life, and hopefully will save the lives of other women in similar situations in the future. Afterwards I was over the moon when Raina arrived with my daughter, and it didn't feel like something was missing anymore as she was in my arms. Okay. Picture time. Abby pipes up out of nowhere, pulling out her phone, and I laugh nervously. No, I look awful. I complain and Abby scowls at me. But if I don't get this picture, Annie is going to be nagging me until next Christmas. Please. Abby begs and I sigh happily. Annie was a huge help during my whole pregnancy, and if she wants a photo she should have one. And I know Abby's right about Annie being the best agger as well as guilt tripper. I smile, holding little Ella to show her face for Abby's phone camera, and after the photo is taken Abby works on the caption to put with it. Has Grant gone to sleep yet? I ask, and Raina chuckles with an understanding smile. He's next door in a free room. I made sure he fell asleep, which didn't take long because his head basically hit the pillow and he was knocked out. Good. He needed it. Are you two planning on going to sleep anytime soon? I ask, and Raina looks to Abby with a mischievous smile. Abby is only too happy to return one with a wink. I know what that means. Yeah. We are allowed to stay in a room in the pack house while we're here. Raina says. Just remember to put a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door this time. Try not to reminisce on the time I caught them doing it while I thought I was going into labor. Raina blushes while Abby playfully rolls her eyes. Yes, well, next time you'll remember to knock. Won't you, Brooke? She raises her eyebrows and I let out a happy yet exhausted sigh. I've learnt my lesson, I say, cringing internally. After I change the topic. Thanks for looking after Ella. My pleasure. I will be happy to babysit any time. Raina beams and jumps when Abby elbows her. What? Raina hisses and Abby widens her eyes. Oh well, when I'm not busy, I mean. I hold in my smile, as Abby seems satisfied with the answer. The two say their goodbyes and I am left with Ella for some private time. I look down to her as she makes a little gurgling noise before opening her eyes, and I met with the same pale green as her father's. I smile down at her, running my finger across her cheek and the bridge of her nose. It's funny how it barely took less than a second before I fell in love with her. A soft knock on the door draws me back and I look up to Jordan's head popping out through the doorway. Hi, Uncle Geordie. I joke and he laughs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Knowing him all his life, I can tell it's a nervous chuckle. Hey, Brookie, he says back, and my eyes narrow as he walks into the room, staying close to the door. You only used to call me Brookie when you had done something wrong and were about to tell me. I state, and Jordan's shoulders sag. What have you done this time? Monsieur, he forces a smile and my eyes could have popped out of my sockets. "Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I wanted to scream but whispered so I didn't scare Ella. "Look, I called her after you had the baby. I was going to tell you, but then, well, there was the incident where you nearly died, so I didn't get a chance to tell you." "Did you tell her everything?" Apprehensive on finding out her reaction. No, exactly." He points out and I nod my head for him to continue. "I told her my part and some of your parts about the adventures. I recalled her and said you had to go to a medical center but you're fine. But left out the whole baby thing. So Ma is about to walk in here having no idea they just had a baby." More sarcastically than anything, and Jordan regretfully nods. "Great. Make sure you're standing behind Ma when she walks in so you can catch her when she faints. So glad you're okay with it. I'll just bring her in," he says, scrambling to get out. "Jordan," I hiss, wishing I can go chase him, but am planted in my bed. "Holding my daughter," I say, mentally preparing myself for my stepmother's reaction. I look down at Ella. "I guess you're about to meet your grandma," I whisper down to her. And if she starts yelling, it's my fault. I hold my breath as there is a knock and the door slowly opens. To my relief, Jordan walks in first, followed by my stepmother. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Her sandy blonde hair reaches down to her shoulders and she wears a simple pair of jeans and a cardigan. Just how I remember her. There are tears in her eyes as she spots me. "Brooke. Oh honey, I have been." The words stop as she spots the baby in my arms. She went so she was like a statue. Although Jordan seemed to be backing away as if she was a bum. Her eyes shift to me, then back to the baby as I wear a guilty smile. "Come on, Brooke Rhodes," she says, in a whispered yell. "I've been worried sick for over a year, with no contact, thinking only the worst things imaginable." She comes around to my bedside. Hands on hips. "I thought something awful had happened to you and you were really having the baby. Why didn't you call or text me? Second of all, Ma." I stop her mid-sentence and she looks annoyed, but she keeps her mouth shut. "Do you want to hold her?" And as if she hadn't seen a baby before, her face morphs from anger to complete eagerness as I start handing her little Ella. And in a flash she probably had forgotten what she was going to yell at me about as she falls in love. "What's her name?" she asks, and I smile. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," I say, and my mother turns to a pile of mousse as she fawns over her. "Oh, Brooke, she's beautiful." She swoons, then becoming her dramatic self again. "And too young to be called grandma." "You don't look it," Jordan jokes. My mother doesn't seem to like it and stares down her son. "You're not off the hook yet," she says, and I want to laugh, but she stares at me next. "Neither are you." "Yes, Ma," Jordan and I say in unison. My mother sits on the edge of the bed with Ella still in her arms, and we talk. I explain some of the things that have been happening the past year but don't go in great detail, as I don't feel up to it. In the middle of our little chat, the door opens again to welcome in Grant. He probably wasn't expecting me to have any visitors as he was rubbing his eyes and yawning when entering. He stops when spotting the scene in front of him. I put on a nervous smile. This is Grant," I introduce, and Grant pulls a pleasant smile and walks over to the end of the bed. I turn my head to my mother, who is staring bug-eyed at Grant. It doesn't take her long to realize that this is man who I have just had a baby with. "Grant, this is my mother. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Rhodes," Grant says, and essence of charm in his voice. My mother seems to leave her trance and shakes her head. "Just Vicky. So how did you two meet?" I bite my lip and I see Grant go tense in the shoulders from the question. I decide it best to answer. "That's a story for a rainy day." I give a slight edge to my voice to indicate my mother to stop asking questions on the topic. It seems she gets the hint. Handing me back Ella and getting up from the bed. "I'll leave you guys to it. I have someone in need of a lecture." My mother flicks her gaze to a now anxious-looking Jordan. She leans over and gives me a kiss on the forehead. I'm glad you're okay, sweetheart. Ella's beautiful. Thanks, Ma. You staying in New York? Missing her presence as well as feeling bad for being away from home for so long. I'm planning to. Nice meeting you, Grant. My mother says, giving a smile at Grant. You too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says, coming around to sit on my bedside. My mother and Jordan leave and it just leaves me and my new family. Chapter 49. A few days later I was released from the medical center and we were all heading home. On the car journey there I sat at the back with Ella, who was in a portable child seat. Luckily Annie had helped drive. Norton packed all the essential things before he headed off to the safe house to help. A smile tinted my lips as we were driving through the familiar forest. Heading back to the pack house. I had missed it so much and I push away the thoughts and bad dreams of waking up in S. Oh, I was safe and I was home. Pulling up into the driveway in front of the porch I look up in front of the car to Grant who is driving. He peers in the rearview mirror. A very relaxed smile on his face. Everyone else went home early this week. And Grant stayed until yesterday, where we got the okay to come home today. Is Ella asleep? Grant asks, turning his head, slightly lowering his voice. I peer into her carrier to see her head resting on her shoulder. Her small eyelids shut. Yes, be careful not to wake her. I tease in Grant smirks before unbuckling and getting out of the car. He walks around to the passenger door and I can tell he tries hard to open the door quietly. I unbuckle the child's seat and Grant unhooks the handle that lifts her out of the car in the carrier. I slowly get out of the car to the area between my legs is still a little sore as my near-death experience limiting me. Grant listened very carefully to the doctors and made sure I didn't lift anything heavy after my blood transfusion, even though that was a few days ago. Up the front porch through the front door we walk into a strangely quiet house. Surprise! I about jump out of my skin at the cry and turn to see a crowd of people with pink balloons and party blowers under a banner saying, "It's a girl." I turn my head back though to Ella to see if the loudness woke her, but she only stirs in the slightest and nods off again. I can't help but chuckle and look to Grant. She must get your heavy sleeper, James. I say and he playfully rolls his eyes before my attention goes back to our welcome party. I spot Ellie first and she doesn't wait as she crashes near in a big hug. I'm so glad you're okay. She whispers and I manage to hug her back, missing her caring nature. Pulling away it's not long before she spots Ella and she could be practically squealing by the look on her face. Can I see her? I smile at Grant and I walk over to the table in the corner and to the carrier on top. Ella is still being asleep. I don't make a move to take her out, but I don't think Addie minds as she gazes at her. She's beautiful, guys. She beams. I turn to see Grant greeting Sean. I wasn't expecting a surprise. I state and Danny laughs. Well, after everything that happened we didn't get to give you a proper baby shower, so we only thought it appropriate. Annie grins and I can't help but smile back, looking at everyone here in the room to welcome us back. I could truly say seeing my mum, brother, Rania, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ollie, Drive, Norton, Martha, Tom and even Caleb made me happy to somehow fallen into their lives. The small party was fun and I stayed with Ella as I greeted everyone. I was given a showering of small gifts and toys for Ella, who was still managing to sleep through all the laughs and talking. When Dom came to greet me he was carrying the cutest black wolf plush I had ever seen, just like a shadow wolf but less scary. It was a gift for Ella and I could help but laugh as it was nearly twice her size, but I laid it next to her and decided I had seen nothing sweeter than when she rested her head against the soft toy. Only a week old and she already was becoming in touch with her wolf side. Grant couldn't get the smile off his face either at the sight and we took pictures. But after about an hour I was beginning to get tired and Grant noticed too. Before you have a rest I want to show you something. He whispers in my ear as we are saying goodbye. I give him a quizzical look but not nonetheless. He carries Ella up the flights of stairs as I struggle up them myself. Reaching Grant's apartment, we walk in and he doesn't wait for me to catch up as he walks down the hallway, right to the end room. Before opening the door, he gives me a mischievous smile. He creaks it open, flicks on the light and my drops. I hadn't imagined a nursery like this with the forest wallpaper and the woodland-like theme. It was adorable, perfect for a boy or girl, but seemed to match our lives perfectly. The same white crib was appropriately done with a blanket and an armchair beside it with a cute owl cushion. Everything we bought was set up and ready. When did this happen? I ask, walking further into the room, admiring the small details. I had to keep busy when you were S.E.R. Oh, Grant says, and I turn to see him wearing half smile. And I could tell even after everything, he still had hope we would be together again. We put Ella down in her crib for her first sleep at home. Grant and I leaned over and watched out daughter. It still doesn't feel real. You know. Grant whispers and I give him a questionable look. I thought you said you were, have to see it to believe it person. Because Grant, she's right there. I tease and he huffs in amusement as a response. Very funny. I can see my daughter very well, thank you. I just meant this past couple weeks. Somehow we have all ended up okay. Grant replies. Not everyone. Referring to everyone at S. Oh. And those who died, such as Mr. McCoy and Mr. Emerson, that somehow still haunt my dreams. Those bastards deserved it. Grant says darkly. Grant. Language. She's asleep. Grant flatly states. Still. I drag out, thinking it would be good practice as Grant still manages to slip a few curse words here and there. I can't believe they did all that planning just so they could get me pregnant. And all I thought was I made an unforgiving drunken mistake one night. Not a mistake. Brooke, Grant says, shaking his head before lowering his gaze to our daughter. A miracle. Epilogue. 18 months later today was the big day. A day for a new beginning in the life I have chosen to live with the people that I love. And I know and can say happily that love me too. Yet the big day caught as Grant still lies fast asleep in our bed, although I know he stayed up late last night. Making sure everything was ready, and him defiantly not being a morning person, it doesn't excuse the fact I've gotten to people ready and he hasn't even gotten up. Grant. I whisper at him. It doesn't stir his sleeping form, so I use a different method. I extend out one finger and flick his cheek while leaning over him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He groans, rolling over to face the other way. I knew you were awake. I say and shoulder. Come on. Grant, everyone's probably waiting for us by now. Let them wait. They can't begin without us. It was good to see how enthusiastic he was about this day. He had worked so hard to get it done, and all he wants to do is sleep. I've worked out tempting him with fun nighttime activities to get him up doesn't work, as we end up not waiting till dark. The method I chose this morning could be extreme, but Grant isn't slowing us down today. I grabbed the glass of water by his bedside and dump it on his head, bolting out of the room before I could see his reaction. I walked to the left of the corridor, heading to the bedroom at the end of the hall. I normally wouldn't have left her that long these days, but I am relieved to find my daughter not wandering off like she usually does. Although Ella is not the strongest of walkers yet at 18 months, she still manages to move quick if I blink for too long. But I had already dressed her in her floral bathing suit and slipped over some white shorts and purple top. She was cosily playing with some building blocks while leaning on her favorite big black wolf plush Y. She is nearly the same size as it now, just showing how much she has grown. Her big green eyes brighten when seeing me, and after her little squeal, she is carefully pushing herself up on shaky legs to walk to me. When she reaches me, I pick her up, giving a soft wince at how heavy she now is before resting her on my hip. I brush her black curls off her forehead to see her face before giving it a kiss. Mama, swim. She giggles excitedly, using her chubby little hands to clap on my shoulders. Ellen Owl loves to swim. At the start of this summer, we thought she was old enough to go swimming in the lake, obviously with Grant and me supporting her, and now she loves it. Although I think the only reason she loves it is because Grant picks her up and throws her in the air before catching her and tracing her toes to the surface of the water. I think she likes flying more than swimming. Yes, honey. We just have to wait for Dodo. With my free hand grabbing the baby bag out earlier this morning, it was little harder to find things as most items are in boxes around the apartment, but I think I'd have everything. Walking out back to the corridor, we bumped into Grant coming out of our room. His hair and shirt partly soak as he rubs his eyes. Dodo. Swim? Ellie asks. I look down to see a frown on her face, her eyes going wide as if she is upset. From Grant's soaked hair and cloth, she's probably thinking he went swimming without her. No, Ella. Daddy just had a shower this morning. I explain, a little smirk on my lips as Grant glares at me. Although it doesn't last long as Ella starts to wiggle in my grasp and I let her down on the floor for her to race over to Grant. The smile that appears on Grant's lips is one he can't help showing as he picks up his daughter, teasing her as he shakes his wet hair out like a dog and she squeals. Good morning, my Ella, Grant whispers to her, holding her close as she giggles. It's funny how a little girl can change Grant so much when he's around her or thinking about her. Even though to begin with you could say he was a nervous dad. But after the months flied by he became more comfortable and he always found time with his busy schedule to spend time with her. And me. Approaching them to take back Ella so Grant can get ready, I am pulled in by an arm so my body is tucked onto the other side of Grant. He leans down to kiss my forehead. Good morning. I notice a slight edge to his voice. Probably from my abrupt wake-up call. Good morning. Ready for today? Looking up, I see him smile. Yes, more than ready. Turning my attentions to Ella. Grant decides then to lean down and let his lips brush my ear. His whispers send shivers up my spine. And Brooke, if you think I have forgotten that little stunt this morning, think again. Looking up at him, I see the devil's smirk on his lips. I take Ella before he walks back into our room to change. So now I have to spend the rest of the day watching over my shoulder. It was a bright and sunny day as we walked to Sky Lake. Grant was carrying a box of food and drink in one hand and I was carrying Eddie's bag in the other. Between us we held Ella's hands as she waddled along in time we would swing her in the air. When we finally approached our destination, a huge grin plastered itself on my face. Not only was the whole pack there and my new family, but our new home. After the destruction of Grant managed to finally get the money back for his pack. The money that caused us to meet in the first place. However, it turned out had a bigger supply of money than was known, so it ended up getting evenly through the packs that helped destroy them. And Grant ended up with double the money. And with that money, homes are now being built on the territory. Ours being the first to be finalized. It was like a dream house with the pointed rooftops and the white painted finish. My favorite bit was the front porch that faced out to the water. And that classic rocking chair that I couldn't wait to sit on, but preferably not grow old on it so quickly. The double-story house took a little over a year to complete, and everyone in the pack has pitched in to build it, and as we all will when we finish the other houses for other families and couples in the pack. You're late. I hear the call and watch Abby raise her eyebrows at me as we approach. She sits in a lawn chair next to Raina, looking rather comfortable. Ella rushes to her aunt with open arms, pouncing on Raina, who with her nimble mind has time to catch her. Someone slept in. Again. I can't help but I sneak a look from Grant. I probably shouldn't be so sly, as I have payback coming my way soon. He doesn't look happy at my remark. Although I have seen worse when he found out his sister was dating Abby. That whole week was full of fighting and temper tantrums from Grant. It wasn't the fact she was into women. It was that fact the woman she likes is Abby. The one person who gets on his nerves better than anyone I have ever met. But it smoothed out in the end. Grant couldn't stay mad for long as he had his long-lost sister back in his life and she was happy with her. Oh, I feel so bad for you, Brooke. Having to take care of 2 children. She emphasizes. I hold back my chuckles. Grant's only response was a grunt. However, this wasn't good enough for Abby as she found more of Grant's buttons she wanted to push. You know, Grant, Rania and I were thinking, Abby states, looking rather serious yet charmed. Good to hear, was Grant's flat reply. Well, while we were sitting here waiting for you, we couldn't help but admire the view and the scenery. And as there is some Friel, and here we thought if we were to have a house of our own we could be neighbours. Abby wasn't finished there, and I could already see a muscle in Grant's jaw ticking. It would be fun. She smiles. We could be good old neighbours. Borrow cups of sugar from one another. Ronja was even thinking of getting some chickens and a rooster, so we can hear their morning cries and get up early and go for a run at 6 o'clock every morning. I couldn't help but contribute. I think that would be great. They could babysit Ella whenever needed. Grant slowly turns his head to me, and if I wasn't up to 3 strikes, I defiantly was now. He puts his temper back into control. Abby, remember when I said you didn't have to come to negotiate territory borders at the conference next week at New Jersey? Grant has no falter in his voice. Abby's mouth twists into a scowl. Yes, start packing. Grant doesn't wait for a reaction as he walks away to put the food supplies on one of the already packed picnic tables. How many times will I have to remind you not to keep pushing him? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Raina recaps her girlfriend, while bouncing Ella on her knees. It's too fun to give up. It's addictive. Abby sighs. Lolling her head to the right as if she has found her next target, she smiles. Here comes Miss Lady of the Lump. Turning my attention to the looming figure, I find it to be a now 6-month pregnant Annie. You owe me your seat for saying that. Sis Annie stands above her younger sister, and for once Abby is smart and doesn't complain and gets up. Knowing myself of the relief a pregnant woman gets when sitting, I recognize that expression on Annie's face before she turns to Raina and my daughter. Abby bumps me on the shoulder. So, you ready to start moving things in? Yes, that is why we are here. I tease and Abby rolls her eyes. Raina can help watch Ella. She hurt her shoulder last night, so she can't help with moving everything today. How did Raina hurt her shoulder? I furrow my eyebrows, turning to Abby. Things may have gotten a little wild last night, she says with the double lift of her eyebrows. I regret asking her questions. I whack her shoulder. You could have just lied to me like a normal person would. There's no pleasure in that. Seeing you uncomfortable in conversation is glorious. Abby devilishly replies. Mana. Ella wiggles out of Raina's grip. Go swim. She bonds to me and I pick her up. Honey, we will go swimming in a couple of hours. We have to move some things at our new house first. I can already see the tears coming. Swim now. She pouts at me, and I can see Abby sidestepping away. Gunny, we can go swimming in a couple of hours. I repeat myself, but Ella shakes her head. I guess she got her short temper from Granton. With her young age she hasn't learnt how maintaining yet. Swim now. She whines, tears bubbling in her eyes. The waterworks have begun. No, honey, you will have to wait. I say sternly back, but she just keeps shaking her head and crying. Repeating she wants to swim now. Our conversation gets a little repetitive with me trying to calm her down until I see Grant approaching. I don't have to say anything as I hand over Ella, who is kicking and wiggling in her screeches. It barely takes any time before she begins the processes of calming down. Her cries become in huffed breaths and sniffles. Even when Ella was still in my belly, Grant had had no connection with her. He still can't really explain how it works, but the best way to describe it is sharing emotions with other shadows. Because of this, when Ella is upset or having a tantrum, Grant has a way of calming her down with the bond, as well as whispering words in her ear and soothing her by rocking her back and forth. Sometimes I do get jealous of it. How it is so easy for him to calm her down. But it is a special bond of father and daughter that not every girl gets. Ella seems to finally understand and gladly stays with Raina and Annie as we start to furnish our home. We spent a couple hours unloading the furniture from the apartment upstairs to our waiting vans to drive to our new home. Everyone had done quite a lot by then, and it was time for a lunch break followed by a swim. Something I knew Ella was excited about. Martha had created a massive spread of food for this day, and I made up 2 plates, one for me and one for Ella. I was lucky she wasn't such a fussy eater, which made it easier at mealtimes. In our group at a picnic table, I sat next to Grant, who had Ellie on his lap nibbling away on her carrot sticks. On my other side was Abby and Ally, and across from us Raina, Annie and Sean, with Lily seated between them. As we talked, Dawn dropped by. helping his mom hand out gelato to everyone. I had asked Dom for spare napkins knowing Ella was going to make a mess when trying to eat it. Some time passed after we had eaten and then Grant asks if he can talk to me for a second. I notice a hush go over the table, and Ella stays with Abby as he takes my hand leading me to the edge of the lake. I look back with basically everyone wearing an excited smile I don't understand. What's going on? I ask and Grant softly smiles at me. You'll see. His enticing tone doesn't make me think twice as we approach the water's edge. It was a hot day, and the sun reflected beautifully over the pale water. It's going to be strange living in the big house. I state as we come to a stop. Yes, but I think it would be nice. Besides, we have a great view. The only problem will be keeping Ellie away from the water as she lives right by it now. He does too, stepping closer to me until we're inches apart. Brooke, he breathes out in a soft tone that always seems to get my attention like nothing else. There's been something I've been wanting to do for a while now. Thoughts were racing through my mind as he starts to bend down, lowering his right knee closer to the ground. I don't even get time to admit to myself what I thought he was good before I feel my feet leave the ground. I have been slung over his shoulder like a rag doll. Grant, this is payback, was the last thing I heard before he throws me into the lake. The water hits me in a cold rush as I blubber about, knowing I look like a drowning seal. Once I regain balance and stop splashing, I bob up in the water, glowering at a laughing Grant. In the background, I think I see Abby rolling on the grass in hysterics. Was that necessary? I hiss, pushing my wet curls away from my face. Grant shrugs, which makes him look sexy yet makes me want to punch him at the same time. Even though I only poured a glass of water over him, the amount of times I teased him was probably leading to this. He knows my weak spot is his seductive ends towards me, and I am going to use his now. By faking an injury, I walk forward a step. I exclaim loud enough for everyone now watching to hear. What? Grant's smile slowly starts to fade. I stepped on something sharp. Oh. Hissing in pain, I extend my hand out. Can you help me out? I take a limp forward and reach out my arm, my hand grasping Grant's for a split second before I pull. He defiantly wasn't expecting it as he comes tumbling in the water. He stands up soaked, shaking his hair out like this morning, some drops catching me in the face. He walks over to me in the water, and I suddenly feel very small in his towering presence. That wasn't very funny, although the cheeky smile on his mouth says otherwise. No, not really. And he leans down and captures my lips with his hands circling themselves around my waist. My hands find his soaked hair and we last in the moment for a while before a wolf whistle brings us back. We pull apart, trying to ignore the ogling eyes from everyone on the side of the lake. You know Nella is going to get jealous we've gone in without her. I point out in Grant's eyes happily, taking my hand and leading us back to everyone. I know, but she will forget all about it once she's in the water. And that was true as I took off my dripping clothes and had my swimmers underneath. I spent about half an hour in the lake swimming with Grant and Della, as well as playing with Lily. By the time I got out, my clothes had already dried in the afternoon sun. For the rest of the time I watched happily as Grant threw Ellie in the sky before catching her, and giving her piggybacks as he swam in the water. But since Grant had decided to forcefully make me go for a swim, I have been receiving looks as if they wanted to ask me something. I don't take much notice of it, as I am probably overthinking everything. The day continued on as everyone went home and we went to our new one. I had spent the afternoon unpacking and talking to my mom and Jordan. Jeff and Jordan had paired up with some other people I used to work with to track down the stragglers of S. Oh, they have caught a few so far, and it helps to know those people won't be bothering us anymore. It was late when we finally settled Della in her new bedroom and I grabbed tea and sat on my new porch steps looking out to Sky Lake. It was strange how my life had turned out. I was once the halfling that thought they would never have a family or be with a werewolf that didn't find them strange or an abomination. Yet being a halfling saved my life after I had Ella and needed a blood transfusion. Werewolf blood let me live on. And now I had Grant and Ella, a family of my own, a place I belonged. A blanket was being wrapped around my shoulders and I tilted my head up to see Grant joining me. As he sits beside me, I watch the lake surface with the moonlight swirling on top, as if it was mixing together. Thank you. I tug the blanket closer and hold onto it with one hand. It gets a little chilly by the water's edge. Even in summer, Grant says, placing a hand on my back and tracing its ofty up and down. What are you thinking about? One thought had been pondering on my mind for part of the day, but I shake my head. Nothing. Brooke. He pushes and I sigh. Really, it's nothing. Grant just gives me wide eyes for me to explain anyway. I place my cup beside me and turn back to him. It's just after you tossed me in the lake. Everyone was giving me a weird look or vibe. I was probably just paranoid. I brush it off. Well, can you think of a reason why? It's just, when you were about to throw me in, I thought for a moment. I cut myself off. Too mortified to say it. I mean, Grant and I had been together for about 2 years now, and it wasn't stupid to think, but still a little embarrassing to bring up in conversation, especially if it hasn't been discussed before. Oh, you thought I was going to do this? With confusion, I turn my head to see Grant holding a black box in his hand, carefully opening it to reveal a ring. The diamond on the silver band glints from the house, reflecting to outside. They probably got a little confused when I took you to the lake's edge. I told Raina, thinking she could keep a secret but as drive. Norton said, "That gossip spreads quicker than wildfire here." I don't respond, as my jaw hasn't managed to close since seeing that ring. Grant licks his lips before continuing. I know our meeting was a little unconventional, but since then it didn't matter what order we did things in or what happened. As long as it was with you, I could handle anything. You have given me more than our Ella. You have given me hope and a life that I never knew I would want more than anything. I know this is sudden, but to continue our path of doing things backwards. Brooke, will you marry me? At first the words hit me with a wave of emotions, but I manage a nod before yes. I hug him, holding on like I could forever now. Tears make their way to my eyes before I can blink them back. I can feel Grant sag in relief, as if he was expecting me to say no. His arms enclose around me, and we sit there tangled together until we pull apart and I get to wear my engagement ring. Leaning my head on Grant's shoulder, we watch the lake together. The peaceful noise of the water lapping on the banks of the lake was calming as we talk about nothing in particular. You don't think Abby was serious about building a house next to us? Grant asks abruptly. I let out a laugh. You never know with her. We don't have to invite her to our wedding. I slap his arm. Yes, actually, I thought she could be my maid of honor. Grant's body stiffs up like steel. I laugh again. Stop teasing me, Brooke. I can't help it, I say happily. Besides, you're going to have to put up with it for a very, very, very long time now. Kissing me on the forehead. I know, which makes me very, very, very lucky. Bonus chapter, Mother's Day. Rolling over on my side of the bed. My eyes blink open to the other now empty side. It takes me a second to comprehend the fact Grant is out of bed before me. Normally I'm the one up, getting Ella ready for the day, and then trying to get Grant ready as well. But today when I sit up in bed, leaning against the headboard, my eyes drift to my bedside table. Resting against the lamp is an envelope. Colorful crayons marking the front. Mommy is written neatly in the midst of it. A bored smile finds its way to my lips as I pick up the envelope. Peeling the tab open, I find a card with a big heart on the front. In the middle, the words, "Happy Mother's Day." Opening the card, there's some more squiggles of crayon drawings. The left side having two abstract figures drawn in purple holding hands. On the right, the words, "Dear Mommy, thank you for being a great mother, love, Ella." I could tell it was Grant's handwriting, knowing Ella could no way master writing at nearly 18 months. But he kept it short and sweet, and those little words still brought tears to my eyes. Happy tears of how lucky I was. Wiping them away, I place my card on the nightstand and get out of bed. Putting on my fluffy white dressing gown, I wrap it around me. The air is still a little chilly. Walking down the hallway is when I hear some noise in the kitchen. Instead of my usual path to Ella's bedroom, I go towards the stairs. Our new house was very open, especially the floor planning on the ground level. On the stairs I stopped in with Charlie and Grant in the kitchen. There was obvious mess that had me first annoyed, but the smiles on both of their faces trumped it. Ella was sitting on one of the bar stools facing the marble counter. Grant stood behind supporting her as they decorated cupcakes. It was a mix of chocolate and bright hot pink frosting smeared on top. Together father and daughter had bought creme-a icing tubes and were drawing shapes on top. "Do you think your mommy's going to like these?" Grant asks, helping Ella squeeze the tube of icing so it would come out yes. Ella bobs up and down with a beaming smile. I've noticed when she gets excited she can't help but bob up and down. I found it quite cute. She'll like that one best. She points to one on the far end of the scattering of cupcakes. Grant smiles with a nod. I think so too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He kisses her head. She giggles in response. I decide then to make my appearance, making sure my footsteps are a little louder this time so they know I am coming. I make it to the landing and I see Grant look up, his smile broadening. Ella squeals and struggles to get off the seat until Grant helps her down and she does a little wobbly jog to me. I don't have time to rethink picking her up as she throws herself in my arms. She's wearing a small pink apron given to her by Martha for her first birthday, yet it is smothered in splats of frosting and butter, all of which have speared onto me. Kirk's being another, but I didn't care as I hugged my daughter, kissing her on the cheek until she squeals for me to stop. Thank you for my card. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I kiss her one more time. Shyly she averts from my gaze, a soft smile on her lips. You're welcome, Mommy. I smile. Even at this age, she was humble. Grant comes over then. He is still in his pajamas. Grey track IS and a white shirt, but now they are soaked in all different colors as Grant failed to put an apron, unlike his 18-month-old daughter. I chuckle as he wraps an arm around me, kissing me on the forehead. Happy Mother's Day, he whispers. Thank you. I was surprised to see you up early. Grant shrugs, his face showing triumph. Then it's a double surprise. How so? I'll be making you breakfast. Grant smiles, gesturing a hand to the kitchen. Cupcakes for breakfast. I raise my eyebrows. No pancakes. I'll just... Grant seems to now look at the mess they've made more thoroughly. I'll clean up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can you help me with cupcakes? Ellie asks, giving wary eyes to Grant watching as she moves her mouth closer to my ear. She whispers, Daddy isn't good at it. I bite my lip not to laugh, knowing full well with Grant's hearing he had every word. And right now the pursing of his lips was his way of hiding the obvious offense at her words. All right, honey. I'll help Wild Addie makes us breakfast. Giving Grant an apologetic smile. But I think it comes out more humid. He gives me a pointed look, stomps his head and goes to clean up the kitchen a bit before making pancakes. I sit on the bar stool, with Ella in my lap helping her decorate the leftover cupcakes. I helped her design a special one just for Daddy, which lifted his mood from before. As he was making pancakes, we talked about the picnic the pack was having for Mother's Day today. Everyone was coming, and looking outside it seemed like really good weather. Not overly sunny or hot. After the pancakes, which were delicious to my surprise, Ella wanted me to try a cupcake. They were red velvet and better than I would have thought, yet the mountain of icing on top was overly sweet. But I pushed through, and after a while Grant was cleaning the rest of the kitchen. I was cleaning Ella. Luckily, when I was done, the consequence of eating all that food this morning came up. Literally, I left Hedda playing in her room, when I raced back to our bathroom to throw up. I waited for my stomach to calm down, and when I retrieved a glass of water and sipped it soundly and washed my mouth out was when Grant appeared. The kitchen is cleared, he says happily, yet his smile dwindles away when seeing me. You are right. Luckily I had already flushed away the evidence and pull a smile, hoping it will overpower my teary eyes and pale skin. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks for breakfast. You should probably have a shower. I look down to his mucky clothes. He does too and puts on a guilty smile. I move to leave the bathroom, But Grant slides a hand along my shoulder, stopping me. I turn back to him. You sure everything's okay? I'm fine, Grant. Thank you for this morning. I smile. He smiles too, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I didn't like keeping it from him, but it didn't know when it was the right time to let him know. Feeling fresher after the shower, we made our short way, to the picnic next to our usual spot on the banks of Sky Lake. I could feel the small amount of tension between Grant and I as we walked down there. He knew I was keeping something from him. Whether he had worked it out yet or not, I didn't know. But after our history together, the one thing Grant hates is when I keep secrets from him. At the middle of our picnic, Grant and Sean had taken Lily and Della to fish in the lake, and I watched them, Grant and Sean, enjoying the downtime while the girls become impatient. I was seated on a picnic blanket in the shade with Raina, sitting up with her legs sprawled out. Abby's head rested in her lap, the rest of her body taking up half the blanket. Annie was also there, rocking back and forth a baby carrier with Leah, her newborn baby. He was adorable, and it was fun this time round to organize a baby shower in return. But now Annie was excitedly trying to help organize Grant and I's wedding. It was happening in the late summer. Annie somehow got a hold of a few bridal magazines and was showing me a few dresses she liked. I loved this one. Annie points to a sleek white dress, hugging every curve of the woman's body. It was beautiful, and I am proud to have lost most of my baby weight. But I don't think it would work out for later in the year. Let's see. Raina puts her hand out and collects the magazine from Annie. She looks at it. Damn, you better be saying that about the dress, not the model. Abby comments, lifting her sunglasses off her eyes to look at her girlfriend. Raina rolls the eyes and angles the magazine so Abby can see. She lifts her eyebrows. Damn, I think our Brooke could pull that one off. Appreciative of a rare compliment from Abby, but knowing that the dress probably wasn't for me. I don't know. Come on, Brooke. Annie takes the magazine back. This dress is Suyu, and Grant would drop dead if he saw you in it. Abby sits herself up on her elbows from the comment, looking at me, eyes pleading. Please wear that dress. Brooke. Raina has the goodwill to smack her hard on the arm. Abby winces, but can't help her little triumphant smile. I don't know. I nervously laugh. I mean, for summer, I don't think it will be a good choice. It doesn't really look like a breathable material. Annie has a look at the dress again, but shakes her head. So, the ceremony will mostly be under shade. Yeah, but I'll still have a tendency to balloon up in the heat. It won't fit properly. I add with a shrug. There's a beat of silence as Annie looks at me, really looks at me up and down. A mother assessing what is wrong. Brooke has shown you countless dresses. Her eyes widen. Her hand stops rocking back and forth the baby carrier. She lowers her voice. Oh my gosh. You're not getting cold feet, are you? My eyes widen no. I say a little louder than intended, turning a few heads of other pack members nearby. I lower my voice. No, Annie, it's just, I'm a practical girl. I don't feel the need to spend. I look down at the price of the wedding dress. $20 on a dress I'll wear once, and probably never fit into again. Annie guilty smiles. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I get it. But still, Brooke, you deserve to treat yourself. It's your wedding day after all. I smile at her. Thanks, Annie. And I'll find a dress. Just maybe one that is a little more flowy, less revealing, and gives me more room to move. Annie straightens her back and attacks the magazines. I'm on it. Busily she flicks through magazines, enjoying the hunt for my perfect wedding dress. My eyes wander back to the couple on my other side. Abby seems happily peaceful, while Raina has her wide realizing eyes on my stomach. They drift up to my face. Our shocked howl eyes meet. I should have guessed she could find out. She's a shadow, and she would share a connection, but I knew to discover it she must have been looking for it. I guess all my not so subtle as I thought. Hints about wanting a less body-tight dress and my swelling in the summer must have fed her suspicions. Discreetly and slowly as possible I shake my head. As in don't say anything. She slowly nods back. I was going to help Martha bring the food out. I causally say, getting up from the picnic blanket. I'll help. Raina gets up, probably forgetting Abby, who was resting comfortably on her lap. Abby's head bangs onto the ground with a thud. She cries out, scrambling up to a sitting position. She takes off her sunglasses, cursing silently when she realizes the fall had cracked one of the hinges. You broke my sunglasses. Raina sighs. They were mine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turn to see Grant and Ella still occupied by the lake, waiting for a fish to catch. Raina and I head for the pack house. Once feeling far enough away is when we start talking. When did you find out? Raina asks. A few days ago. I had thought it was a false alarm. Does Grant know? I finish her question. I shake my head no. Although this morning he nearly caught me throwing up. He might already suspect. He's mad at me now because he knows I'm keeping something from him. Raina nods along. It's funny to think a little over 2 years ago, I nearly had killed her. And later on she had nearly killed me. But Raina was a more gentle person than the first impression I got. And I liked her company. Hanging out with Abby and Raina is always fun. They balance each other out. Can I ask why you haven't told him yet? I open my mouth to about close it. Not sure how to word it. Last time, the pregnancy wasn't the safest. And even though most of the time that was not in my control, at the end I could have died. We've had the conversation about having another child one day, but it was a one-way conversation. Grant didn't like the idea of the health risks that went with it. I'm not sure how he is going to react, and I think that is what is making me nervous about telling him. You know he hates surprises. Raina sadly smiles, seeming to know what I mean. I get it. Grant is unpredictable sometimes, but I think he knows last time was stressful. Oh. She drifts off. She knew I didn't really like to talk about. This is going to be a different pregnancy than before though. I nod, feeling myself get emotional all of a sudden. I sniffle back the tears and give Raina a grateful smile. It felt better that someone knew now. When are you due? Raina asks, now seeming excited for another niece or a nephew. February sometime again. I'm seeing Ally tomorrow to check everything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can come with you. She offers him a nod in agreement, telling her the time. I carried a tray of food back to the picnic with Raina. Everyone tucked into Martha's delicious feast. I sat back with Annie and Debbie. Grant. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lily and Sean coming to join us after their unsuccessful fishing. Dante sat with us too, happily listening to the banter of Grant and Darby. Grant and I smiled at each other every now and again, but it really felt like we were keeping up appearances. After my conversation with Raina, I felt the need to rip off the band-aid and tell him tonight when Ella was in bed. I mainly remained quiet, watching Dom and his not-so-subtle looks over to the other side of the picnic. I realized quickly he was looking at Avery, a girl around his age we took in from S. Oh, we don't know entirely what happened, but from the scars on her arms she was forced into experiments. To learn this we had to dig through the files because she hasn't said one word out loud yet. She was pretty, blonde hair and green-eyed. She looked happy sitting outside, enjoying the view of the lake. She sat by herself. I bumped my shoulder with Don. What you looking at? I tease as his eyes quickly avert back to the people around him. He flushes, knowing I had caught him out. You should go talk to her. I get a flat look in reply. I mentally facepalm myself for forgetting that Dom. No matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't just go up and talk to someone. You know what I mean. Just sit next to her at least. Dom seems to take in my words. And after a few minutes I watch him get up. He walks over to her and she seems apprehensive at first. But a warm smile from Dom has her returning one. He takes out his little notebook and they start talking. I had put Ella to bed. After today she was so tired she fell asleep straight away. But I lingered at her cot, watching carefully. Soon there would be someone else to take care of. I was nervous about it, but also excited. I wondered what Ella would be like as a sister. I wondered if our next child would be like her, or be completely different. Sighing, I couldn't put it off any longer. I needed to tell Grant. Sooner better than later. He was sitting on the end of the bed waiting for me when I entered our room. Silence sits between us for a while, none of us making a move. Until, when were you going to tell me? Grant asks. A part of me knew he had worked it out this morning, but I wasn't ready for his reaction yet. That's why I had played it off as nothing. Now, taking another step into the room, I thought we were being safe. Grant's eyes I now was detecting some frustration. I bite my lip, nodding. I know. Me too. But it's happened. I should have been more careful. Grant whispers, head falling into his hands. My mouth opens to reply but nothing comes out. Grant was upset 'cause he thought it was his fault. I was preparing myself for his anger or disappointment, but not this. Grant, it takes two to tango. Remember. I smile but get no reaction in return. I walk closer to him. Things are different now. I'm expecting a much more laid-back pregnancy from the things we went through last time. You almost died, I know. I cut across him calmly, but I'm in good hands here. With Ally and Drive. Norton. You know that. We'll be okay. Grant doesn't say anything as he gently wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me to him. I rest my hands on his shoulders, his cheek pressed against my stomach. He lets out a long sigh. Why can't we do anything according to plan? I laugh out loud, knowing exactly what he is talking about. Ella wasn't planned. Our wedding plan for last summer was cancelled when my mum got really sick. Thankfully now she's recovering. And today another baby. I run my fingers through Grant's hair. I guess that's the way we are. Grant chuckles. I guess so. He pauses to think. So, does this mean we have to postpone the wedding again? I pull back a little to look at him. What? No, why would you think that? He shrugs. You'll be showing by then. He leans forward and kisses my stomach. I smile softly at this. And I saw you looking at wedding dresses with Annie today. I tilt my head to the side while looking down at him. I don't mind wearing a wedding dress while I'm pregnant. Do you mind? Grant's eyes widen, maybe realizing what had me a little offended now. I fell in love with you pregnant. I'll marry you pregnant. I laugh with him, the rumble of his mouth against my stomach as my toes curling. I bend down and sit on his lap, my legs either side. I brush my lips with his, waiting for him to kiss me back. He does, and I slowly ease him down onto the bed, my knees resting against his hips. Warm and gentle slide under my shirt, caressing my back. Ellie asleep. Grant arcs between kisses. I hum in response and I feel his smile against my lips. I pull away, narrowing my eyes at his overly joyous grin. It's almost cocky. What? I didn't think your hormones would be around this early, he remarks. Normally I would have gotten mad at the mention of my uncontrollable pregnancy hormones, but my irritation fades as I take in his sexy smile. Get used to it, I say before crushing my lips with his again. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.